power of this regime that was threatening even on India. The Iranian wanted to block the Strait of Hormuz. You know what are the implications, economical implications, and other implications for India. So what America did in the last 24 hours, it's very good for also for you guys. I understand.
All right,
that,
Ambassador Aida, we have some more fresh inputs coming in. We will continue with that discussion, but for now, let me quickly toss over to Krithvi.
Let's shift our focus to more breaking news that's just trickled in. Now, what we're learning is that there's yet another footage that we have accessed here where you can see how Iranian missile launchers are being destroyed by the Israeli Air Force. So that's another strike that Israel has gone ahead with, and we've zoomed in on these visuals for you as well on what this looks like, what this really means for the Iranian missile launchers. And we've seen several such visuals now being shared both by the United States and by Israel as well. Here's another proof that they've put out. I'm going to try and go over to our newsroom to understand whether we have more visuals that support this claim, because remember, now this is turning out to be a war of narratives. Who's going to push their narrative to social media at the earliest? That's what it's come down to. And Israel is keeping up with its own role in asserting what it says are the facts here. I do want to bring in Greha into the conversation. She's joining us from the newsroom. Greha, what are we looking at here? Have you been able to ascertain what these visuals suggest?
Right, absolutely, Christine. You just put that out on the big wall. So what we see happening here, and these are images that have been released to us by the Israeli Air Force. So they are putting out these shots which, in fact, go on to show these target locks. There you see the target locks. And there is this infra footage that pretty much is talking about how a ballistic missile launcher in the Qam region in Iran that has been attacked by the Air Force there. And also they are talking about a defense system in Isfahan that also has been attacked. So all of this they continue to talk about. But there's one interesting aspect that we've managed to, in fact, access, Krithween. We are looking at more than 1,600 sorties by Israel into the territory of Iran, and that's something that we'd like to bring out for our viewers. They're talking about how 300 ballistic missiles have been, in fact, damaged, and that has brought down the military heft of Iran by almost 70%. But again, these are claims by the IDF, by the Israeli Air Force, so we have to take it as they come. And these are the images that are supporting the claims that they are making.
Okay, all right. We also have another breaking news update coming in on the number of flights that stand cancelled, because remember, what we're also closely monitoring is the situation wherein several of those people stranded in different parts of Middle East, how soon can they be brought back to their home nations? That's another important focus. Do remember, we've been sharing updates both on part of Indigo, SpiceJet. They do have a plan in place in the interim on how they're going to bring back Indians from the Middle East, at least from the UAE. There's a specific plan in place. But what about the flight cancellation status in the latest him?
Right, Christine, as you just mentioned, of course, we've been seeing those disruption maps and the maps that we've been getting from the Middle East. Now, the ones in pink are the airspaces which are completely closed, and the ones in blue are partially closed airspaces. So we're also looking at the global flight cancellations, which are now above 23,000. So of course, we're seeing the kind of impact it's having on the aviation industry overall, not just in West Asia. So more than half of the 36,000 scheduled flights that have been cancelled, and that equates to about 4.4 million.
So we're seeing an area marked in pink, and I'd request my video journalist to quickly zoom in on this. There's an area marked in pink, and you can see Iran, Iraq, the airspace is completely shut.
Right, and the ones in blue are
and UAE has seen a shift in the story, isn't it, Him? We've seen on day one, there was complete closure of the airspace there, but slowly flights are resuming from UAE.
Now we are seeing redirection and we are seeing some activity there as well. But the fact of the matter is there are so many flights that have still been cancelled. We are looking at some 4.4 million seats, Krithween, across the globe, not just in this particular region. But of course, it's all a result of what is happening here and the flights that are being rerouted and redirected.
In fact, earlier this morning, we were breaking down details, figures. What is the plan of some of these Indian airlines? SpiceJet, for instance, starting the 5th of March, has come up with a detailed plan on the number of flights that are going to fly from UAE to India, bring back some of the stranded individuals, those who wish to return to safety. How smoothly that plan can be executed is the bigger challenge here. So we'll have to wait on that one for the next couple of hours. Akanksha, it's over to you in the studio.
Thank you, Krithween. In fact, CNN News 18 continues to bring you voices from both ends of the conflict. And right now, joining me live on the broadcast is Dr. Hushang Amir Hamadi, who is the president of the American-Iranian Council. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. Do you think the United States is in a position to win this war with Iran at all? Because remember, he did declare at the beginning of his election campaign that if he were to ever embark a war with Iran, he wouldn't be winning that one.
Well, I think they will win the war and lose it. Just like in the case of Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan. Americans are, of course, a major power. They have a tremendous destructive power. They can destroy Iran. But then again, at the end of the day, they will end up losing Iran. I think in this Iranian case, of course, they could not do what they did in Iraq or in Libya or even in Afghanistan, because that will require foot soldier. And I don't believe Americans are prepared for that. And I don't believe the American society will accept it. And I believe President Trump is already in trouble concerning this war, which they don't know why they have invaded Iran, why they are fighting Iran. And the different people have different opinions in the administration.
When you say the United States will lose this war eventually, do you mean military, in terms of militarily means, or strategic stalemate, or simply a war that is going to eventually drain the US power and prestige in the region?
But I think the Americans there are several stages. In the first stage, and then I believe in the next 3 to 4 weeks, Iranians will resist, and the Americans will, at that point, I believe, end the war, claiming they have achieved their goal. And then, of course, thereafter, you have a period of probably, 5-6 months that they will struggle diplomatically and non-diplomatically. The problem is, unfortunately, whatever the America does, I think America will lose Iran for a long, long period, probably 50 years. Listen, back in 1953, the US, with the help of Britain, made a coup in Iran against Prime Minister Mossadegh. For 80 years after that coup, Americans are still paying the price for it. The cost of that coup still is with the Americans, and I think this is the point. Yes, they can overthrow a regime, they can make a coup, they will destroy a country, but at the end, I believe they come out loser.
Many critics are already questioning Iran's own preparedness for a long, protracted war. Do you believe that Tehran is adequately prepared for a long war?
Again, I mean, if this is the war that does not include ground invasion, Iran can sustain it. And if the Americans are going to do what? They're going to just to hit here and there. The regime is going to stay in place. And then gradually, I think the Iranian nationalists, will turn against America and the Israelis, I believe. And I mean, if they invade the country, that's a different story. But I don't believe that's in the game for America at this point. So I think America would end up into a stalemate with the Iran, and Iran will resist for the next 3 to 4 weeks, can stand to stay for 3 to 4 weeks, and then the American will withdraw and end this war, claiming that they have succeeded and then they see what happens afterward. I mean, again, I don't believe they are in a position to change regime in Iran at the point.
Dr. Amira Hadi, it's interesting you spoke about the need for a ground incursion for the US to win this war. So if the US does embark on one, do you believe that Iran's geography will make it difficult for US to win this war?
Well, that will be the Vietnam, the new Vietnam for the US. I mean, again, Americans have a tremendous air power, missile power, ship power, naval power, but I don't believe they are a good fighter on the ground. Americans have shown that on the ground they could immediately probably win something and then they lose it. We have seen it in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and elsewhere. And Iran is a much larger country, 92 plus million, of which 75 million are over 16 years of age, and a geography that is extremely difficult and complicated, and a history and all that. I don't believe that Iran can easily be taken over by America. It's just not what is going to happen.
Okay. Dr. Amira Hadi, my last question.
Well, Americans are thinking in terms of the Kurds.
Right.
And
so
some...
let me, in fact, ask you my last question. Donald Trump has indicated that Americans may not want to put boots on the ground. Is a conventional American victory then even possible without a ground invasion?
Well, Americans are thinking in terms of the Kurds and some Iranian dissident groups that are at the moment outside the country. If these forces are used as a ground force in the country and Americans are not with them, they could be easily defeated and destroyed. I think if Iran is in a position to hold on to the country, but after all, Iran means Tehran. Unless the US takes over Tehran, it is not going to help anything. For the American, will not be any helpful for America. Tehran is 12 million people. At least a few millions of them are going to stay and fight back. So I don't know what American plans are. This is not a small country. That's not a small city. Tehran is going to stand, and as long as Tehran stands, the regime is going to stand.
So Dr. Hushang Amir Hadi, thank you for breaking that down for us, and thank you for sharing the perspective from the other end as well. So I'm sure the gentlemen here as well as Kritsveen will agree with me that nobody knows what is the end game for the US president or even for Israel, given that the Congress in the US is as confused, Kritsveen.
Yeah, as confused, and hence we're also seeing a lot of contradictory statements coming from President Donald Trump. A slight departure, in fact, in the way he suddenly spoke of how this was done for Israel. The last comment that's coming from him, he said that if we did not strike Iran, they would have struck Israel. Let's see how this plays out. A very interesting development trickling in, heading into a very quick break. We'll be right back with lots more.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of horrific missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manamabad.
Over Oman, Saudi Arabia, and this way to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Navy submarine has torpedoed an Iranian frigate. We are talking about Iris Dana. This has happened off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean. Now, Iranian vessel, and this is what we are looking at as the war has spilled into our backyard. This is US Navy submarine sinking an Iranian frigate off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean, and that's where this has happened. And we are putting these graphics out for our viewers. Iranian vessel has been identified as Iris Dana. I just mentioned this. It's a guided missile frigate of the Iranian Navy and also pretty new. This was the latest that the Iranian fleet really had. This warship was sunk by a torpedo that was fired from the American submarine, striking the ship in international waters. And they have mentioned it. Pete Hegseth has gone on record and they have said that even though Iranians thought that their vessel would have been safe in international waters, clearly that was not the case. Sri Lankan authorities reported that 32 crew members were rescued. Others are missing or presumed dead. Here's where the problem really lies. As far as the Geneva Conventions, even if international waters are used in a war situation, the first thing that should be done is look for survivors. But the US submarine just left after torpedoing the Iranian warship. The strike part of the broader US military operations has been targeting Iranian military capabilities and including naval assets. And this one, of course, comes in line with exactly that. And that's why this is worrying. Certainly, a response by the Ministry of External Affairs is still pending because remember, the Iris Dana was, of course, returning from the IFR. It was an Indian multilateral exercise and it was returning from Visakhapatnam when this strike was carried forward. And how this is something that we would like to take this, in fact, forward.
All right. So in the studios, we are joined in by Major General Sanjay Meston and also joined in by Ambassador Prabhu Dayal on the broadcast as well. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Major General Meston, if I could quickly bring you in on the spillover effect of this war. You know, so far, Indians had this at the back of their mind that this is so far limited beyond, say, Pakistan at the moment. But not only have we seen palpable anger within our borders, but now with the military conflict brewing in the Indian Ocean, what is one to make of the situation right now?
See, the way the situation is emerging, I think in the international waters to target a ship which was not actually in warfare right now. It was coming after a review in the international, naval review in Vizag, that to the Indian port, and in which multilateral number of nations had participated. And obviously it was way back home. And yes, its role would have been, I think it's a destroyer, I think its role would have been to be involved in the Persian Gulf area, there was no doubt. But targeting it at the international waters, which is just 37 kilometers southwest of Sri Lanka, I think that sends a very wrong message. And then not evacuating casualties is also a matter of concern because these are Geneva Conventions which are laid down. And I think once you have done this, it is a moral duty to, and I must compliment the government of Sri Lanka. I think they have done a good job by taking on their role and evacuating so many of the dead and injured. And I think about 80, large number of survivors were also shown in a bad condition. So this shows that in our part of the world, especially in Sri Lanka, India, we have a humanity also into mind, which is very, very important factor. So well done to Sri Lanka.
Okay.
And I think the way situation is unfolding, another thing, which strikes my mind is,
Well, welcome back to our special live and rolling coverage on fury in the Gulf. In fact, getting in latest inputs, this is a report in the Financial Times as Pentagon is now eyeing Ukrainian interceptor drones to counter Iran. The Pentagon and at least one Gulf nation are reportedly in discussions to acquire Ukrainian-made interceptors to defend against Iranian drone attacks. In fact, Kritzwin is going to take this forward with our in-house guests as well. Ambassador Sajjanar, if you could quickly, in the meantime, weigh in on Ukraine now inadvertently getting roped in, getting sucked into this conflict. What could this mean for the wider Western forces?
Yeah, thank you, Akansha, for that question. You know, as far as these Shahid drones that are being used by Iran against not only Israel, but also against shipping in the Gulf and also against the Gulf countries, we know that Shahid drones in the thousands have been given to Russia and they have been used by Russia against Ukraine. So for the last at least 3 years, if not more, the Ukrainians have had the experience of dealing with these Shahid drones, Shahid 136 drones. And so it would be possibly Ukraine has also got roped in because the Americans would have said, you have experience. Ukraine itself has offered that they have experience of dealing with these drones and neutralizing these drones. So I think that is going to be also become a facet of this conflict as we see it going forward.
General Kocher, quickly to you, what's really happening when it comes to the Iranian attack? Now we're seeing missile launchers be targeted. We're seeing these big claims being made by the Israeli forces. The United States says we're all stocked up. So all of that military muscle flexing is underway. But how much damage really is Iran sustaining, because they're in for the long haul, it seems?
Kritzwin, just have a look at the map of Iran and the terrain of Iran. You will find that on the northern side and on the northwestern side of Iran, and especially the Kermanshah area, that is the largest missile base of Iran. It's all underground. Missile cities are there. And I'll give you a small analogy to that. We saw it in Gaza also, the way the Hamas were operating through tunnels. It took Israel 3 years and still they have not entered each and every tunnel and demolished the capability of Hamas. So I think when we talk about capability of the missile power or the US capability to demolish the missile strength of Iran, I think it's not more than 20% as of now, because a massive infrastructure is still available with Iran to carry on this war for at least 4 to 6 weeks.
All right, Major General Kocher, hold on to those thoughts, because when you talk about how long this could last, do incorporate the Iranian point of view. Syed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, seeing red because he said that the US has perpetrated an atrocity at sea 2,000 miles away from Iran's shores. Frigate Dana, a guest of India's Navy carrying almost 130 sailors, was struck in international waters without warning. Mark my words, the US will come to bitterly regret precedent it has set. Ambassador Sajjanar, this is also a warning over to India with regards to what could happen next.
Well, you know, it was in international waters, as Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said. It was not in India's territorial waters. And this ship was in the vicinity of India. It was in the neighborhood of India, so that's a matter of great concern. But I think what Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said, it's setting a precedent for, you know, what could happen. That means if there are hostile naval vessels or in international waters, then even terrorist actions could take place against them. And they would also become attractive targets for such actions, and that would set a very bad precedent. And here it would not only be hostile in the traditional sense, but all those who have been supportive. Like you would see, as far as Iran is concerned, it has been hitting out, it has been shooting at all the Gulf states also. So in a manner of speaking, since they have got bases of the United States on their territories, they have also been categorized as hostile powers. But of course, Iran is trying to reach out to them, saying that their hand was forced because the United States was attacking them. But that doesn't explain why they had to go after the
do you sense
civilian.
a little bit of an instigation or a provocation is also underway here? Is that the card that Iran is now trying to play? Tom, if you could quickly join me here, let's try and decode this. What are the Iranian officials saying at the moment? And what defines India's maritime boundary? So it's important to give context here on whether or not there were any violations. It's being spoken of as a warship in international waters. But if you could just highlight for us, how concerning should this be for India?
Of course, just a second, please. So principally international, or actually all maritime waters of India are some 12 miles away from the coast.
Correct.
Something like this. And those of Sri Lanka are some 12 miles from Sri Lankan coast. And within this area, according to international laws, there is supposed to be no foreign military vessels without previous announcement. There is supposed to be no economic exploitation by foreign powers or foreign countries within this area, and so on and so on. So now when the ship like Dana is underway through this territorial waters, for example, if it was passing in this direction, I'm not sure, I don't know right now.
Yeah, wherever it was participating in the naval exercise.
It doesn't matter, de facto it is protected by the international law. Once it exits such waters, it is not anymore. It is de facto free.
But this was very close to Sri Lanka's maritime boundary,
the sinking
correct?
took place somewhere here.
Yeah.
So this means in the international waters, close to the territorial waters, but outside of territorial waters. So now, again, my conclusion based on the approximate area of reported sinking, where the sinking took place, is that the ship was either coming down and then waiting here, or coming from this direction. One way or the other, it was not in a rush to reach Iran.
Yeah. And for how long? Does the law outline anything on how long can a foreign warship stay stationed, remain in international waters? Is there any sort of permission that's needed? What are the protocols here, really?
There are only protocols for the case that, for example, in this case, Iranian warship would enter a neutral port, which would be Indian port or Sri Lankan port. It would have 24 hours. It would have to leave within 24 hours. That is the only regulation in this regards.
Now, given this distance that we're looking at between
this is more.
Between the southern tip of Sri Lanka and where this warship was, any sort of communication you think is mandated with Sri Lanka? Did the United States need to take Sri Lanka in this case into confidence, or could it just
Strictly speaking, there is no mandate to communicate to New Delhi, hey, hello, we are going to sink a ship of the Iranian Navy which just left your waters. Strictly speaking, nothing of this kind is necessary. And I do not expect the Trump administration to have ever lost a single thought about this. They simply said, okay, let's blast them as soon as they are outside of the local territorial waters, whatever they are.
Yeah, so it's a tweaked messaging perhaps that's being attempted, Akanksha, here. That's why we're looking at these reactions coming from Iran, from politicians here in India as well, who are heavily criticizing the move, almost questioning the government side.
Because this is also now spilling over to, say, threatening the maritime security from Strait of Hormuz now in the Indian Ocean. On that note, in fact, we're getting in some latest inputs. This, as the IDF has said that the Air Force has begun another wave of strikes in Tehran. The IDF has just now initiated a broad wave of strikes targeting infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime across Tehran. Giving us more details to this breaking news input is Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Israel. Sanjay, what else can you tell us? Wave after wave of strikes. What are the targets this time around?
Well, the targets are clear. There are multiple, but what the targets are is known. The priority now for the IDF and the U.S. is to take out the missile launching capacity of Iran to the extent possible. It may be too early to say so, but they could be succeeding because the number of missiles coming into Israel has reduced over the last day. Certainly at night, there were several alarms. The siren went off several times, but then the gaps are turning out to be longer. We also do hear from the U.S. CENTCOM that the missile launch is down to 86% of what it was at the start of the war. Now, it's of course entirely possible that Iran is managing this. It's managing the munitions and keeping missiles in strategic reserve for use later, or they are being taken out to a significant extent. That is not very clear. What is clear is that at least for now, the barrage of missiles from Iran appears to be reducing somewhat. And this new wave of attacks that has been announced is without doubt intended to smother that capacity to the extent possible.
Okay, let's quickly bring in General Kocher into the conversation as well. But before that, let's put out more breaking news details that are trickling in as we speak. There's more breaking news we're going to flash out for you in just a moment. And we'll also put out visuals of the same. The fresh waves of attack that are being witnessed here. Let's quickly put out all those details and we'll pull up those visuals as well. All right, this is proof of what Israel is saying and how it continues to strike the Hezbollah command centers in Beirut. Now, this, remember, is not a new story. We've seen Israel in direct conflict with Hezbollah operating out of Lebanon for the last 1+ years, but this is just the latest confrontation that's taking place between the two. 2-3 days back, we saw Hezbollah in action. So a proxy war, of course, being fought there. Hezbollah on the instructions of Iran taking on Israel, and this is how Israel claims it's giving it back to Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's also been sending out warnings. In fact, I do want to go across to Sanjay Suri on that note once again. Israeli forces, Sanjay, have been asking civilians in Lebanon to vacate, particularly those that are residing in areas very, very close to Hezbollah command centers. Tell us all about the communication that's underway in Israel and how are they really ensuring safe evacuation of innocent civilians, because innocent lives at the end of the day have been lost in Lebanon as well.
Well, Israel has not formally launched a ground invasion, but in effect, we are seeing at least a limited extent of ground invasion underway already. The Israeli forces are pushing north in the direction of Lebanon, and they have been approaching what has been considered the no man's land, the barrier, the peace barrier, supposedly policed by the Lebanese army and the United Nations, with the Israeli forces south of the Blue Line and Hezbollah not allowed south of the Litani River. So there is this little buffer zone. But the view of the IDF is that Hezbollah units within the region or close to the region have been targeting Israel and Israeli settlements and facilities from across the agreed line. And therefore, they want to take out these targets. And of course, these are nestled among civilian areas, and therefore this order for evacuation. That is an order easier to deliver than to execute, because the movement of the population through those areas is going to be tricky, because they will be at risk also from Hezbollah as they move. So this is an operation, it's a delicate operation that is underway.
Absolutely, and one that is also quickly escalating across the entire region, spilling over to the Indian Ocean as well. But Sanjay, thank you for bringing us those latest inputs. We will keep coming back to you throughout the span of the day. For now, it's a quick wrap from my end. Going to also thank our esteemed panelists over here. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Major General Kocher. And thank you, Ambassador Sajanhar. Pleasure to have you with us as always.
Navy submarine has torpedoed an Iranian frigate. We are talking about Iris Dana. This has happened off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean. Now, Iranian vessel, and this is what we are looking at as the war has spilled into our backyard. This is US Navy submarine sinking an Iranian frigate off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean, and that's where this has happened. And we are putting these graphics out for our viewers. Iranian vessel has been identified as Iris Dana. I just mentioned this. It's a guided missile frigate of the Iranian Navy and also pretty new. This was the latest that the Iranian fleet really had. This warship was sunk by a torpedo that was fired from the American submarine, striking the ship in international waters. And they have mentioned it. Pete Hegseth has gone on record and they have said that even though Iranians thought that their vessel would have been safe in international waters, clearly that was not the case. Sri Lankan authorities reported that 32 crew members were rescued. Others are missing or presumed dead. Here's where the problem really lies. As far as the Geneva Conventions, even if international waters are used in a war situation, the first thing that should be done is look for survivors. But the US submarine just left after torpedoing the Iranian warship. The strike part of the broader US military operations has been targeting Iranian military capabilities and including naval assets. And this one, of course, comes in line with exactly that. And that's why this is worrying. Certainly, a response by the Ministry of External Affairs is still pending because remember, the Iris Dana was, of course, returning from the IFR. It was an Indian multilateral exercise and it was returning from Visakhapatnam when this strike was carried forward. And how this is something that we would like to take this, in fact, forward.
All right. So in the studios, we are joined in by Major General Sanjay Meston and also joined in by Ambassador Prabhu Dayal on the broadcast as well. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Major General Meston, if I could quickly bring you in on the spillover effect of this war. You know, so far, Indians had this at the back of their mind that this is so far limited beyond, say, Pakistan at the moment. But not only have we seen palpable anger within our borders, but now with the military conflict brewing in the Indian Ocean, what is one to make of the situation right now?
See, the way the situation is emerging, I think in the international waters to target a ship which was not actually in warfare right now. It was coming after a review in the international, naval review in Vizag, that to the Indian port, and in which multilateral number of nations had participated. And obviously it was way back home. And yes, its role would have been, I think it's a destroyer, I think its role would have been to be involved in the Persian Gulf area, there was no doubt. But targeting it at the international waters, which is just 37 kilometers southwest of Sri Lanka, I think that sends a very wrong message. And then not evacuating casualties is also a matter of concern because these are Geneva Conventions which are laid down. And I think once you have done this, it is a moral duty to, and I must compliment the government of Sri Lanka. I think they have done a good job by taking on their role and evacuating so many of the dead and injured. And I think about
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome inside the war room with Tom Cooper. And of course, we've got Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey. He was sitting there on a Zoom window. He said, come into the studio and let's talk and let's war game what's going to happen next. Viewers, quick check of the headlines at the top of this hour before we take this forward. Well, it's day 6 of West Asia war. US and Israel airstrikes hit IRGC bases. In Tehran, Iran retaliates with missiles while Israel plans multi-week campaign to dismantle Iran's military infrastructure. US submarine torpedoed and sank Iranian warship the Iris Dana off Sri Lanka's coast. Indian National Congress questions Center for weak regional influence and lack of response. 37 Indian flagged ships with 1,109 seafarers remain stranded in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman after the Strait of Hormuz was closed amid military conflict. Bharat closely monitors. Trump says a US-led campaign against Iran is about 15 out of 10 claims Iran's leadership and missile capabilities are rapidly degrading, vows to press on with joint operations. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney says Ottawa can never categorically rule out military participation in the escalating war, calls US-Israel strikes inconsistent with international law. Well, let's start with the pictures that have just come in. Some of these pictures that have started, Tom, and we were looking at what is it that the Israelis are going to do. One of the areas was Khurramabad, which you kept asking, why are the Israelis not releasing what they're doing in Khurramabad? The importance of Khurramabad we'll talk about. But let's look at some of the pictures that we have. This is pictures of the Iranian headquarters before and after. Let's have a look at this. This is the Iranian Air Force headquarters. Again, gentlemen, do you think, are they striking critical locations or just mere buildings? Because would these have been vacated, or these are important command and control areas? This is before and this is after. Clearly there is significant damage that has been done. Yes, Tom?
I can even point at the,
yeah.
If you take a look at what is the building looking before,
yeah,
and then what is it looking after. Obviously there was one strike here,
yeah,
another two possible strikes in this area.
Right.
So now, theoretically, all the armed forces around the world have the procedure that in the case of war, all such buildings have to be emptied. Everybody must go out, take their equipment with them and disappear. In practice, this is sometimes applied and sometimes not at all. And especially in the case of Iran, we have seen this in June last year when the IGC did not let the armed forces out of their barracks, and some of them were hit inside the barracks. Now, we have to assume, based on experience, for example, from June last year, that the Israelis are releasing us the videos and photographs that are at least 48 hours old. That means if, then this was hit sometimes 2 days or more ago. Therefore, conclusion is that this headquarter normally would be hit very early during the war. It would be one of the first things to receive, to find itself on receiving end. So we can assume that there is high probability that some personnel was still inside, and there were not only casualties, but also that communications going from this command node were cut off.
So these could be the command nodes from where perhaps information dissemination must be happening, or this could be the central command. Is that a possibility, General Pandey? We got one more picture that has come in of the Garamdara missile base. Now this is the first one. Now this is Garamdara missile base. Again, if you were to see before and after, clearly there is significant damage
here on the building visible.
Now, when these kind of buildings are chosen, and we'll come to Khurramabad. The third picture is of Khurramabad. Now, this is the Khurramabad region. Now, again, missile complex before and after. Look at the amount of damage that we are seeing in Khurramabad. Tom has been somebody who's been for the last 2 days asking, why are the Israelis not talking about Khurramabad? Because a lot of their ballistic missiles are being launched from here. Why is this significant, Tom?
Well,
Khurramabad.
This is actually a huge base, and all they are showing us is one corner of it. A minor corner. And then, as you can see, these kind of buildings, these are actually decoy buildings. They are made of, this is like a metal hangar, nothing special. They are actually hiding what is underneath, at most.
Right.
Or in some cases, they are serving really as decoys. They are trying to attract Israeli attention in direction of one of other position, while the actual underground facility is somewhere else. So now, the fact that this construction was hit and burned out, sorry, I'm not impressed. It's nice that it was precisely hit, but the question is, what is underneath? Was there something underneath or not?
Yeah,
in this case, there's nothing of that visible.
Let's ask the general. The Israelis are masters at gathering intelligence, and they're also past masters of hitting, targeting locations. So as he calls up Khurramabad, your thoughts on what the Israelis are doing, and is it possible that they're actually releasing these pictures 48 hours after they have struck them? Yeah.
So firstly, obviously, they are not going to release a real-time picture. They will carry out analysis and all. But let me be very clear. What happens is, like you spoke about the Air Force headquarters. there will be always an element of command, control, communication system to be there, right? You may like to vacate the entire complex, but eventually it will not happen that you have vacated the complete complex and you have gone out.
Right.
There will be some element because eventually you just don't know how much can you remove at a short notice. So while you will have alternate bases, but each and every base which is being hit and taken out, it is a degradation process. Second is in case of Iran, and if you take a lesson from Hamas, Hamas has taught, or Iranians have taught Hamas about tunneling part. So we may have a huge building.
Right.
Like Pentagon, when you talk of Pentagon, Pentagon is just about 5 floors up, but you don't know what couple
How
of
many
floors
floors
it is
deep it
down.
is.
So all majority of the shots which they will release, you will see a puncture which is going through.
Right.
The actual destruction may be taking inside.
Inside.
Right.
Oh.
So that is one part.
That is the issue.
That is one part. In fact, if you go to the here again, let's the Iranian base again. This is a puncture. What we see are puncture marks, like something's gone penetrated into this.
Exactly.
But what's the damage underneath? We do not know because it's all underneath.
The second is, let's give credit to Israelis
Okay.
or to the Americans. Their intelligence, pinpoint timely intelligence based on high value target attrition is par excellent.
Right.
So let's say if they are hitting, taking out 100 shots,
right,
maybe 10 or 20 may be going astray.
Right.
But they are virtually hitting, you know, people who can find where Khamenei was going to be,
right,
and how many people are going to be there, and they didn't want to wait for another 24 hours to go for the talks, and they want to remove, actually decapacitate what they say. They went for that kind of information. I think they got great amount of intel which is available to them. Before they went for Lion Rise, they had enough intelligence. But from that period to now, through satellite, through focused tech and human intelligence, they got adequate intelligence to carry out strikes where they want.
Right. Now, Khurramabad, let's just speak about why is Khurramabad important, Tom? Why you've been talking about this place for the last 2-3 days. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it is one of the biggest, together with the one next to Khorramshahr, it's one of the biggest missile bases in Iran. It's actually a complex of 4 missile cities, underground missile cities in
And
Khorramabad.
it's not so far away from Kermanshah.
Kermanshah, yes. And Kermanshah is another such missile city, or has nearby several missile cities. So these are 2 principal missile bases in Western Iran.
So
they are crucial. They're
able
responsible for most of missile strikes on Israel.
So if they are able to negate the launchers here,
yes,
and also perhaps a ballistic missile dump or a base that is there, will this set back Iran's ballistic capabilities?
Well, that is what I'm expecting to see all the time, already for days. I'm waiting to see, look, there are videos and strikes on these missile bases, but I see very little of it. Occasionally there is one or another video of hits on these commercial trucks, which are looking exactly like Iranian missile launchers, at least for the type of missiles fired at Israel. But nothing more. And this is what is surprising me in all of this.
Right. We're just putting some information and information graphics as we are speaking about Khurramabad on the screen, viewers. So just have a read of that. This base holds surface-to-surface cruise missiles. And that is critical. It also has ballistic missile base. It's an important center. And more importantly, from here, they can very easily train their guns over on Israel, because they'll fly over the Iraqi and the Syrian airspace and go all the way up to Israel. See, he's just going to squeeze that in, and this is Israel.
Sorry?
Yeah.
So, to show you that, why is it important? Because it's the closest area from Iran to Israel.
From Iran to Israel. And that's why you will usually see northern and central Israel that become the targets for these ballistic missile attacks, because they fall well within the range.
It is something
from
like 1,000
kilometers
from border to border.
Of their medium ranges are supposed to be about 2,000, but effective ranges, if you look at it, is about 1,500.
Right.
And when you fly across, when you see the land border exactly between Israel and Iran, it comes out to be about 1,000
kilometers.
1,200 kilometers. And this is about a couple of 100 kilometers inside Iran.
Right.
So actually they are firing at the fringes of their range.
Correct.
Right? So that's to be...
at least with majority of their missiles. There are heavier missiles as well, which have 2,000 kilometers range, and this can be fired from central and eastern Iran. And this is what we don't get any kind of news from this area at all.
Yeah, because we don't know where their launchers are in central and eastern Iran. We do not know.
There are several missile bases. They are also known, but we don't get to see anything. This is what is striking. Israelis and Americans are both busy with this narrative war and explaining if they are destroying launchers, they are destroying launchers. Okay, fine, but show us that. We don't see that.
Right. Why are they not showing? This is a question that is often asked. Why wait for, say, 48 hours before you release the picture?
So this is what is called operational information. You know, we will also not like to reveal because it allows the enemy or the other side to actually carry out recalibration, shifting, and understand that where they are getting hit. After all, when you put it into public eye, so you actually are able to tell that we are able to reach these areas. So you start planning and changing your tactics at the lower level. So I think that is one part. And second is,
please go on. Yes.
Please understand that majority of launchers are underground. Please, overground launchers, the experience. If you look at 30 years back or 20 years back, when the Iran-Iraq, US intervened in Iraq, that point of time also the Iraqis had a complex system which was overground, not underground, in which the launchers is to move in, there's to fire and scoot, and that kind of a system was on. So here also the similar system is going to be in place.
Right.
But here it is not launcher-based. It is tunnel-based launchers.
Underground.
Underground. So tunnel-based launchers.
There is also, I think, a major problem.
Yeah, we must say
in the United States,
launchers,
especially for the Central Command. They never planned this part of the operation.
Yeah.
Or at least they have planned it, but now they have to adapt it. But the original plan, at least along the White House, was you bomb for 2 or 3 days, and then there's going to be uprising, and everything is going to be fine, which was unrealistic. Because this is what I get to hear from sources in the not in the White House, but in Washington. They say we've talked. Our senators have talked with president, and he has no plan at all, and he's constantly shifting aims of the war. So there is a complete chaos, and they don't know what are they planning.
Okay. Now,
look, Tom. While I totally respect your views about Trump, but Trump is not running the war. He's just the face. There's a machine which runs the war.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely,
and the statement what Trump will, when he says that tariff is in place or trade is off, it doesn't mean the trade has totally collapsed, right? The things which are happening, there is a system in place.
You're right.
Understand that the intelligence on underground tunnels, because we have seen a couple of clips, I'm not sure if you've seen it or not, but there are enough number of clips which are showing that how Iranians are firing from underground. So if I am able to see those clips, I'm very sure the Americans know far much more. Second is the planning on regime change. I am quite sure Americans know till the time the protesters who are going to make the regime change are not armed, they are not trained, they are not organized, they just cannot do any dent to IRGC.
That is sure.
Yeah.
Right? So they have an experience of Libya, they got an experience of Iraq, they got an experience of Afghanistan. Do you just suddenly think that they will imagine that where they had people who were armed and they were with them, suddenly they can land up in Iran where the protesters are common citizens who are coming onto the street without weapons, without anything, and they will be come up to, there's nothing which is organized.
Right.
Right. And I think the American aim, they may say anything on the top.
Right.
Is not regime, it is regime degradation.
You're absolutely right. I agree with you really without any
reservation. They need to take out the ballistic missiles, they need to take out the nuclear weapons, but for the Americans, they need to ensure that Hormuz is blocked for some time. It is a larger geopolitical aim. We are talking of two differences. Geopolitical aim of Americans are totally different than what the Israelis' military and political aims are.
Correct.
They are not aligned.
Sir, permit me just one more remark.
Yeah.
I'm in absolute agreement with you. Really.
Thank you.
No dispute about this. I'm just adding details which are pointing at specific patterns. One detail is there was no planning for more than 3 days.
Okay.
This is meanwhile sure. I mean, there was no planning. General is going to be able to confirm every armed force, any professional armed force has planned for anything, for almost any eventuality.
Right.
So there was a plan probably for this kind of operation too. So, but they now had to adjust this plan to the developing situation. That is one point. On the other hand, General is very kind and expecting competence from the American generals. Excuse me, sir. You shouldn't forget that in the last, 1 year, Trump has undertaken a lot to degrade this competence.
Right. Yeah.
That's just the problem.
Now, I will like the Indian public to listen to this, at least not in the case of Indian generals.
Right. No, the Indian generals think very differently. Now, his book on 88 hours, Operation Sindoor, chronicles what the Indian military think tank did, but they would have gamed, at least the Israelis would have gamed for an eventuality like this.
Another story.
They're a different story. The American generals would have also gamed to a certain extent what their objectives would be. Sanjay Suri is with us. Sanjay Suri, you're in Tel Aviv. Just want to quickly understand from you, how many times are the sirens going off? Are the Iranians still continuing their wave of attacks?
It's fewer now. Compared to the first couple of days, we are hearing fewer sirens. There were 3, one after the other, through the night last night. None since then. And the last day or so also there has been a reduction. So the experience on the ground here would appear on the face of it to match the claim from CENTCOM that the launches from Iran are down 86%. Whatever the precise percentage, they are down, and they appear to be down substantially. What we don't know is what you're all really discussing and seeking to unravel.
Right.
Whether this may be a strategic move by Iran to hold on and to manage munitions and to launch them at a time of their choosing, or whether there is any significant degradation. This is something we do not know yet. We do have claims, we have counterclaims. At the moment, we certainly cannot say that this is the beginning of a linear reduction.
I see cars behind you, I see clear skies behind you, and you're saying the number of times the sirens have gone off and the Iranian assault towards Israel has come down over the last 24 hours. Now, does that mean that their ability to assault and penetrate has been reduced, or are the Iranians recalibrating at this point? We'll have to wait and watch, because there are these phases in an ongoing war or conflict where things will perhaps oscillate, and you would not know what the other side is doing before they come with a countermeasure. Let's quickly shift focus and bring in. Thank you, Sanjay. Stay safe, please. Yes, General Saab. Yeah.
You see, there are stages of operations, right? So let's say stage 1 of operation was to actually involve all the Gulf countries, create chaos, respond, kill, and be able to show to your own people that you are capable of responding to what is happening on the scene. And now you're taking positions and changing a posture. So that phase 1 is off. So what Sanjay is saying, that they may be keeping some forces out, and the next stage will start happening of carrying out strikes when it should. But what challenge with Iran is that Iran is encircled. Iran's military industrial complex is not so vast and entrenched. So besides making drones, which will be much more low cost and effective, their capacity to make ballistic missiles is going to be actually degraded. And if I'm not wrong, Israelis and Americans have trying to hit all those places where those things were being made. Right?
Yeah, the manufacturing facility. And a ballistic missile is not like a small knitted handkerchief that it can be turned
it's
around.
Not like Shahed,
it'll take some time.
Shahed that they can just make it this thing. So,
now,
so that is one part. I think they don't have the capacity to be enabled and empowered from everybody else. Americans can ask the Ukrainians that we want more interceptors. Where does Iran go?
Yeah,
he doesn't have any option.
No, and the Americans will also take time to ship those interceptors, just as the Iranians will take time to build those ballistics. So both sides will have a logistic and a manufacturing issue. Although we've got pictures of the kind of extent of damage that we've seen around Tehran on the 3rd of March. These are pictures coming on from the 3rd of March. Huge amount of damage that's happened into commercial and also perhaps some residential areas that have been hit. Let's just quickly shift focus, viewers, and then bring it closer to us, because this is now in open international waters and there is a huge amount of debate closer home. This is the frigate that was blown up, General and Tom Cooper, and we'll just call the graphic here of the exact location where this happened. Now, this is where it's happened. This is where this frigate was blown up, not so far away from Sri Lanka, but the map is to scale, viewers, so we must understand that this is at least beyond the international waters or the boundaries of Sri Lanka, and this is in international waters a good 150 to 200 kilometers away, if not more, and also far away from Indian waters. But it's not so far away, General Tom. It's not so far away. So is the question that's being raised closer home, was India not aware? Were we caught off guard? Is that a fair question or not? Tom?
I think it is not a fair question. I think Indian public must accept the fact that US Navy is over all the time somewhere here. There is at least one US Navy nuclear-powered attack submarine somewhere near India all the time, any time of the day. Every day a week, every day.
So the Chinese could also be here, our own submarines could be here, the Russians
the Chinese
could
are
also be
also
there.
around. The Chinese are sending 4, 5, 6 reconnaissance ships every year into Eastern Indian Ocean, into Western Indian Ocean.
Right.
They're sending their submarines for sure into this area as well.
Right.
So there is foreign presence all the time.
There is presence. General Pandey, yeah.
Okay, let me just be clear. From the nearest place in Sri Lanka, this is about 40 nautical miles, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
Which is way beyond, double the distance from the territorial waters of Sri Lanka.
Right.
From Gaul. You know, there's a place called Gaul there.
Right. I'm going to just turn this and bring it down. Yeah. Sorry.
Get it down, get it down, get it down.
Let me help you.
Yeah.
Let me help you. See,
There.
Botswana and whatever. This is Pacific now. No?
Yeah. It's just
stuck a
turned.
little bit.
There it comes back again.
So,
South Africa, and we go down here and we come back here.
Further.
Yeah. It's just rolling around a
Today's
bit.
flipping all the time.
Yeah, this is India, right. Let's flip this, and this is where this has happened. This location has happened here. Right. Okay. Now, this is where...
This is the area where the attack has
you just
taken
circle
place.
that area. Yeah, this is where it has happened.
Yeah, further down.
Further down here.
Right. Okay.
In international waters, you got to just activate the pencil. Yeah, the pencil.
Oh, so pencil. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
So this area.
Yeah. So that's where it's happened. Yes,
So firstly, it is about double the distance from the territorial water of Sri Lanka. Right?
Okay.
So it may be in the EEZ of Sri Lanka.
So this is the territorial waters of Sri
Absolutely.
Lanka.
Yes.
These are the territorial waters.
Much
of
more closer.
Much closer to the
much
coast,
closer.
yeah, much
What
closer
Bharat?
to the-
Bharat. Then is
It's
a
12 miles.
question of
So it's
EEZ.
12 miles.
Yes.
So Bharat's territorial waters are 12 miles. They're not so much.
All the
nautical miles.
territorial waters are principally 12 miles. It's actually, nominally, it's even less than that. But
Okay. So
generally it's
this
accepted.
is just 12 miles.
Yes.
Yeah. Then you
Okay.
draw another line which is called about 200-mile line,
Okay.
which is the EEZ.
So this could be the EEZ.
Yeah.
Okay. This could be the EEZ,
little bit more.
and perhaps even a 200-mile here.
This is the exclusive
No.
zone.
EEZ. Yeah. Please come.
I'm sorry.
No, please come. Please draw it for us. So that, this is for viewers to understand this, that how far has it been from our territorial waters and even the EEZ. Now, okay, so this is the EEZ.
So in case of Sri Lankans, right, it may be part of the EEZ.
Okay.
But in our case, it is beyond our EEZ.
Okay.
Firstly, so territorial waters where we have got a say. EEZ is the place where we can farm, we can do our economic activities, where the ships can sail. So the ships, in case any ship has to sail into the territorial waters, they need to take our permission. They have to be under our...
Right. But for EEZ, they don't
no.
need to take permission.
And for international waters, which is beyond, yes, name is Indian Ocean. And Indian Ocean doesn't stop here. It goes far
all the way up to the Antarctic.
So just because the Indian Ocean doesn't mean that we need to have knowledge of everything.
Right.
One is that. Second is submarines. It is I just can't say even for Indian Navy that where are their submarines, right? And this is what Tom is saying is absolutely right. There will always be ships. There will always be submarines who will always be moving and carrying out these activities in international water. So if anything which happens in international water, firstly, ethical question can be debated.
Right.
That was it fully armed? Was it fully prepared? Was it fully geared up to take on a anti-submarine mission?
Let me come between you, so both of you are in the conversation. Yeah.
So, it's an ethical question. They were going from an IFR, they were going from an exercise with the Indian Navy in Milan, and thereafter they were returning to their respective. Who's responsible? Are we supposed to escort till Iran, off next to Hormuz, or in the territorial water, or into EZ, or hand over to a frigate of this thing? I think there can be huge amount of debate. Right. My requirement is that they came for a purpose. They are people in uniform. They know the scope, right? So one option was that they could have stuck around for some time, but I give full credit to Dena and their crew that they took a call. They need to go and fight back for the country, and they moved across for their purpose. It's a combat mission.
Right.
The moment you move into international waters in a war between two countries, everybody is a square meat, right? You are supposed to be, you will be hunted down, and it's not the first time it's happening. It's always happened in Second World War and in between. So when Hexet says this is the first time it has happened, he was wrong.
Yeah.
It has already happened 4 times since then.
Correct. So that Tom himself caught him there saying that, oh, it's happened many
after
times.
Experiencing this for now more than a week, your hospitality as people in India, I think you are letting yourself a little bit too much influenced by this. Why? Because you think they were our guests, therefore we should have taken care of them. No, you haven't.
Okay. Yeah, it's about the Iranian frigate. That's because it was part of the Milan 2026 exercise, joint exercise, and it took part in it. But after that, and this happened in February, but the frigate was out. So it was out of our waters already.
And that's my question, they were out for 6 days. Somewhere they were missing. One doesn't even know where they were.
Okay.
So actually, am I right? So, and I'm sure they are professional. You know, Iranian Navy is
especially
not a
naval officers.
Naval officer, very, very professional. It's bad luck that yesterday they were having meal with us, and today they are dead. That is how, unfortunately, people have to realize in civil street.
This is a reality of military service.
This is what we,
and we will not begrudge Iranians.
Now, if this is the Sri Lankan EEZ, Hexet said this is international waters.
It is international.
It is international waters.
It is still international waters.
So that's all right. So he's not wrong there.
Some countries are declaring this external exclusion zone as an area where only they have the right to exploit the sea or whatever is underneath.
Like fishing rights, mining rights,
right.
Your rights to carry out putting in oil rigs, they will be there all for economic activities. But by the way, the Chinese and even the Americans, I don't think they follow the union.
They don't follow it. Okay, let's just listen into Harsha De Silva, MP Sri Lanka, on this entire sinking ship. Siddhant is the one who's had a conversation with him. Listen in.
So yesterday in the Indian Ocean, in international waters, a torpedo, American submarine, hit the Iranian Navy ship, which was sailing back to Iran, and distress call was issued by the ship, and immediately the Sri Lankan forces, Coast Guard, Navy rushed to rescue the people on board. If I'm not mistaken, 30 of them have been rescued and 100 of them are still missing. Talk to us a little bit about this, and what is your government's position on American submarine hitting at Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean?
Well, it's disturbing, obviously. The Iranian ship was hit outside of sovereign territory. It's about 12 nautical miles. But this was at around 40 nautical miles, which means it is within extended economic zone, exclusive, and also within our search and rescue area. So it was our duty and obligation to support and help those in distress. So Sri Lankan Air Force and the Sri Lankan Navy deployed assets to rescue those who were still alive and brought to the Karapiti hospital in Gaul. So we did what we had to do. Now the issue is this ship, we understand, was in a fleet review exercise with many other navies at Visakhapatnam. And I don't think, had any idea it was in the south of Sri Lanka in Gaul. So that, from what I understand, was a surprise, and only got to know when the distress call came. So we did what we had to do, rescuing human life in danger. So that's what we did.
Right. Right. Yeah.
There are talks happening. People are talking about that we should have launched our rescue. Yes, we should have.
We should have.
But by the time they were reached, all these actions have been done. The Sri Lanka is the fastest, closest.
Yeah, and they said
launch.
that they had the obligation because it was within 40 nautical miles. So this was
Look, it is an obligation anyway. Even in international water, if you see a ship sinking, it is responsibility of other passing by mercantile
Right.
ship.
If there's a distress call, everybody has to react.
We'll come because
Right.
now the ship is sinking. They are down. It's something like you're taking prisoner of war or refugee or saving people at
Right.
seas. So then at that point of time, even the Americans would have been there logically.
Right.
Ethically, they were accountable to pick up the people who were out and trying to save themselves.
Yes.
Yeah. Tom. Yeah.
The same.
You
Can
agree?
just confirm this. There is an obligation to save people who have called for help. So therefore, Sri Lanka was the first in place, and well, India can send its own aircraft and ships over there, but it's doubtful they're going to find
this
anybody.
entire political questioning of why didn't India know, and oh, this war is coming so
Why
close
didn't
to us.
India know? Excuse me. India certainly knows that there is a US Navy presence in the Indian Ocean. This is not new for 40, 50 years. When the Americans then decide to take action and sink Iranian Navy warship off the coast of Sri Lanka, India cannot influence this, especially not in the case where there is a Trump government in power. Again, because he was certainly sitting in his situation room and oh, great, blow it away. That's it. That's how he thinks. He does not care about international
No,
right
I'm
or
saying
anything else.
militarily, tactically, should we have intervened is a question, because these are not our waters,
cannot
but they're very
intervene.
close to us. Perceptively, if I were to look at this map and I'll say, oh, this ship, it's not so far away on the map if I see it on the
Where is
face.
it not
But
close?
this is
You
about
can keep on
250.
going down and you can go to the Antarctic
Yeah.
and say this was close to me.
Okay.
Right? So, you know, let's be very clear.
Right.
Are we going to fight for our boundaries and where we are? Or you wanted to become a
Right.
hegemon?
Superpower, which is this.
Yeah. And in any case, do you think that you know where our submarines are?
Right. Right. We got to
The
take a
Americans
short
don't know
break.
that either, yeah.
We got to take a short break. When we come back, we got a surprise for you at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I will tell you all about this. This is Closer Home. This is about the 88 hours that changed it all. And the man who's authored this is with us here in the newsroom. Why? How? What is it all about? After the break. Stay with us.
Complete devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama Bar.
Oman, Saudi Arabia, and this way to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Navy submarine has torpedoed an Iranian frigate. We are talking about Iris Dana. This has happened off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean. Now, Iranian vessel, and this is what we are looking at as the war has spilled into our backyard. This is US Navy submarine sinking an Iranian frigate off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean, and that's where this has happened. And we are putting these graphics out for our viewers. Iranian vessel has been identified as Iris Dana. I just mentioned this. It's a guided missile frigate of the Iranian Navy and also pretty new. This was the latest that the Iranian fleet really had. This warship was sunk by a torpedo that was fired from the American submarine, striking the ship in international waters. And they have mentioned it. Pete Hegseth has gone on record and they have said that even though Iranians thought that their vessel would have been safe in international waters, clearly that was not the case. Sri Lankan authorities reported that 32 crew members were rescued. Others are missing or presumed dead. Here's where the problem really lies. As far as the Geneva Conventions, even if international waters are used in a war situation, the first thing that should be done is look for survivors. But the US submarine just left after torpedoing the Iranian warship. The strike part of the broader US military operations has been targeting Iranian military capabilities and including naval assets. And this one, of course, comes in line with exactly that. And that's why this is worrying. Certainly, a response by the Ministry of External Affairs is still pending because remember, the Iris Dana was, of course, returning from the IFR. It was an Indian multilateral exercise and it was returning from Visakhapatnam when this strike was carried forward. And how this is something that we would like to take this, in fact, forward.
All right. So in the studios, we are joined in by Major General Sanjay Meston and also joined in by Ambassador Prabhu Dayal on the broadcast as well. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Major General Meston, if I could quickly bring you in on the spillover effect of this war. You know, so far, Indians had this at the back of their mind that this is so far limited beyond, say, Pakistan at the moment. But not only have we seen palpable anger within our borders, but now with the military conflict brewing in the Indian Ocean, what is one to make of the situation right now?
See, the way the situation is emerging, I think in the international waters to target a ship which was not actually in warfare right now. It was coming after a review in the international, naval review in Vizag, that to the Indian port, and in which
Welcome back. This is what is important, viewers. It was released in the UK 2 months ago. 88 hours. Did we lose a Rafale? Did we hit Kirana Hills? What's the truth there? Who had the initiative in the first hour? Did we achieve all our objectives? Well, all of that at 2 p.m. this afternoon. But this is the copy. General Saab, this is the copy of what's been authored by Tom Cooper along with Ravi Rike and this one. Oh, this is not planned, viewers. I just wanted you to open and say, Tom, what have you covered in this? Sit, please, please.
Come. You can take a look while I'm explaining the book. Thank you very much for asking. Thank you very much for
you have to thank
it.
Rahul Shivshankar also because he's the only one who had this copy. He got it from the UK,
yes,
so he's the only one who shared this. Yes. So, but this is now available at our bookstores. 88 Hours is what the book is called. 88 Hours War and the entire series. What have you done in this?
Well, firstly, we have explained how comes this conflict. Yeah. Why was it fought? On one side, Pakistani jihad import-export business. On the other side, Indian overcaution and strategic problems over the years. Then the nuclear standoff between the two countries. And then the gradual increasing number of precedents, because India, it's not since yesterday that India has started reacting more forcefully to Pakistani provocations, but ever more often and ever more forcefully.
Right.
So this is not like, oh gosh, this came out of nothing.
I saw a very interesting page that you were looking at. It's called the PL-15E hoax.
Yes.
So what is that hoax? Why is that? It's not now. It's at 1400 hours here at Sierra News 18. 1400 hours when we're going to talk. What we're going to do now is get back inside the war room and then understand tactically where we stand. Let's shift focus to the Strait of Hormuz, viewers. And this is where our experts believe the USS Lincoln is. Is this where it is right now?
Somewhere there, yes.
Somewhere there.
There seems to be unclarity what happened to one of Iranian Kilo-class conventionally powered attack submarines. Therefore, U.S. Navy is not going to move its aircraft carrier anywhere closer to Iran right now.
Okay, closer to Iran. Now, if USS Lincoln is here, we also have a traffic jam here. And there are about a lot of Indian ships which are stuck.
Even more so here, up here. There is a big group here, there is another group here, and another group here. So they are all waiting outside of Iranian territorial waters. Sorry, I drew this a little bit too close to Iran. But essentially, they are waiting outside of territorial waters to see what happens.
Yeah, when you look at this map to scale, viewers, this is 300 kilometers. So that's a lot of space.
That is less.
This is less.
40 kilometers.
40 kilometers. This is 40 kilometers. It doesn't look like 40 kilometers, but it is 40 kilometers.
40 kilometers here, in this area.
Yeah, that area.
It's more here, of course.
It's 300 kilometers here. It's 40 kilometers here. This doesn't look like 40 kilometers. 40 kilometers is a lot of distance.
It's easy for
but
us.
viewers,
We are map-oriented.
let's ask her, how is America going to gain control of the Strait of Hormuz? Tactically, what is it that they will need to do? Because the Iranians dominate this space.
You want?
Yeah.
Please, you first.
Yes.
Sure, yes.
Sure, please come, please come. I'm going to delete all of it. Just mark the USS Lincoln here. Yes. You want to open it? Yeah, stretch it and then open it. Okay. Don't mind this. Okay. We'll stretch this and
just get it down.
Get it down. Further down.
Further down. Further down.
Okay, further down.
Further down.
We got it further down and we stretched it. All right, that's okay. All right.
So actually, Tom, just keep on correcting me if I go wrong. First is this Bandar Abbas.
Right.
The main target of towards this side to unlock the leverage which Iranians were always talking about was that we will block Hormuz.
Yeah.
Right. It suits Americans when they block Hormuz.
Right.
Because it affects Chinese a great deal, affects the European Union a huge significant deal.
Why don't we swap positions? You come here, General.
Okay.
Tom, come there. I'll sit here and I'll learn. Yes. Now this works.
Right.
Yes.
So that is what happens with choking of Hormuz. So it may suit, but that is not for a long-term purpose.
Yeah.
So therefore, they need to unravel the Iranian plan of getting Hormuz blocked. The problem with Hormuz is that the water is not so deep. There are channels which are just about 20-25 meters
25 to, at deepest point, 50, but it is very rare.
And the deeper portions are towards Iran, right?
And
so
yes.
You
both
can use
sides.
it, the pencil, you'll have to activate the pencil.
Yes, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
So, this is the inboard lane.
Yeah.
And inboard. And there is an outboard lane.
Right.
And this side, northern side, is a little bit deeper than the southern side.
Yeah, and it's strange because technically when the tankers are loaded, should have been moving on to the deeper side, but there is for some reason, the navigation at seas, they have got the outward one which is much more deeper, where the emptier tankers are going, but the heaviers are going where it's not so deep.
Okay.
The challenge is that they're looking to maybe block by having a filled tanker on the Omani side or hitting empty ones towards their own side.
Right.
What did they have? They got a good navy, which is not a superior navy, but a good navy, and with fast attack boats.
Right.
They got these midget submarines in which a couple of guys can sit. They can go very close and launch torpedoes from the close angle, and plus they got the unmanned systems. They got UAVs or
we'll talk about the Shahid 136 in a bit. I'm just putting out for our viewers, have a look at this. So you have a cluster. This is on the 28th of Feb. This was the traffic. Let's quickly move to the first, second, and third, and the traffic starts thinning and it starts clustering all around the Strait of Hormuz. This traffic, can we move to the next one, please? This is 28th Feb. Can we just move to the next one? The 1st of March. See, again, it's thinning. And the clusters are increasing away from the Strait of Hormuz. 2nd March, please. We've got the data for the 2nd March. Can we move to the next one? Yeah, 2nd March, again, further thinning down. Again, clusters in Bandar Abbas and around Oman, and also on this side, Ras Al Khaimah, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi. And the last one, we have the data updated for the 3rd of March. That's what the data has come. We don't have the data for 4th March.
Yes.
So absolutely no traffic after they blew up the trench.
Ships.
Yeah.
So actually, whatever they were having on this side, they need to degrade. So what Americans are claiming is that they have taken out about 17, 20 of their ships, which are out, right? And of course, you add this another one, it makes a complete figure of possibly 20.
Right.
They also...
Yeah. Please sit. And yeah, Tom, come here. We'll just change the alignments a bit. Aap yahan baithe? Is wale pe. Haan ji. Yes. Okay. Now, in this case, how do we win this back? How do the Americans win this back?
Okay, the procedure is approximately, this is really much compressed, as follows. Firstly, they have to neutralize all the Iranian anti-ship missile sites along the coast. So also on Abu Musa, this is the island here.
Agree?
Yeah, correct. They go to Sam.
They got SAMs there.
And Greater Tam. Not only SAMs, but also anti-ship missile sites. So these were destroyed as first.
Okay.
Then there are similar sites here in Bandar Abbas area.
Okay.
There were similar sites here.
Okay.
In order to destroy these sites, they had to destroy SAMs in this area as well. And while doing that, and because of strikes on United Arab Emirates and on Oman, they had also to destroy all the ballistic missile sites in this area.
Right.
Short range ballistic missile sites. So there was lots of airstrikes were going on in this area over the last 5 days. And all the way up to Kish Island, for example, because this is from where the Iranians can still shoot in direction of the Hormuz Straits.
Right. Now they've destroyed all of them.
Only once they have suppressed the Iranian air defense sufficiently to move in their helicopters, are the Americans going to do the next step, which is to move in their warships. Because they are going to scout in front of warships whether there are mines in the water or not.
Right. But if the warships go in, General Saab, then they have to mine the submarines?
I think they will avoid putting in warships here. They'll use the helicopters. The helicopters have got the capacity to actually carry out a check of detecting mines which are there.
Yeah.
They also have got, they'll be having...
They can take out the
ASM,
speedboats.
They'll be able to take out speedboats. So there is a system of escorting, and this is not the first time it will be happening.
Okay.
It has happened previously in
1987, 88.
87, 88 also. This escort system will move, right? Instead of, because when you put in a ship, then firstly the ship occupies space and becomes a larger, slow-moving target.
Right.
But when you take out a helicopter, it doesn't make that much of a noise in the world's this thing. So this escorting system will happen. This site is already held by friendly countries.
Allies, yes.
They need to hold either by air or by possibly later on with ground forces to ensure there is no physical assault which takes place onto
we have
this
we have to expect the Americans to insert their special forces here in these areas, several teams, and for this to report about the traffic on the local roads, what is moving in what direction, and call for airstrikes if necessary.
Right. Now, let's quickly move to one of the most potent, low-cost, weapon system that the Iranians have used. That's the kamikaze drones. Now, Iran's swarm tactics decoded via the Shahid drones. Let's try and understand what these kamikaze drones are, and let's move to that and say, what's the Tor? How are they? How is the enemy? In this case, how is the US-Israeli combined along with the allies here? How are they going to negate the threat of these swarms of kamikaze or suicide drones who are going to catch, who have done so much of damage? Let's try and understand. We will try and. So this is the Strait of Hormuz. We got the issues here. Let's call the Shahid 136. Now these are suicide or kamikaze attack drones. They are one-way loitering munition. This is how they look. They carry a payload of up to 50 kilograms of explosives.
That's approximately this tall or this long, from the ground up here, and with a wingspan like this.
Right.
Approximately, so you can see this better.
Right.
Yep.
So as tall as you?
A little bit taller.
Little bit taller,
longer, yes.
and with a wingspan
like
here.
Yes.
Wingspan like this.
Iranian version is earlier version. It is much more primitive than what the Russians are deploying in Ukraine.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Foremost, it has no system for terminal guidance.
Right.
It means it has no electro-optical camera, for example, so that the pilot at home can steer it straight into a specific target. It has no satellite communication capability.
Okay.
Russian UAVs are meanwhile carrying Starlinks, terminals on them. Some are even armed with air-to-air missiles, so to say.
Yeah.
So, and some of the Russian systems, or Geran, they call them Geran, have terminal electro-optical guidance and thermal warheads which are causing burning, actually.
Incendiary.
Incendiary warheads,
yeah.
thank you very much.
Okay.
So they are causing really brutal damage when hitting some kind of a building.
Right. So they are designed to dive into the ground targets and detonate on impact. So, but you're saying they don't have cameras, they don't have satellite
Yes,
imagery?
essentially Iranian UAVs of this type can only target a specific geographic coordinates, nothing else. They cannot target ships, for example.
It weighs about 200 kilograms in total, including the warhead and the booster. It is launched via rocket-assisted rails in large swarms to overwhelm the defenses. My question, General Saab, when you launch something like this, how do you counter this? Because it looks like the UAE and the Gulf nations and the Americans, the cost of defense is far more expensive than the cost of offense. Yeah.
So there is actually no answer to this. Right. The problem is it flies low.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a something like what missiles or ballistic missiles does. They fly low. The time to intercept is very, very minimal. The only possibilities for Israelis is to use the iron beam system, because that is the fastest they can actually see, capture and disable from its flight. Because
if you sit there, and we'll come back to this one here, there is no iron beam in this region.
Yeah, so they don't have.
There is no iron beam.
There are just one or two systems deployed in northern Israel.
Correct. Now, they've also run out of interceptors here, because the Iranians poked fun, saying that you've got the old P3Vs here now you brought into play because you've run out of supply. My question is, where are they launching these Shahid drones? And we do not know what's their stockpile. If they have 60, 70,000 Shahid drones already ready, kamikaze drones manufactured.
The problem is again the same like with ballistic missiles. They have these small trucks, 3.5 tons. Each can carry between 6 and 9 such drones. Launch them, cover it, start pulling down, and that's it. It drives around like a civilian vehicle. But I would like to come back to General's observation that one cannot defend themselves against such a threat. The Indian army knows very well that one can. And what the Indian army has decided to do was to use these old, not apostrophes, Bofors guns.
And the L-70s and the 23mm guns.
That is the only way possible, that they need to deploy those old gun systems to protect themselves. But then how many are there? Right. So they got a limitation of range. They can fire about 1.5 to 2 kilometers worth, and the reaction time is that much. This thing, you can't actually capture, or you can't just dissuade this. The only option for them is
the speed of reaction is crucial.
Too short,
because you have essentially some 5 seconds. Excuse me. So just to help you, you have essentially 5 seconds to react from the moment you detect it until it hits. So you have to react, aim, and shoot it down within these 5 seconds.
And these drones fly at a fair clip. They also fly very fast.
Very fast.
Well, 120 kilometers something. Yes. There are faster drones than original Shahid as well. That's true, yes. These are much faster.
But if the Iranians have a huge cache of these Shahid 136, does that mean that these regions continue to remain vulnerable?
Of course.
Is it possible that Iran's next move would be to send swarms all across here to try and disrupt the Strait of Hormuz
They're going to continue targeting all the time.
Okay, Tom, I'll just tell you one thing. Right. It's all right to have 65,000, 50,000 this thing.
Drones.
But you need to store them somewhere. They just can't be dispersed. So the best way to destroy Shahid is in their stores, where they're going to be launched from. That's the first best place. And over a period of time, that is what is going to happen, and they must be already happening. The second is, what is the effect? Right? It's something like trying to say that every time an artillery gun opens a fire and gets to the munition of about 20, 25 kg or 30 kg explosives going to land, are we going to take off that thing in the air or not? Right? Can you do it? And we can fire salvos of it. The only difference is that this, instead of firing for 50, 20, 30 kilometers or 40 kilometers, is getting across a distance of about 1,000, 2,000 kilometers and striking.
Right, but here this distance is 300 kilometers at its widest and about 40 kilometers at its narrowest. Now, if the Iranians decide and the IRGC decide, they are going to concentrate all of their activity in trying to disrupt the Strait of Hormuz. And they're going to use these kamikaze drones only here to deny any passage for any ships. That means they are going to create an energy crisis for the whole world.
So therefore, that is what Tom was saying, that you need to dominate and ensure that this area, which is the range. So what happens is, when you know this is the range, these are the place you carry out anticipation, you carry out preparation, and by some degree try and reduce possibility of the enemy to come there and operate.
Right. Tom, agree?
I agree with this, yes. The Americans are certainly going to be after establishing their total control over this area.
Right.
Foremost from the air, but also with help of ground forces in terms of special forces teams.
Right.
And in terms of constant patrolling and attacking anything that might look suspicious. So I wouldn't be a truck driver. I wouldn't like to be the truck driver in Bandar Abbas these days.
In Bandar Abbas these days. With that, viewers, we're going to wind up inside the war room with Tom Cooper. This edition, there's much more to talk about: the Kurds, what's happening on the western front of Iran, and of course the Pakistani involvement. But tune in at 1400 hours for this very, very special effort. 88 hours that changed it all. The 88 hours war. Bye for now.
Navy submarine has torpedoed an Iranian frigate. We are talking about Iris Dana. This has happened off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean. Now, Iranian vessel, and this is what we are looking at as the war has spilled into our backyard. This is US Navy submarine sinking an Iranian frigate off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean, and that's where this has happened. And we are putting these graphics out for our viewers. Iranian vessel has been identified as Iris Dana. I just mentioned this. It's a guided missile frigate of the Iranian Navy and also pretty new. This was the latest that the Iranian fleet really had. This warship was sunk by a torpedo that was fired from the American submarine, striking the ship in international waters. And they have mentioned it. Pete Hegseth has gone on record and they have said that even though Iranians thought that their vessel would have been safe in international waters, clearly that was not the case. Sri Lankan authorities reported that 32 crew members were rescued. Others are missing or presumed dead. Here's where the problem really lies. As far as the Geneva Conventions, even if international waters are used in a war situation, the first thing that should be done is look for survivors. But the US submarine just left after torpedoing the Iranian warship. The strike part of the broader US military operations has been targeting Iranian military capabilities and including naval assets. And this one, of course, comes in line with exactly that. And that's why this is worrying. Certainly, a response by the Ministry of External Affairs is still pending because remember, the Iris Dana was, of course, returning from the IFR. It was an Indian multilateral exercise and it was returning from Visakhapatnam when this strike was carried forward. And how this is something that we would like to take this, in fact, forward.
All right. So in the studios, we are joined in by Major General Sanjay Meston and also joined in by Ambassador Prabhu Dayal on the broadcast as well. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Major General Meston, if I could quickly bring you in on the spillover effect of this war. You know, so far, Indians had this at the back of their mind that this is so far limited beyond, say, Pakistan at the moment. But not only have we seen palpable anger within our borders, but now with the military conflict brewing in the Indian Ocean, what is one to make of the situation right now?
See, the way the situation is emerging, I think in the international waters to target a ship which was not actually in warfare right now. It was coming after a review in the international, naval review in Vizag, that to the Indian port, and in which multilateral number of nations had participated. And obviously it was way back home. And yes, its role would have been, I think it's a destroyer. I think.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're with CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta, getting you all the updates from the West Asia war. Let's begin with a quick check of the top stories. Day 6 of West Asia war, US and Israel's airstrikes hit IRGC bases in Tehran. Iran retaliates with missiles while Israel plans multi-week campaign to dismantle Iran's military. US submarine torpedoes and sinks Iranian warship Iris Dana off Sri Lanka's coast. Indian National Congress questions Center for Weak Regional Influence. 37 Indian-flagged ships with 1,109 seafarers remain stranded in the Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman after the Strait of Hormuz has been closed amidst the military conflict. Trump says the US-led campaign against Iran is about a 15 out of 10. Claims Iran's leadership and missile capabilities are rapidly degrading, vows to press on. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney, meanwhile, says Ottawa can never categorically rule out military participation in the escalating war, calls US-Israel strikes inconsistent with international law. So even as this war is raging abroad, there is palette politics back home. Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, has now slammed the centre, the BJP government, saying India's oil supplies are under threat with more than 40% of our imports transiting from the Strait of Hormuz. The situation is even worse for LPG and LNG. He's also raked in the issue of how the conflict has reached our backyard with the Iranian warship being sunk in the Indian Ocean. He says, and I quote, "Yet the Prime Minister has said nothing. At a moment like this, we need a steady hand at the wheel. Instead, India has a compromised PM who has surrendered our strategic autonomy." So this is the big update that's coming in. Rahul Gandhi mounting more of that attack coming in from the Congress party as far as the sinking of the Iranian ship close to Sri Lanka and India is concerned. We'll get you more on this, but remember, this is the war reaching India's backyard. The US Navy sunk this Iranian naval ship near Sri Lanka. It's called the Iris Dana. It participated in Indian naval exercises in February, and it was on its way back, which is why this has become a situation that has embroiled India in it as well, because India was the host of those exercises. This warship was sunk by US submarine that fired a torpedo on it, and it is the first of this kind of hit that has happened in a long, long time. Certainly outside of the World War II, we haven't seen actions like this. There's been some individual actions that have happened since, but for the US, this is a big action to take. And now there are so many question marks on whether they followed protocol even during wartime while doing this. So like I was saying, this war has reached India's backyard. The US Navy sinking this Iranian naval ship. This is off the coast of Sri Lanka, but was also very close to India. Iris Dana, it was participating in the Indian naval exercises just before the war began. So this was very end of February. The warship was sunk by the US submarine-fired torpedo. US strike is close to India's territorial waters, but it is not technically inside Indian territorial waters. So even though there are question marks of what India could have done, possibly very little. But I want to go across to my colleague Pallavi, who's joining us, tracks the Congress party. Pallavi, Rahul Gandhi mounting more of that attack against the BJP. And, you know, this compromised PM narrative as featured now very much in the written text of his attack as well.
You know, from day one, the Congress party has been very critical of the foreign policy of the government, you know, right from the Indo-US trade deal, before that Operation Sindoor. The insinuation which has come in from Rahul Gandhi himself has been that this government has buckled under pressure coming in from the Americans, and therefore we do not have an independent foreign policy. The entire allegation has been blown up even more when they have accused, including Sonia Gandhi, they have accused the government of actually taking a side, and that side is against Iran. Now, the latest post which has been put out by Rahul Gandhi essentially talks about the dire straits really of the India's economic situation. How because we've taken strides, we'll have to pay a price for it. For example, the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, 40% of the supplies coming in through the strait, despite the government making out assurances that they are 25 days each, which means a total of 50 days, 25 days for crude oil, 25 days for energy products like petrol and diesel. Government says that there's really nothing to worry about. We have an alternative route, but Rahul Gandhi clearly is going to use the present situation to hit out at the government, one, not thinking the policy through, as a result of which economically we'll have to pay a price. When fuel prices start rising, they have a rippling effect on the products and essential commodities. And second, of course, is not having an independent foreign policy. And as we have been saying, 9th March, which is Monday, when the parliament session is going to reconvene, and surely Rahul Gandhi has made up his mind that they are going to use multiple adjournment motions to encounter the government or gherao the government and ask them for answers.
Right. Even though this has nothing to do with India overall, we could actually see another parliament session being washed out. But Pallavi, I also want to understand from you, we are expecting more from the Indian ministry, isn't it? The Petroleum Ministry, to give us a more detailed response on what the plan ahead is today?
Well, I mean, the Petroleum Ministry is doing a 24/7 monitoring of the situation. I mean, they are aware of the ramifications of a long-term closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But, you know, our policy really has been that of diversification. What we did put out earlier, and we're going to look at some more kind of debriefings coming in, is 25 days of crude oil supply, 25 days of energy product supply, which means petrol and diesel. Concerns which have been raised by Rahul Gandhi of LPG, LNG, that is also which the government has pointed out is taken care of at least 25 to 30 days. So we do not have to worry about, because the Strait of Hormuz is only 40% of our trade travels. 60% is to elsewhere, and one of the biggest ones being that of Cape of Good Hope. Also, when it comes to our crude oil supplies, we don't depend completely on the Gulf region. We've looked at other countries, whether it's been West Africa, whether it's been Russia, and also to a certain extent from America as well. So we'll wait to see what update really comes in from the Petroleum Ministry. But the big word from them is don't panic, don't hoard. There's really nothing to worry about.
Right. Pallavi, we'll keep coming back to you for more. Let me just also take you through the implications of this strike which has happened as far as the Indian coast is concerned. So this strike raises security concerns for India and Colombo, both of these countries being close to where it happened. There are maritime tensions that could escalate right in our backyard, which is our concern. We don't really want to see more of this happening at all. Now, India faces the challenge to maintain free and open ocean. This wasn't technically in our territorial waters, but this is, of course, the larger Indian Ocean. The Limor Agreement also complicates India's position, and Indian Ocean becomes now a theater. As far as this US-Iran war is concerned, there is regional trade, security risks as far as this strike is concerned. Also, Benedict Franke has said that the Iran crisis may be entering its final phase. The Munich Security Conference CEO says the military might of the US and Israel could end the conflict soon. Listen in. Let's also go across to breaking updates now coming in. The Iran IRGC says that they hit a US tanker as well. This could be retaliation as far as the US action is concerned. Let me also go across to my colleague Christine, who's also joining us with more on this. The Iran IRGC says that they have hit a US tanker. This is an the IRGC is also targeting anti-Iran Kurdish groups. But the Iranian IRGC, which is continuing to fire more and more, they're also, of course, firing. As far as US tanker is concerned, already a few tankers close to the Strait of Hormuz have come under attack. Let's just go and try and find out exactly what more has happened. My colleague Christine is also joining us with more on this. Christine, what is the US tanker? Where exactly has it been attacked?
Waiting for those visuals, Shivani. We'll be dropping down those visuals in just a bit. That's the update you've already shared. What I do want you to take a look at very closely is this visual set that came in a little while earlier. This is Israel making big claims. Israel of the view here, and also sharing visuals of the same, confirming it struck Hezbollah command centers in Beirut overnight. So these are visuals of the command center being taken down. If I pause the video here, 1 second. So this is the moment of explosion that has been captured in this one visual as well. I'm going to quickly open it for our viewers once again. These are claims being made as we speak
by the Israeli forces. So the Israeli forces talking about the command center that has been destroyed, has been damaged. This is the Hezbollah command center that has been taken down. Now that's one. This is another visual that has been shared by Tehran Times. This is US-Israeli attacks on residential buildings in Tehran and the kind of destruction that it's left behind. So going to zoom in on these visuals, take a look at this. You see glasses shattered, some of the doors broken. You can clearly see the destruction here, and these are visuals, reportedly visuals from Tehran. So that's the situation as we speak. Look at that. Buildings falling apart, a lot of destruction on ground. Tehran, remember, has seen a lot of damage.
Tell us a little bit more about this battle that is going on between Tehran and US now, because after the sinking of the Iranian ship, they've attacked a US tanker as well. Do we know more about the location of that US tanker?
Still waiting for more details, but what's interesting is that Israel at the moment is looking at a clear two-pronged approach. One is, of course, taking on the Hezbollah in Lebanon. And interestingly, they've also been sending out evacuation orders. So they've been sending out warnings to civilians, especially residential pockets that are in close proximity to all these Hezbollah centers. That they're doing, but it's very difficult to implement it, is what experts have also been suggesting.
We have one expert right here with us. Tom has been with us. Tom, now we are being told that a US tanker has been attacked somewhere in the North Gulf area by the Iranian IRGC. How do you look at this? Will this, of course, turn into an escalation now, the seafront completely being opened?
Well, one can hardly escalate even more. It is just normal. It is to expect. The point is that it shows that IRGC is still capable of detecting, because there are thousands of ships in the Persian Gulf and so on. So they still can make out, this is an American tanker, so let's strike this American tanker. It's simply their way of avenging
the Iranian ship that has been sunk. Let's go across to some of our other guests also who are joining us. This is, of course, now becoming a worry for all other powers. It's not just the Gulf countries that are facing land attacks. There are ships that are from around the world that are part of the traffic at the Strait of Hormuz. So therefore, of course, this is going to be a problem not just for other countries, even for India. You've got, already tankers that have been attacked in which you have Indian staff, you've got Indian seafarers. As far as those ships are concerned, we've already had deaths as far as Indians are concerned. I also want to go across to more of our guests joining us. Burzeen Wagmar is from Center of Iranian Studies, South Asia Institute, University of London. Tara Karta, former director of the NSCS, also with us. Burzeen, how do you look at this counter-attack by the Iranians? I mean, more and more of the land, the sea, several fronts being opened. But first up, did America make a mistake of not even, firing a warning to this ship, the Iranian ship, which was moving back from India? They had nothing to do with the war or the theater of war. Was this a mistake?
Far from it. It was a preemptive strike because the ship would have made its way to the Persian Gulf eventually and joined the Iranian arsenal to attack not just American armada, but others too. Please remember, there are precedents for this during wartime. And insofar as the Iranian Navy is concerned, I might point out to you, the IRINS Makran, Iran's largest vessel, is destroyed. And most of the fleet, the Iranian Navy fleet, has already been taken out. As per photographs between February 22nd and now satellite imagery obtained, about 11 major vessels at Bandar Abbas and Shahid Rajai port have been decimated. That's number one. On day one, Iran fired 350 missiles. On day 5, it's down to 40. On day 1, 294 drone swarms took to the air. On day 5, 45. And now today is day 6 as it's opened up as we speak. So we can see how this is going. That's to be pointed out too. And of course, insofar as Indian territorial waters and this, that, and the others being discussed, please remember that during peacetime, Iran has been a nuisance by kidnapping Indian merchant navy men far too often on high seas, on vessels, when India had nothing to do with problems with shipping. This is during peacetime. I'm talking the last 10, 15 years. And of course, also insofar as the high seas is concerned, when the Indian Coast Guard intercepted those shadow fleets headed for Chinese teapot refineries some weeks ago, before the war commenced, India was in compliance with UN Security Council resolutions when the snapback clause for full slew of sanctions was implemented on Tehran after 18th October 2025.
All right. Tarakarta, how do you look at the questions, especially the political questions that are mounting on the current Indian government as to what they could have done? Should they have been given some sort of a prior notification by the US? Could they have done anything at all? Maybe those are questions are far-fetched, but this does have ramifications for India, right, as far as the theatre of war moving closer to us is concerned.
In terms of international law, no. The US is absolutely within its rights to hit, an enemy submarine ship, anything it likes, anywhere, as long as it's not within our territorial waters. Do they need to give us prior intimation? Again, no. I mean, this is the reality. The political fallout is different. I mean, there will be a sense of fear that, this whole thing has moved so close. There is a certain amount of, what shall I say, sadness that they were on our soil. Those sailors were in Vizag just a couple of days back, right? So that loss of life, that kind of sentiment is there. And also that they have, it's a joint exercise. Milan is, you know what Milan means. I mean, it is supposed to be an exercise in cooperation, all that stuff, and then you go and hit the ship. But this is the reality of war. I don't think there should be any political backlash to this, because this is how war works.
Okay.
And the only thing is we haven't seen this for years, so it's something new for us.
Yes, all of this is turning out to be a little bit new, because as far as the torpedoing of a ship is concerned, even that many generations haven't seen in this way. It is new post the World War II, but I'm getting some more updates now coming in. There's been another US strike that has hit Iran's Sunandaj, targeting Imam Ali military base in Kurdistan province. This is, of course, the lower Iran area, the Kurdistan province. This is where US strikes have been conducted. You can look at the scale of this attack that has also taken place. This is again an important military base for Iran, the Imam Ali military base in the Kurdistan province. This has been attacked in the Sanandaj area as well. So more US action that is taking place. As far as is concerned, they have said very clearly that there's going to be hell to come. They've said whatever you've seen in the past is nothing in comparison to what is going to come now, and this is evidence of that. So both US and Israel are very much on the same page as far as this is concerned, and they've both spoken to each other as well. Pete Hegseth, the US Defense Secretary, and the War Secretary has said that we've told the Israelis that go ahead, do whatever you need to do. We are with you till the end. Burzeen, coming to you again. US-Israeli confidence as far as this military program is concerned, also the confidence that they're going to be able to stick together till as long as it comes, because forget Israel, in US certainly there is a lot of pressure against Donald Trump and his actions. Yes, I asked our guest a question. Yes.
Yes. President Trump, as Commander-in-Chief, is absolutely within his rights to initiate war as per Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution. It is Congress, the legislative aspect kicks in, who can formally declare, I repeat, formally declare war. But the president as commander-in-chief is within his autonomy to declare war. So let's clear that. I grant you there is contestation of that and hair-splitting and academic questions on it, but it is not that he's entirely illegal in so doing. That needs to be pointed out too. In fact, US serving men have also stated that. I repeat, the president under Article 2, Section 2 is empowered to undertake such a course of action. Yes, there is an excellent division of labor between the US and Israel, and I see it going through logically speaking, with the Israelis taking on leadership decapitation of the Iranian regime, and the Americans the rest of it by picking up the slack. But you can be sure in days to come, and it's only writing on the wall, that the GCC states are going to be roped in whether they like it or not. Because despite having given in good faith their assurance to Tehran, they were brought into this ring of fire, and Iran did not think twice about attacking civilians. And now, with the most recent attack, including even Turkey, one thought that Turkey would not be roped in, or Iran wouldn't dare to attack a regional heavyweight. But they did, and a NATO interception got to that missile before it landed on Turkish soil. So Turkey is going to change its tone too. So the question is, the Iranians have a high pain threshold because they are desperate and on their, not quite their last leg, but a regime that is embattled and is fighting for survival with its back to the wall. So they will throw everything they have at it. But in the end, it's when the chips fall, you know where Iran will stand, and it's not looking good. Then there's the question of internal revolt. Let's look at the internal situation where I come in from Iranian studies. The Kurdish aspect has to be factored in because the Kurds have been battered and bruised by Iran, especially after the September 2022 Mahsa Amini riots, if you remember too.
Yes, yes.
When the Kurds were not involved, but still across Western Iran, Iran fired drones on its own population, Kurdish Sunni minority population. To quell them when there were no riots taking place in September 2022. You have the Baloch scenario unfolding too on the other end at southeast Iran in Sistan, the Balochistan province, which is Iran's largest province, but also its most impoverished, and which tells you a lot about how Sunni minorities have faced official discrimination in Iran.
Okay,
so
just hold your
those
thought.
two will also enter in along with the local
Okay,
population to build
that's
into
what
a
the
national-
Americans and the Israelis are hoping for too, but a tipping point has to be achieved before that. I want to understand this whole NATO factor as well. So far, not all NATO allies have been on the same page with America on this. But this is Benedict Franke of the Munich Security Conference speaking to my colleague Siddhant. Let's listen into what he has said.
Sir, how do you assess the situation in West Asia? Today is the 5th day of conflict going on between Iranian forces and US and American and Israeli joint forces. How do you assess the situation?
I mean, first of all, it's so interesting that you over here call it the West Asia crisis. Yeah. For us, this has nothing to do with Asia, even though it may geographically be correct. This is the Iran crisis, and it goes back a long, long time. Iran has been a major issue for us Europeans and for the Transatlantic Alliance for decades. And in a way, now the last days of this crisis have hopefully come. I personally believe this is going to be over relatively soon. The Israeli and the American military might is unbeatable from my perspective, and I just hope that this isn't fought on the back of the average Iranian people, but that this doesn't just lead to an end of the nuclear program, but to freedom and democracy in Iran.
So earlier it was promised that there's going to be the regime change in Iran. Now it looks like that this has become a war of attrition. How do you look at this assessment?
I'm personally confused as you are about the objective of this military action. I do hope that we will see a regime change, and I mean we have already seen parts of the regime being killed and crumbling. So I guess it's a regime change by default. I just hope, and let me repeat myself, that this doesn't end up as an emperor in new clothes, that this will actually lead to change in Iran.
Are you worried that Iran could also go Iraq way?
Of course I am. But then again, Iraq is now a democratic country. Iraq is now an anchor of stability in the region, and Iraq is prospering. Yes, I don't want to justify the war in Iraq. I don't want to be the referee on it. I just want to point out that Iraq isn't a full-blown disaster.
Tarakarta, how do you look at this situation? Not all NATO allies very comfortable with American action. We've seen responses that have come in from some of them. Spain, for example, there's obviously countries like France who might be sympathetic to the cause overall, which is that, yes, they don't consider Iran a very favorable regime. They consider it a source of regional instability, but not everyone is on the same page.
You've highlighted a very interesting point. There is no single Europe now. Europe speaks in different voices, and it has been speaking that for some time, even with regard to Ukraine. I mean, you saw the divisions there. So the gas prices have shot up. I think I just saw reports that they are looking to get oil again from Russia via Ukraine. That is still going on. So obviously, it is going to cause a lot of countries a lot of heartburn, including us. I mean, we are not part of this war anyway, and yet we are going to get hit badly. China, I think, is now sending an envoy. Finally, China is getting into this and sending an envoy to sort of intercede to see that it stops. But again, the question which your reporter just asked, the question is, what is the US objective? It is obviously not just regime change. It is not nuclear because Iran had agreed to stop all its nuclear activities. And I do repeat, all with absolute investigation by the UN agencies. So
But
it's not that.
the US doesn't believe that. The US has very openly contradicted this, including the American president himself, that they were not listening to us.
No, but then you have the IAEA chief saying first they had no program. He just said so. There was no nuclear program. And this is something I remember, saying during the Iraq war when we told the US, look, there is no nuclear program there. So that is it's a big question mark after that.
Okay.
The final, as a country in Delhi, will want to know when is this war going to end?
Yes.
And it is going to end when US gets its objective. But then tell me what the objective is.
Well, now it seems
You know
like
what I
it's a
mean?
complete annihilation of their current leadership plus the IRGC. I think it's not going to be short of that. Yes, Burzin, you wanted to come in.
Yes, please remember, as per the 1st June 2025 provisional IAEA report which Director General Grossi had submitted, Tara, Iran had 60% of uranium enrichment stockpiles of 448.9 kilograms.
Yeah.
Granted, theoretically, that is not weapons grade because you need to crank it up to 90%. But in that same report, Director General Rafael Grossi, Tara, because it was on 1st June, I repeat, before the 25th June 2025 12-day war, that report stated this brings the window down to shrinkage to 0% for the breakout time where Iran could easily assemble 10 warheads. And the last round of talks with Steve Witkoff, which broke down so acrimoniously in Geneva, Shivani, the Arakchi and the others boasted, yes, we've got 440 kilos and we have the potential for 10 warheads. They actually boasted about it. So yes, they did not reach 90% weapons grade, but the race to it was always there. And final point, Tara, the JCPOA was flawed. No matter what you may say about Trump's own personal access to grind with Obama, because therein what had not been factored in, Shivani, is this, the ambiguity which even Senator Kerry had acknowledged back then 10 years ago, that Tara, today would be 2026, the 11th year of the deal if it had continued as it were. By this time, Iran was...
वैश्विक स्थिरता, विकास और साझा समृद्धि को नई मजबूती दे रहा है। फ्रेंड, वर्ष 2026 की शुरुआत में ऐतिहासिक भारत यूरोपियन यूनियन फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुआ। यह एग्रीमेंट भारत और फिनलैंड के बीच ट्रेड, इन्वेस्टमेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी सहयोग को और प्रबल करेगा। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और सस्टेनेबिलिटी जैसे क्षेत्रों में भारत और फिनलैंड महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार हैं। नोकिया के मोबाइल फोन और टेलीकॉम नेटवर्क ने करोड़ों भारतीयों को जोड़ा है। फिनलैंड के आर्किटेक्ट के सहयोग से हमने चिनाब नदी पर विश्व का सबसे ऊंचा रेलवे ब्रिज बनाया है। फिनलैंड की साझेदारी से हमने नुमालीगढ़ में दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी बंबू टू बायोएथेनॉल रिफाइनरी भी बनाई है। फ्रेंड, ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरणों से प्रेरित होते हुए प्रेसिडेंट स्टूप की इस यात्रा में हम भारत फिनलैंड संबंधों को एक स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप इन डिजिटलाइजेशन एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी का रूप दे रहे हैं। यह पार्टनरशिप एआई से लेकर 6G टेलीकॉम तक, क्लीन एनर्जी से लेकर क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग तक कई हाईटेक क्षेत्रों में हमारे सहयोग को गति और ऊर्जा देगा। साथ ही डिफेंस, स्पेस, सेमीकंडक्टर और क्रिटिकल मिनरल जैसे की सेक्टर्स में भी साझेदारी और गहरी बढ़ेगी। भारत और फिनलैंड जैसे लोकतांत्रिक और जिम्मेदार देशों की यह स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप पूरे विश्व के लिए ट्रस्टवर्दी टेक्नोलॉजी और सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने में योगदान देगी। फ्रेंड्स, फिनलैंड भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स और टैलेंट के लिए एक प्रीफर्ड डेस्टिनेशन बन रहा है। दोनों देशों के इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम को जोड़ने के लिए आज हमने फिनलैंड के साथ एक व्यापक माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट किया है। इसके साथ हम जॉइंट रिसर्च और स्टार्टअप सहयोग को भी और मजबूत करने जा रहे हैं। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में फिनलैंड एक रोल मॉडल है। आज हमने टीचर ट्रेनिंग, स्कूल टू स्कूल पार्टनरशिप और फ्यूचर ऑफ एजुकेशन में रिसर्च सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी सहमति बनाई है। यानी स्कूल से लेकर इंडस्ट्री तक हम ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट के हर लेवल पर अपने सहयोग को नई गहराई देने जा रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, फिनलैंड नॉर्डिक क्षेत्र में भारत का महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर है। हम फिनलैंड के साथ मिलकर आर्कटिक और पोलर रिसर्च में भी सहयोग बढ़ा रहे हैं। एक हेल्दी प्लैनेट हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। हमें बहुत खुशी है कि इस वर्ष फिनलैंड के साथ हम भारत में वर्ल्ड सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम होस्ट करने जा रहे हैं। इससे सस्टेनेबिलिटी के हमारे प्रयासों को नई गति और नए विचार मिलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और फिनलैंड दोनों रूल ऑफ लॉ, डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी में विश्वास रखते हैं। हम एकमत है कि केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि बढ़ते हुए ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस के समाधान के लिए ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस का रिफॉर्म आवश्यक ही नहीं, अर्जेंट भी है। और आतंकवाद के हर रूप को जड़ से समाप्त करना हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है। योर एक्सेलेंसी, आपने आयरनमैन ट्रायथलॉन कंप्लीट की है। हमें विश्वास है कि आप जैसे ऊर्जावान लीडर के साथ मिलकर हम भारत और फिनलैंड के बीच इनोवेशन, डिजिटल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के एक नए ट्रायथलॉन को भी अचीव करेंगे। आइए भारत फिनलैंड के इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक पार्टनरशिप में एक नए सुनहरे अध्याय की शुरुआत करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency Dr. Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland, to give his remarks to the media.
Mr. Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, terve. As you said, thank you very much for your kind words. Also, thank you for the warm hospitality that you have shown us here. I have to say that I salute your diplomatic skills when you say that we stand here as two big democracies. There is one big and one slightly smaller, but I think the key message is that we share values. I would also like to congratulate you for your leadership. My last visit to India was actually in 2013 in my capacity as Minister of Trade. And the change that I just see on the streets of New Delhi and that I will most probably see in Mumbai in a couple of days is palpable. This is an economic miracle that we're witnessing, and I wish you all the best. Thank you also for welcoming me. I arrived yesterday in the middle of Holi, which was lovely to see. I was able to escape some of the color attacks that were coming at me, but it was a great experience as such. The previous state visit of Finnish head of state, the president, was actually in 1996 with President Martti Ahtisaari, who was very much a man of peace. He won the Nobel Prize of Peace in 2008 and was a great respected leader. Rarely, if ever, have we been in a situation also where we've had a prime minister here 2 weeks ago in the form of Petteri Orpo, and now a president 2 weeks later. India obviously is one of the world's largest and most influential countries and the world's largest democracy. And as we have seen, you are now a key strategic partner for Europe. Its importance in foreign and security policy and trade policies is difficult to overstate. You are one of the fastest growing economies in the world. That we can witness here every day. And what I really respect about your foreign policy is that you've never been under illusions. You've always based your foreign policy on a pragmatic and realistic worldview. You've showed the rest of the world that strategic caution and safeguarding autonomy means a lot, all the while championing multilateralism and global cooperation. And I believe personally that we should all become a little bit more Indian. It's an honor for me to open the Raisina dialogues today together with you, Mr. Prime Minister. It's amazing to see the growth of Raisina. Only in 10 years it's become one of the key set pieces where everyone in the world is listening and watching what is happening at Raisina, not least right now when the world is so turbulent. The world is changing. We are living through a transition in the global order, and India, together with its friends in the global south, will determine the direction in which this order will go. And that is one of the key issues. It's been so fruitful to discuss and understand your approach. Today we discussed security issues in the region. We have conflicts in both regions, in West Asia and also, of course, in Ukraine. And for us, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has lasted for too long, 4 years. We agreed that ending the war is in everyone's interests. A lasting peace can only be one that respects the principles of the United Nations. Today, in my speech at Raisina, I will once again call for a change in the multilateral system where the division of labor and power would reflect today's world, and therefore I think a seat in the UN Security Council for India is of utmost importance. We of course also discussed today the relationship between India and the EU, and I have to say that the trade agreement and the strategic partnership that was forged just a little while back between the EU and India is of great significance. When the world is in transition, the United States, Russia, China, and many others, the fact that we can have a values and interest-based partnership between the European Union and India is very important. Now, of course, we're also strengthening the relationship between Finland and India. As you just mentioned, we're deepening our dialogue in many sectors, and our goal is to at least double our trade. A good beginning is the fact that we have 20 Finnish companies here who are traveling with me from a wide range of industries, from technology to quantum, to satellites, to networks, to food, and to green tech, which you mentioned. Our dialogue is further strengthened by the fact that we have a very strong Indian community in Finland. I know these numbers don't sound big to you, but for us they are. There are over 20,000 Indians that reside in the capital region of Helsinki and actually in Espoo. A gentle reminder, Finland has a population of 5.6 million, which is a little bit like a suburb in New Delhi. So you have to understand that for us, figures are of a different scale. Our Indian friends are a very valued member of our society and contribute significantly to our economy and culture. And it's good to also have the mayor of Espoo here with us today. Finally, I would like to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for our excellent discussion. Anytime you have allotted a short amount for a one-to-one discussion and you run over it extensively, you know that the discussion has to be good, and we really enjoyed that. So sorry to the delegations that we were so late, and thank you once again for your warm hospitality for this state visit. I really appreciate it.
Do incorporate the Iranian point of view. Syed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, seeing red because he said that the US has perpetrated an atrocity at sea 2,000 miles away from Iran's shores. Frigate Dana, a guest of India's Navy carrying almost 130 sailors, was struck in international waters without warning. Mark my words, the US will come to bitterly regret precedent it has set. Ambassador Sajjanhar, this is also a warning over to India with regards to what could happen next.
Well, you know, it was in international waters, as Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said. It was not in India's territorial waters. And this ship was in the vicinity of India. It was in the neighborhood of India, so that's a matter of great concern. But I think what Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said, it's setting a precedent for, you know, what could happen. That means if there are hostile naval vessels or in international waters, then even terrorist actions could take place against them. And they would also become, you know, attractive targets for such actions. And that would set a very bad precedent. And here it would not only be hostile in the traditional sense, but all those who have been supportive. Like you would see, as far as Iran is concerned, it has been hitting out, it has been shooting at all the Gulf states also. So in a manner of speaking, since they have got bases of the United States on their territories, they have also been categorized as hostile powers. But of course, Iran is trying to reach out to them, saying that, you know, their hand was forced because the United States was attacking them. But that doesn't explain why they had to go after the
do you sense
civilian.
a little bit of an instigation or a provocation is also...
Welcome back and thank you so much for staying with Sierra News 18. I'm Griha Atul. Let's now get you the big piece of breaking news that's coming in from the state of Bihar, where there has been a historic change after being the chief minister for 2 decades in the state of Bihar. Now Nitish Kumar has filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha. So that piece of breaking news is what we are putting out for our viewers. Remember, this has been rather historic. He stepped down as the Chief Minister of Bihar. He's now, in fact, filed his nomination for the upper house of the parliament. This is what we are learning off, and there you can see the visuals. We do know how the Union Home Minister, along with other senior leaders of both the BJP and the JDU, were all in attendance for Nitish Kumar to take this next step as far as political journey is concerned. Now, in fact, moving on from the active politics in Bihar and taking a seat there in the Rajya Sabha. My colleague Payal Mehta is joining us on the broadcast. She's in Patna. She's tracking every development as far as this nomination filing goes. Payal, you have been keeping a track of every development there from Patna, and you were telling us earlier on how even the Union Home Minister was going to be very much present there alongside Nitish Kumar for his nomination filing. What all has happened now?
Well, the nominations have been filed. Nitin Nabeen, the BJP's national president, and Nitish Kumar, who is, of course, going to be embarking on a new journey, will be nominated to the Rajya Sabha for the first time in his career. He's been a former minister in the union as well, but 10 years of chief minister rule is no mean task as well. But tempers are certainly very, very high even now as well, because a lot of his supporters continue to sit here and they continue to say that, you know, they're not happy with the fact that Nitish Kumar has decided to go away from Bihar and go to the center as well. But that's a thing of the past, Griha, because now you know that it's a reality. Nitish Kumar, if those pictures can be beamed, you'll be able to see his camaraderie with Amit Shah is very evident when he's putting his arms around Amit Shah's shoulders and essentially, smiling. So those pictures speak a lot for itself. Nitish Kumar in the morning also, Griha, coming out and clarifying it was his decision that he wants to move and go to Delhi as well, and he continues to guide the state of Bihar. So big development coming to the fore. The era of mandal politics, like many will say, will now end with, of course, Nitish Kumar drawing a closure on his career as a Bihar politician in the state.
Right, absolutely. So now that the nomination filing has happened, there is so much chatter around Nitish Kumar's son also, joining and being anointed as the deputy chief minister there. So a lot of changes that the administration largely, as far as the alliance in Bihar is going to see. The next step and the next conversation now shifts to who is going to be taking the chief ministerial chair there in the state.
Well, of course, that's a very big question. And, Griha, my sources have just told me that all the leaders, including Amit Shah, have moved to the Bihar state guest. They're going to have a closed-door meeting over there because a lot has to be decided. Remember, Nitish Kumar's son is not even a primary member of his party as of now. He has to be inducted into the party, and very reluctantly, just about last week, Nitish Kumar had given a go-ahead to his party top leadership, saying that if you so feel that my son needs to enter politics, so be it. You all take a call on that as well. So Nitish Kumar's son has to still be inducted in the party before he gets any post as well. Remember, nothing is going to happen till the 16th is what we are given to understand, because the Rajya Sabha results are going to be out on the 16th as well. Till then, it's a wait and watch. But a lot of conversation, who becomes the CM, how many deputy CMs will you have, who will take the chair of the CM, will the BJP agree, with whatever the JDU really wants at this stage as well. If they want Nitish's son to be inducted as a deputy CM since he was the CM, that all those questions have to be answered as now. But Amit Shah, the man who actually kept the Bihar equation completely in his mind when the elections took place, is yet again in Patna. He has kept things in his control, and he will be taking a lot of crucial calls as well. Of course, phone lines will be dialed, because nothing in this party gets its final approval without the approval of the Prime Minister. And you can very shortly expect a tweet or at least a social media post coming about Nitish Kumar's career from the Prime Minister himself in terms of the new leap that is going to take as far as his career is concerned. But it's going to be a few days before we actually decide, because you'll have to see, because Nitish Kumar has not resigned as a member of the Legislative Assembly, he's not resigned as the Chief Minister.
Okay.
He'll probably wait for his election result to be out before he takes the next step. And that will in fact define the new history that Bihar will be about to create.
Right, absolutely. But I'll do stay on with us. So this is interesting. We have Mr. Moneycontrol of the Congress Party now joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Tagore, how do you see these developments? So Nitish Kumar, while he's filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha, he's not yet signed on to the dotted line to quit as the Chief Minister of Bihar. So he's weighing waters, he's testing waters, he's assessing whether or not he makes it to the Rajya Sabha seat. Only then does he resign as the Chief Minister of Bihar.
These are all wrong way to look at it. I think that this is a BJP and Modi and Amit Shah, how backdoor entry they are doing it in the state of Bihar. The people of Bihar have never accepted BJP, and they always wanted to capture Bihar, and they used Nitish Kumar as Mukota. Now, after the election victory in 2025, now they are doing these kind of things to force him to resign from the chief ministership, make him as the MP, and BJP person will be the chief minister of Bihar. This is complete backdoor entry of BJP into Bihar. It shows that it's a warning to Chandrababu Naidu. It's a warning to Edappadi Palaniswamy. It's a warning to Eknath Shinde. Whomever has aligned with them has been eaten away by BJP like this. BJP's habit, and particularly Mr. Amit Shah and Modi, wants to finish those alliance partners who are with them. And Nitish Kumar was one of those people who had stood with them. And because of him only, the government was formed in UPA, in the national level this time. BJP was reduced.
Mr. Tagore, while you mentioned that, so if at all it does turn out to be a successful exercise by the Bharatiya Janata Party to keep Nitish Kumar placated, giving him the Rajya Sabha seat, and then also taking on the government in Bihar, so there is something to learn from the BJP playbook then. There is that way also to look at it.
That's a completely wrong way. Look at it. This is the problem with with you people, like people who are just becoming the answer BJP. The elected chief minister has been thrown away like this. The election commission, elected chief minister has been threatened by Amit Shah, and he has been forced to resign. And they are making Rajya Sabha member. And you are making a different tune into it.
No,
How
absolutely
democracy
not.
in India is becoming. We have to stop it
Absolutely
now.
not, sir. We are looking at both the aspects. You are making an accusation that he was forced into resigning. Of course, there were conjectures that will always be rife, that this is another stepping stone for the Bharatiya Janata Party to make its way and open its account when it is about the chief ministerial chair in the state of Bihar. It's a very known fact. But there is another aspect that I have just brought to fore. If at all this is how BJP is choosing to play its game, and you are saying people like Chandrababu Naidu also need to worry, while keeping the two big alliance partners without the two, BJP will not be in government, while keeping them placated. BJP, if it's managing to do this, this is a great achievement, don't you think?
You take it as achievement, but I see the murder of democracy in India. The democratic principles have been murdered here. Daylight robbery is happening. The verdict was for Nitish Kumar, and Nitish Kumar has been threatened, and he has been sent to Rajya Sabha. And people of Bihar are now being fooled, and Amit Shah wants to put his proxy as chief minister of BJP, proxy as chief minister of Bihar.
We did
Bihar
have
people
our
are
colleague...
cheated by Modi and Amit Shah.
Right. Mr. Tagore, we did have our colleague on ground and she was speaking to the people of Bihar. They are not too happy about Nitish Kumar stepping down as the chief minister of the state. So it cannot be a complete walkover that is given to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Clearly, they will have a lot to prove in states like Bihar, or for that matter, Andhra Pradesh, if you are taking into account on how that state also can be next. How do you think there is no counter that is coming in from these alliance partners, because Nitish Kumar has happily accepted his fate, like you choose to put it? What about Mr. Naidu?
It's all fear. Agencies have been controlled. Under fear they are working. They are not able to, they are given their head into the lion's mouth. Therefore, they are not able to take it out. The problem is that the fear for agencies, fear for threat, and Mr. Babu and Eknath Shinde are going to be eaten away by the BJP, particularly by Amit Shah and Modi. This is very clear. The model is Nitish Kumar. A popular leader is being reduced to this like what you are saying it. BJP people are saying that he's been fielded for Rajya Sabha.
I'm still asking you, what is stopping them to pull the rug? What is stopping them to pull the rug? They can pull the rug. The alliance will no longer be there. Fear. It is called only fear. Okay. All right. Let me, in fact, thank you on that note. Thank you so much for that perspective of yours. Manickam Tagore of the Congress Party. We are getting fresh set of visuals, and there you see Nitish Kumar alongside the Union Home Minister filing his nomination for that seat in Rajya Sabha. Payal continues to be with us on the broadcast. Payal, these next set of visuals that are also being played out now, we do see Nitish Kumar sitting alongside leaders like Nitin Nabeen and Amit Shah. More details that are trickling in. I was just mentioning your conversations that you're having while outside where this nomination filing is taking place. How are people in Patna really taking this news?
Look, to speak about Nitish Kumar's supporters, they are very, very upset because they felt that Nitish Kumar should have taken a wiser call and stayed on in the state of Bihar because they needed him the most over here, and that he's not going to fulfill any purpose by being there in the center. But today, Nitish Kumar's tweet itself clarified that the decision was taken by him. He is, of course, the national president of his party, and he's somebody who's taken that call very, very visibly as well. So, a lot of upset Karyakartas you can see over here. In fact, running behind leaders who are also filed his nomination. Remember, Ramnath Thakur has also filed his nomination. He is also being accompanied out of the center from where they're going to file the nomination. But no doubt whatsoever, people who have known Nitish Kumar as Sushashan Babu, 10 terms as the chief minister of Griha, it's no mean achievement by any standards whatsoever. Nitish Kumar has stood for the state of Bihar. So like I said, that the curtains will come down on the mandal politics that Nitish Kumar really stood for now that he goes to the center. But like I said, that it is a well thought out plan, and we have to just wait and see what went behind the scene conversation between the JDU and the BJP before them taking this call, because I'm sure the BJP would have been informed by the JDU that Nitish Kumar said that it was time for him to move on and make way for somebody else because his health has not been the best. But the BJP, to be fair, had always portrayed him as a chief ministerial face. So even after the fact that his health was in a pretty bad state during the election, the BJP continued with his name because they had, named him as the chief ministerial face. The Nitish Kumar stayed as the chief minister. He got sworn in as the chief minister for the 10th time, in the month of November. But now it is, in fact, time for him to move ahead as well. So what really went behind the scenes, what conversations he had, I do know for a matter of fact that Nitish Kumar did have a conversation with his party top leaders like Sanjay Jha, Lalan Singh, etc. a few days ago when they really said that, sir, your health is not great, so what do we do about Nishant's case as well? So he was very reluctant because, through his entire career, Nitish Kumar has always been against dynastic politics. He's been somebody who's risen from the grassroots as well. And that is one reason, despite the back and forth between him and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has huge admiration for a leader like Nitish Kumar, who's actually risen from the ground, spoke about what he really believed and stood
Right,
up to his
absolutely.
principles.
Payal, do stay on with us. We have Mr. Dhanitaran also now joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Dhanitaran, how do you in fact see these developments that are coming in from the state of Bihar, while there is a lot of criticism that is coming your way as far as whatever is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu? There seems to be this placation exercise that is at play by the Bharatiya Janata Party, where they've almost managed to keep Nitish Kumar, happy by granting him that nomination for the upper house of the parliament and taking that chief ministerial chair altogether from him.
See, who am I to comment on the affairs of JDU and BJP? I'm a DMK spokesperson. But also having said that, I quite vividly remember the bloc was saying that Nitish wouldn't remain the chief minister candidate. So if he has to become the Rajya Sabha, he can become. He does not need the BJP's support because his party has a sufficient number of MLAs. So what is there? But the whole point is we stand here, what we said to the Bihar people, rather the India bloc, said the Bihar people that Nitish Kumar won't be continuing as a chief minister. So they cheated the Bihar people because they kept saying that Nitish Kumar is going to be the chief ministerial face and continue as the chief minister for the entire five years, and the people had voted for Nitish Kumar. So now the message for Edappadi Palaniswamy also is very clear. So Edappadi Palaniswamy, though he may claim once in a while that he is the real face of the NDA in Tamil Nadu, that's not the case. For every instruction, he has to go to Delhi. And whatever happens, the real power will remain with the BJP, and the idea of BJP is to completely obliterate the ADMK.
Salim, why I asked you that question was because we had your alliance partner in Tamil Nadu Congress and Mr. Tagore had joined us. Now, he is clearly mentioning that this is only a threatening exercise that is at play here. We will see a similar situation with Chandrababu Naidu. We've already seen something historic that is happening in Bihar, where you've got in fact, a two-decade chief minister to go ahead and step down for a Rajya Sabha seat. So anything is possible under the Bharatiya Janata Party is the claim of the Congress party. Do you not want to weigh in on this?
No, that's exactly what I said. Even for ADMK, there's a clear message here. That is that the whole idea of the NDA alliance in Tamil Nadu is also for the BJP to completely eat away ADMK, which has already happened. ADMK is now the weakest since its inception, and it's getting weaker. So slowly and steadily, they want to take over the ADMK, but if at all, they have not taken it over as of now. Okay. We have seen what happened in Maharashtra also. Right? So Shiv Sena was broken away. Shinde was made the chief minister. Then now he's not the chief minister. So, and even we've seen what is going to happen with the Bombay mayorship. So they want to completely obliterate all their allies. So if you ally with BJP, they will eat you up.
All right, we'll see what happens in Tamil Nadu. But Mr. Dhanitaran, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We'll keep every development before our viewers as we are looking at these visuals which talk about the nomination filing of the erstwhile chief minister, but I do not want to in fact use the word right now because Nitish Kumar, we are told, has not yet stepped back from his position as the chief minister of Bihar. He's just about filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha, and very soon we will get to know on who is going to be taking over that chair of the chief minister in the state of Bihar. As far as the reports that Payal is bringing to us, the people of Bihar do not seem to be very happy because it is they who voted Nitish Kumar to power to become their leader in this session as well. We go into a very, very short break. We come right back with more news and updates.
incorporate the Iranian point of view. Syed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, seeing red because he said that the US has perpetrated an atrocity at sea 2,000 miles away from Iran's shores. Frigate Dana, a guest of India's Navy carrying almost 130 sailors, was struck in international waters without warning. Mark my words, the US will come to bitterly regret precedent it has set. Ambassador Sajjanhar, this is also a warning over to India with regards to what could happen next.
Well, you know, it was in international waters, as Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said. It was not in India's territorial waters. And this ship was in the vicinity of India. It was in the neighborhood of India, so that's a matter of great concern. But I think what Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said, it's setting a precedent for, you know, what could happen. That means if there are hostile naval vessels or in international waters, then even terrorist actions could take place against them. And they would also become attractive targets for such actions. And that would set a very bad precedent. And here it would not only be hostile in the traditional sense, but all those who have been supportive. Like you would see, as far as Iran is concerned, it has been hitting out, it has been shooting at all the Gulf states also. So in a manner of speaking, since they have got bases of the United States on their territories, they have also been categorized as hostile powers. But of course, Iran is trying to reach out to them, saying that their hand was forced because the United States was attacking them. But that doesn't explain why they had to go after the
do you sense
civilian.
a little bit of an instigation or a provocation is also underway here? Is that the card that Iran is now trying to play? Tom, if you could quickly join me here, let's try and decode this. What are the Iranian officials saying at the moment? And what defines India's maritime boundaries? So it's important to give context here on whether or not there were any violations. It's being spoken of as a warship in international waters. But if you could just highlight for us, how concerning should this be for India?
Of course, just a second, please. So principally international, or actually all maritime waters of India are some 12 miles away from.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome viewers. This is a very, very special effort, and we are so happy we are the ones that who are able to tell this story to you. CNN News 18 gets you a story that spans 88 hours that changed it all. And a man who, along with his co-authors, meticulously tracked every moment, every sortie, every signal in the skies. Tom Cooper uncovers the truth behind the Rafale bogey, what happened in that first initial hour and who owned it, the mysterious Kirana Hills, the nuclear bluff, and from being spooked, smoked and smashed, the entire battle behind the headlines is finally revealed. What actually happened with Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. In his revelatory new book, aviation analyst and also military historian Tom Cooper lays bare the untold events within Operation Sindoor. And it's called the 88 Hours War, the India-Pakistan War of May 2025. I've got the book here. We've got a copy. It's out in Bharat also. It was released in the UK internationally about 2 months ago. We've got the book. Let's first ask Tom Cooper. This must feel very, very good.
Yes, absolutely. It was a piece of very tough work, weeks-long research and digging to the social media in particular, with help of not only 3 fantastic researchers who are professionals and doing this for years already, but also 2 additional gentlemen from India who have helped with their own research.
So there's Ravi Rikhe, Sanjay Badri Maharaj, and also Mangesh Sawant, so credit to them too. But Tom Cooper, you led this conversation. Let me first ask you this. Yes. Who won this war?
Well, this is India, this is clear. This is beyond any kind of doubt that it was India. As May, June last year, a clear-cut victory for India, and one of very few wars of the last 30, 40, 50 years where there is such a clear outcome like in this one.
Okay, let's recreate the first few hours, viewers. I'm just going to quickly take you through what happened, and it's chronicled in this book. This is all from the book excerpt. So first up, the India strike on Pakistan, as the idea, the information that was already given. We'll ask Tom to express it and explain to us in detail. The IAF strike window was between 1:04 to 1:24 a.m. This was the strike window, and these were the areas that had been struck, the terror hubs, the terror notion. The weapons were fired over Pakistani airspace. The PAF's response was delayed by minutes, and the first reaction was at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. So this was the first reaction at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. And also Rawalpindi, one SAM site, there was that was fired. Missiles were fired.
Missiles, yes.
Yeah, and missiles were fired from the Nur Khan Air Base also, and also there was the HQ-9 missiles that turned towards Akhrur axis, and targets were hit in Muridke area. No IAF aircraft was hit by the surface-to-air missile.
It is
Sam,
one of the
that's
most
what you're
amazing.
saying.
It is one of the most amazing thing about this. When one goes through the reports by Pakistani people, civilians like us, reporting what is going on in all these areas. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft, even at air bases where it is known that Pakistan Air Force is holding its fighters on quick reaction alert. Nothing. They report merely firings of 2 SAMs from one base and 3 from Nur Khan. So, and that at the time, the Indian Air Force strike must have been in full gear. That means the aircraft have already approached the border. They're climbing and releasing their weaponry before turning down to hide in the lower over the ground. That means Pakistani Air Force, by all of its claims, whatever was it's claiming, for example, Air Vice Marshal Ahmad during his famous press conference, he was claiming about how Pakistani Air Force moved in, and there was a huge air battle, and they were breaking Indian bones.
There was a dogfight and all of that.
Dogfight, biggest dogfight of all the times, and whatever else. Nothing of that kind has happened. Indian Air Force has hit its targets and flew away. That's it.
That's it. So there was no, because there was also that, was there a PAF interception that happened? Because they said that there was an interceptor that was fired. What was fired by the Pakistanis?
It is
what was the
possible,
PL-15?
It is possible that one of the Pakistani J-10s has fired a single PL-15 at one of involved the Indian aircraft, but this missile has crashed, hit the ground inside India. That's it. Not one Indian aircraft was shot down by them.
Not one Indian aircraft was shot down. Let's sit back, because what the narrative was that, and they say that this PL-15 actually fell down near Pandhar in Gurdaspur. The impact was 30 kilometers inside Bharat, and the Army Air Defense actually reacted first. But my question to you is, in that 1 hour, there was a lot of speculation that was made, Tom. And what have you found in the book? If you look at it, you say the spark. You've given a background to why India did it. When you did the, the jihad import-export, that's the page that I've just opened. So let's understand this. Were you convinced as a military historian that Bharat was right in conducting operations in the
For a simple reason that Pakistan is, as we said, we have written jihad import-export. It is organizing, training, supporting, commanding jihadists for 50 years, constantly searching for new ways to organize new organizations or new groups to find them. And this is nothing new in that sense. It might be new for somebody in the United States or Europe, but it is not new for India. It is even less so new for Pakistanis. They are even denying it sometimes, that they are doing anything. On the other hand, they have chiefs of their top political parties openly declaring their political parties as fronts of this jihadist movements.
Right.
So therefore, and that's what I pointed out, even 9/11 in the United States was original mastermind came from Pakistan. And he was trained by inter-service intelligence and later on arrested in Pakistan and jailed in the United States. So therefore, it is really Pakistan which is center of well, international jihadism.
Right. And you've also listed the kind of organizations where the ISI instigated over 12,000 attacks, all undertaken by organizations like the Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and the Hizbul Mujahideen.
Yeah, we went through the records and counted over, so this is since the year 2001, over 12,000 terrorist attacks inside India. Without Kashmir, and another several hundreds inside Kashmir, of course.
Right, right. We'll come back to the Operation Sindoor conversation in a bit. We've just got more news coming through on the ongoing fury in the Gulf, so just deviating there. This is Iranian drones have hit Azerbaijan's Nakhchivan. Now, what does this mean, Tom?
Well, the Iranians have concluded that Azerbaijan is directly cooperating with Israel in this case, in its aggression on Iran. Azerbaijan was suspected of doing so already last year in June, but it was fiercely denying it. Now it seems the Iranians have concluded this is a matter of fact, for one reason or another.
Now, these are Iranian drones again. So
yes,
again,
you can hear the sound.
Yeah.
Typical. It is Shahid.
That's the Shahid 136 again. So now, the Iranians seem to have an unlimited stockpile of Shahid 136. Is that possible? And every time they're trying to use low-cost kamikaze drones to impact, how will the Azerbaijanis respond now?
That is going to be interesting because theoretically Pakistani armed forces are excellently trained, excellently equipped, partially with Israeli equipment, especially UAVs and such stuff. So that means they are likely to go in and counter-attack Iran.
Counter-attack Iran. Now, if Azerbaijan actually weighs in into this
direction, Tabriz,
from Tabriz. So again, from the north, there
towards
is
Tabriz,
Iran has then again opened up another front. Can they actually afford to have so many fronts because they are now surrounded from all sides? Pakistanis are helping from here. The Azerbaijanis come here. They've also issued threats to the Kurds and they have attacked the Kurdistan region and also from here and the Gulf countries whom they have gone ahead and bombed. So this dynamic here, do you believe Iran will be able to defend this?
I cannot say. I know what the leadership of the IRGC or what was left of the same things. And I'm not supporting or anything. I'm just can explain what have I learned after nearly 40 years of studying between others, them as well. Primarily because, especially at earlier times, I was deeply involved into studying Iran-Iraq war. To them, it doesn't matter anymore.
Okay.
To them, it doesn't matter anymore because they are facing their death, destruction. Therefore, they are striking wherever they only can.
Right.
And whether now Azerbaijan is going to join some kind of a US-led coalition, which is then invading Iran or trying to dissolve it or whatever, you're going to see. But the IGC is going to fight.
All right. Now, let's take this back and bring it back to the Operation Sindoor conversation and ask you, contrary to India having clear objectives, do you believe the biggest difference, why this war lasted only 88 hours, because India had its objectives clear? Would you say that?
India had a clear objective, which was to retaliation strike against terror. This was as clear as it can get. What is less clear was Pakistani objective. The country was, at the time this terrorist attack in Pulwama was instigated.
Right.
Pakistan was in deep economic troubles.
Right.
There was, disorder in the country, protesting, riots. There was uncertainty. Which way is the government going to develop, and so on and so on. And they were in deep financial troubles. So anyway,
right.
Just like they are for decades already.
Right.
So, what exactly was Pakistan's aim? This is unclear. But Indian
objectives were very clear. Yes. Let's try and break down that first hour. We put out where that 104 to 124 was where were India's strikes. Now, what happens from the Pakistani Air Force counter? So, at 1 a.m., the jets are scrambled from Sargodha. At 1:08 p.m., the jets are scrambled from Noor Khan Air Base.
Yes.
At 1:09, jets are reported over Islamabad. And at 1:15, the first scramble from Peshawar and Kamra actually happens. And then at 1:25, more jets from Noor Khan Air Base happen. 10 to 16 fighters from Musaf Air Base. Just talk us through this. Were they slow in response?
They were slow in response.
Major Manik Jolly is also with us. Good afternoon, Major Manik Jolly. Yeah.
Yes. So they have started scrambling their fighters when it was too late.
Right.
They need their 5 to 10 minutes to get to the combat zone. And by the time they have got to the combat zone, due to being scrambled so late, the Indian Air Force was already away. It was returning back to bases.
Right.
That means the Pakistanis scrambled their fighters, sent them towards the border and found nothing. They could only see Indian Air Force fighters with their radars, detect them distancing away towards the east.
Yes, but the Pakistanis claim they actually downed 3 Rafale. The Pakistanis claim that they downed them even before the Rafales could take off from our area. And is that true?
That is all lots of ballooning.
Yeah.
What happened was the following. They did not, the Rafale, for example, were involved in strikes in the south. And they they have encountered Pakistani SAMs, invaded them and distanced safely. Nothing happened at all. Indeed, nothing happened for almost an hour after Indian Air Force strikes.
Okay.
And then there was the first explosion and first reports about aircraft coming down in this area, in south of Srinagar. Then there was report about another jet coming down in this area. Then there were reports about air combats in this area and so on and so on. But this was all happening 1 hour after strikes by Indian Air Force. And 1 hour might not be a lot to us, but it is a life for the pilots, because on average a fighter jet remains airborne for something like 1 hour.
Right.
Okay, with extra fuel and so on, it can remain airborne even for 2 hours or longer.
Correct.
But principally, a mission of this kind, like Indian Air Force has undertaken, lasts 1 hour at most. That's it. After that time, the aircraft is out of fuel and back at base.
So then what are these aircrafts which were reportedly downed in Srinagar and in Punjab? What were you able to find out?
Okay, so now there are very contradictory reports in this regards. For example, south of Srinagar, there were reports about 2 jets coming down almost next to each other around the same time, almost simultaneously. And there are now first reports were that these were JF-17s, Pakistani Air Force. Question would be, what were they doing that deep over Srinagar, over India?
Right.
Then all the reporting in this regards was muted. And there were just rumors that there was something else.
Okay.
There was also videos of wreckage in the darkness and so on and so on, but never have we seen this wreckage in clear light, so to clearly recognize what it was. Probably one of them was a GS-17.
Was a JF-17. Yes. So it could have been a Pakistani aircraft that could have been downed, is what you're saying, because India doesn't have JF-17s.
Exactly.
So clearly, now the Indian objective, they say, Major Manik Jolly is also with us. In your book, does it cover that India had offered warning that we're going to strike? Did they tell the Pakistanis this? And were the objectives very clear that not a single military installation or any other civilian installation is going to be hit in the first leg of Op Sindoor, only the terror infrastructure? Were you able to get that information?
Yes,
because that's what India's claim.
Yes, of course. We have used official source in this case. New Delhi has clearly said once these strikes were over, New Delhi has used the hotline or whatever line to call Islamabad to explain the purpose of the mission and to say we were striking terror targets only.
Right.
This is absolutely another point beyond any doubt.
Right. Now, you've opened page 57. Why have you opened this?
Because this is including the map comparing, for example, the Pakistani claims with actually known sites where something has crashed.
Right.
And with positions where PL-15 air-to-air missiles, wreckage of PL-15 was found.
Right.
And as can be seen, whatever the Pakistani Air Force in particular was claiming, it's not making particular sense because, because it is in a different area than actually something happened. And it's always at least 20 kilometers difference between them.
Right.
So, point is, first and most of operations that have taken place south of Srinagar, between Srinagar and Akhnur and Udhampur, in this area.
Right.
This is where 4 crashes have been reported.
Right.
Pakistan was reporting these crashes closer to Aknur.
Right.
Okay, as ever they like. Then there was another clash that is west of Bathinda.
Yeah, so here also they claimed a Rafale, here they claimed a Rafale, here they claimed a Rafale. So they claimed 3 Rafales.
They have initially claimed 3 Rafales plus 1 UAV. Then
Yeah.
they increased the number to 4, then to 5 Rafale. It was almost like if every month they would add 1 Rafale. And I think the latest 10 is at 11.
11, correct.
Where they are not precisely.
But they've also claimed the Sukhoi 30 MKI.
No. This is excuse me, now to correct you here.
Ah.
This is a, yes, PEF claim.
Ah.
They claims Su-30, but I've named it this way because this is probably a Su-30, not.
But if you
in
look
that
at
sense
the
that it is
the squadrons, there don't seem to be aircraft missing. India put out all its squadrons also recently on the air show. Be the
most
Sukhoi
of them, yes. Point is this: India has shown, for example, 2 of Rafales, as far as I know, 2 of Rafales Pakistan has claimed a shot down. There were specifically serial numbers 001, 021, 022, 027. And as
Right.
far as I know, India has shown 022 and 027 at least, if not 021 as well. So there is only one, which is visually confirmed. Anyway, this is the jet that came down west of Bathinda that early morning, has mortally injured one Indian farmer and killed another.
Right.
So this is a matter of fact. This jet has come down. I'm not disputing this, and there is no point to disputing it.
So the jet has come down, but was it a Rafale?
Rafale, yes. There is a well-known photograph in the social media. It is confirmed that it is authentic, and foremost the way serial number, national flag were applied, and the name Rafale are authentic.
Right. So they say that this is authentic. So that means there is at least 1 Rafale that fell down. But this was not in the initial hours. Was it in the...
No. This was not in the initial strike. What happened was that about half an hour after the Indian retaliation strike on terror camps in Pakistan, Pakistani Air Force began attacking Indian Air Force fighters flying combat air patrols at over India.
Right.
And deep over India.
Right.
For example, in Srinagar area, this is well-known CAP station because this is an air base. Correspondingly, Indian Air Force is regularly patrolling this area.
Right.
And they have first attacked these fighters. They were, as I said, there were confusing reports about how many of what aircraft were shot down.
Right.
There was obviously a severe missile exchange.
Right.
That was the earliest.
Right.
Then, in the south, in Bathinda area, where, as far as we have learned, okay, this is unofficial, but one of Indian pilots has avoided some 6 or 7 missiles, Pakistani missiles. Another has avoided at least as many, and then one has detonated close enough behind his jet. And that is this Rafale BS 001, which crashed into the field west of Bathinda.
Right.
And then there was another clash in between, in the well, let's say northeast of Amritsar. A group of Indian Air Force aircraft was attacked by Pakistanis by a combination of SAMs and air-to-air missiles, fired over very long ranges.
Okay.
It did. You can also read in the book. A Chinese contact was highly displeased over the number of PL-15s the Pakistanis have fired that night. He was talking about 20, then later increased this to 30. This means it could be even more. But very low number of these have scored kills.
Right.
Have actually hit something in India.
Right.
So he was very displeased about this outcome.
That so many PL-15s were fired, but hardly any had actually been hit. Major Manik Jolly is with us. He's listening carefully. 88 hours war, the India-Pakistan war of May 2025 on Operation Sindoor. Tom Cooper there very clearly busting all the claims that the Pakistanis had made and saying that this is the proof, this is where it lies. India won that hands down in 88 hours. Major Manik Jolly.
Thank you, Anand, and thank you, Tom. I've been listening very carefully to every word that you've been saying. It's fantastic to hear such detailed, transcript.
We have Manju Sethji also joining us. We'll go to her after you. Yes, Major Manik Jolly. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, please.
No problem. So what Tom just said actually reinforces what we've been saying so far. In a single statement, like he said, it always comes up, who won the war? Because at the end of the day, you need a kind of a binary standing on what is the outcome, who won, who lost. So his analysis as one of the most reputed military historian and, especially air specialist, and this being an air war, this being drone and aircrafts and missiles only. I think his word should be taken as an authority that if India did win, it kind of takes away all the propaganda that the Pakistanis have been projecting all over their country, international media, and trying to say we shot 11 jets, none of us, our bases were hit, this, that, everything.
Right.
The whole lies lay bare. And I think his book should be made mandatory to be read by everyone and be quoted wherever possible to tell the Pakistanis
Right.
that this is how it is done. And just final word on this is, Anand, that I think a review, it would be very good if we do a review of Op Sindoor now, having more details that we have. You remember during Op Sindoor, we were doing point-to-point brief in your studio.
Right.
Now would be a good time that we have all the data to go over all the speculations that we have then. And now we have data and come to a point that, yes, we did win this emphatically and finally.
Right. Just quickly, even the nuclear bluff, page 16 talks about the nuclear bluff. Manjuji, the whole bluff about Kirana Hills and this nuclear bluff, somewhere has Bharat also been able to show that the entire nuclear bogey and the levels of deterrence beneath the nuclear threshold?
Yeah, I think as very rightly mentioned by the other panelists, this was something which India, I think, did not move into the narrative war so quickly. And I think that's one of the reasons why we were not able, that's why people did not get the exact picture. But with all the actual data coming out, I think it has something, it has put light and put facts in place. And I think the nuclear deterrent that Pakistan claims to have still, I think it has, it has been damaged. And I believe that going forward, but I'm not sure they've already restarted, their nuclear program because they have many, behind the scenes partners to help them do that. So we don't know yet, but it seems that it has been destroyed. But a nuclear threat that they keep issuing, seems exposed right now with the actual information.
Right. Final word on the nuclear bluff. Yes.
We are discussing this in the book as well. There is a huge nuclear program in Pakistan. They are spending billions, 2 billions unknown to be spent in order just to maintain it per year. This is without production of weaponry and so on. So there is a huge program. But apparently, considering what has happened last year, it's useless. Why? Because they do not have platforms, that means fighter jets and missiles or missiles that could be used to dependably deploy this against India.
Right.
And if you have nuclear weapons, but you don't have the means to deploy them,
what's the point
to
of
bring them
having
to the
them?
enemy, then it's absolutely pointless having them.
Pointless to have them. Well, for the rest of it, we're not going to tell you more. There is also the entire PL-15 bogey and the bluff. But for that, you'll have to get this book from the bookstore and read it. And it's a must-read. Very, very engaging. This is part of the Asia at War series that's been authored by Tom Cooper and the others. 88 Hours War, the India-Pakistan War of May 25. Congratulations on this book. And thank you, Tom. Thank you very, very much.
Very much my pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me here.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama Bar.
Oman, Saudi Arabia, and this way to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
let's quickly move to one of the most potent, low-cost, weapon system that the Iranians have used. That's the kamikaze drones. Now, Iran's swarm tactics decoded via the Shahid drones. Let's try and understand what these kamikaze drones are, and let's move to that and say, what's the Tor? How are they? How is the enemy? In this case, how is the US-Israeli combined along with the allies here? How are they going to negate the threat of these swarms of kamikaze or suicide drones who are going to catch, who have done so much of damage? Let's try and understand. We will try and. So this is the Strait of Hormuz. We got the issues here. Let's call the Shahid 136. Now these are suicide or kamikaze attack drones. They are one-way loitering munition. This is how they look. They carry a payload of up to 50 kilograms of explosives.
That's approximately this tall or this long, from the ground up here, and with a wingspan like this.
Right.
Approximately, so you can see this better.
Right.
Yep.
So as tall as you? As tall as you?
A little bit taller.
Little bit taller?
Longer, yes.
And with a wingspan
like
here.
Yes.
Wingspan like this.
Iranian version is earlier version. It is much more primitive than what the Russians are deploying in Ukraine.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Foremost, it has no system for terminal guidance.
Right.
It means it has no electro-optical camera, for example, so that the pilot at home can steer it straight into specific target. It has no satellite communication capability.
Okay.
Russian UAVs are meanwhile carrying Starlinks, terminals on them. Some are even armed with air-to-air missiles, so to say.
Yeah.
So, and some of the Russian systems, or Geran, they call them Geran, have terminal electro-optical guidance and thermal warheads which are burning, actually.
Incendiary.
Incendiary warheads,
yeah.
thank you very
Okay.
much. So they are causing really brutal damage when hitting some kind of a building.
Right. So they are designed to dive into the ground targets and detonate on impact. So, but you're saying they don't have cameras, they don't have satellite
Yes,
imagery?
essentially Iranian UAVs of this type can only target a specific geographic coordinates, nothing else. They cannot target ships, for example.
It weighs about 200 kilograms in total, including the warhead and the booster. It is launched via rocket-assisted rails in large swarms to overwhelm the defenses. My question, General Saab, when you launch something like this, how do you counter this? Because it looks like the UAE and the Gulf nations and the Americans, the cost of defense is far more expensive than the cost of offense. Yeah.
So there is actually no answer to this. Right. The problem is it flies low.
Yeah.
It doesn't take something like what missiles or ballistic missiles does. They fly low. The time to intercept is very, very minimal. The only possibilities for Israelis is to use the iron beam system, because that is the fastest they can actually see, capture.
Hello and welcome to CNN News 18 with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal, as we continue the coverage on the situation in the Middle East, where the conflict between the United States, Israel and Iran continues to escalate. And it seems there is a spillover of the fight in India's backyard. Big breaking news which is coming in. Another Iranian ship is in Sri Lanka's exclusive economic zone. The Iranian ship seeks permission to make an urgent port call in Sri Lanka is the big news that's coming in, ladies and gentlemen, given the fact that just 2 days back, the United States submarine, a submarine of the United States military, downed an Iranian frigate off the coast of Sri Lanka, off the southern coast of Sri Lanka. And Pete Hegseth made it extremely clear in his press conference that POTUS has got Iran twice. And that is the big statement that is coming in from Pete Hegseth when it comes to the situation that is unfolding now in India's backyard. Now, another Iranian ship, which is what several Sri Lankan politicians have been fearing. They've been fearing the fact that this entire conflict could spill over into our backyard. And another Iranian ship, we have to get more details over what kind of ship is seeking a nod to make port in Sri Lanka, because the earlier ship that was downed by a US submarine was an Iranian frigate. It was a warship that was downed by a US submarine. And Pete Hegseth made it extremely clear that no matter where Iranian military assets are, the United States will continue to target them. I want to get more updates from my colleague Akanksha, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Akanksha, so it seems the conflict is only spilling over into our backyard.
And they have in fact asked for permission to dock over there. And in the latest information that we are being told is that what's very disturbing is that there are children also on board on this particular vessel. Given that we've seen how a torpedo in fact destroyed that one, the other Iranian vessel named Dana. We do not know how safe this particular vessel is going to be. Will the Indian government be willing to provide them protection right now, or will the Sri Lankan government be in a situation to provide them protection? It is in fact right now fairly nascent to comment on that because we are not getting in much information, but we are being told that there's a second vessel which is being stranded. Now, what's also important to note over here, Ayushman, is the fact that this entire conflict is spilling onto a maritime conflict as well. From Strait of Hormuz, you're looking at the IOR, the Indian Ocean region, which is bearing the brunt of this. And for all you know, this vessel actually could be in a very fragile condition right now. It's extremely vulnerable given that we've already seen the loss of 80 lives in the previous incident that's taken place, which was a torpedo sent out by a US submarine. According to Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary in the United States, it's the first time the US has torpedoed a vessel after World War II.
Right, but at the same time, we were speaking to Namal Rajapaksa yesterday as well, and he has said that the Sri Lankan government has not been forthcoming with a lot of the information. There is also reports which are coming in that Sri Lanka could have been in the know when it comes to the US operation against the Iranian frigate, which was downed by the US submarine.
That's an information that actually can be posed to India also, because they were, in fact were invited initially to our own naval exercise, Milan. And the question that's now being raised is that for how long could this have been an Indian responsibility, given that they were here upon our invitation? A. B. It was participating in a naval exercise, which is why that ship was entirely defenseless. They did not have arms and ammunition to defend themselves. So to attack such a ship, was it even justified, that even though it was a warrior ship? Yes. And so let's not forget, Namal Rajapaksa is also an opposition voice right now. So for them to actually raise questions at the government of Sri Lanka, nonetheless, they have provided rescue, which initially, according to the Vienna Convention, should have come from the United States, not Sri Lanka.
Absolutely. Thank you, Akanksha, for getting us that update. So these are the big updates which are coming in as the war seems to be shifting to our backyard, where another Iranian ship now seeking port in Sri Lanka, coming right after the Iranian frigate was downed by the United States. So more and more updates coming in as the war continues to spill over, and it seems there is a bullseye on each and every Iranian vessel, no matter where in the world, in this case, near India. More breaking news that's coming in. Iran makes a conditional offer to the US. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister says that Iran is ready to abandon its nuclear program on the condition that the United States presents a satisfactory alternative offer, is the pitch that's coming in from the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the war games going on in the Middle East, it seems some wiggle room coming in from the Iranian side to come to some sort of resolution. Iran has been bombarded across Tehran and as well as other military as well as civilian infrastructure across the country, namely the command centers across Iran have been completely bombarded. Even their military installations have been leveled by these consistent American and Israeli strikes. So it seems the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister has said that Iran is willing to give up its entire nuclear program if there is an alternative offer coming in from the United States. So has Donald Trump pushed Iran to the talking table when it comes to seeking a resolution for the conflict that is only escalating in the Middle East? To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Greha on the broadcast. Greha, so some concessions seem to be coming in from the Iranian side.
And that's a big statement to make, Ayushman, particularly from Iran, where they are going and putting it in black and white that they are ready to abandon their entire nuclear program if an alternative is offered by the US. Now, how does one look at it? Is Iran on the back foot because of the pounding that it's receiving on part of US and Israeli forces? Or is it that they want the dialogue now? Because remember, the earlier stance by Arakshi was that they do not want a dialogue now that the escalation has come in from America and Israel. But now there is a counter stance that has been brought to fore. So are we looking at a dialogue, or there is an underhanded conversation that is already happening with the US and the Iranian regime, for that matter, of a possibility of a dialogue? Because we have been discussing about how different narratives are coming to fore when it is about Washington. So is there a conversation that has happened beyond the radar when it is about between Washington and Tehran is the big question now that this statement has been made. Ready to give up their nuclear ambitions, if at all an alternative is offered by America. But what that alternative is going to be is again the big question, because they were stockpiling uranium. They were saying that this is not for building a nuclear weapon. So what happens to that? Whether there will be an IAEA access to their nuclear facilities, whether that granting is going to be given by the Iranian authorities also is something that we'd have to wait and watch out for.
But the IAEA has given that green light to the Iranian nuclear program, saying it's not a weapons-grade nuclear program. At the same time, is this also indicative of the fact that there could be factionalism within Iran? Because ever since the death of Ayatollah Khamenei, it seems two different voices are coming in from Iran. One just ramping up the tension, saying they will go scorched earth across the Middle East, and now this conciliatory message coming in from the Deputy Foreign Minister.
While you mentioned about that, the fact that the scorched earth policy of Iran is also now has been extended when it is about the energy sector, how oil, energy, everything seems to be impacted. Probably a dialogue has come in from the Gulf nations, because they are bearing the brunt. And because of the Gulf nations, all of the countries that import energy, oil from there, from the OPEC nations, will of course want this reconciliatory stance that possibly Iran is coming to fore with. And also about the leadership question that you mentioned about. Now that Mujtaba is the supreme leader of Iran, there were other moderate factions that have also come in when we take a look at Ali Reza, for that matter. Maybe that conciliatory tone is because of that, because they need some kind of a neutral standing somewhere, because a lot of upheaval that Iran has right now gone through. They are still mourning the death of Ali Khamenei. So this could be one particular stance that they want to go ahead and probably have that dialogue with America now finally after this entire exchange of fire. Maybe Iran is on the back foot, or maybe not, who knows.
Absolutely, and that's a very interesting point, that beyond the factionalism, the Gulf nations could also be exerting pressure on Iran to come to the talking table, because the United States has made extremely clear they will control the airspace over Iran, and they will continue to pound the command centers as well as the military assets across the country. So that is the big update that's coming in. Some conciliatory messaging coming in from the top officials in the Iranian regime, but also getting reactions from the Iranian envoy, Mohammad Fatah Ali, in an exclusive conversation with CNN News 18. Let's get to that.
In the middle of this war.
Yes, you know that we are mourning because we have lost a great figure and great personality. And you know that His Eminence was our leader and our marja. And I want to say that our father. And we believe that His Eminence always advise us, you try your best for stand on the right side of history. I believe that His Eminence stood on the right side of history and received his reward from Almighty Allah. And now we announce that we respond strongly, firmly, this assassination. And unfortunately, the United States and the Zionist regime wants to disturb and destroy all the international law and international norms. And you know that we announced that we are, as Iran, due to our capability and capacity, we are ready for negotiation and peace and war. But we prefer the peace. But we are ready, fully ready and completely ready for the war. This is our stance. Now they started the war and we decided to end of the war, the duration of the war.
पटना में श्री नितिन नवीन जी, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भाजपा, श्री नीतीश कुमार जी, बिहार के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्री रामनाथ ठाकुर जी, श्री उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी और श्री शिवेश राम जी के राज्यसभा के नामांकन के लिए यहाँ पर आया हूँ। श्री नितिन नवीन जी राज्य में लंबे समय तक यशस्वी राजनीति करने के बाद भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने हैं और अब वो राज्यसभा के माध्यम से संसद में भी अपना योगदान देंगे। हम सब एनडीए के सदस्य, भाजपा के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता नितिन नवीन जी का राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में और संसद में स्वागत करते हैं। आज बिहार के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने भी राज्यसभा में अपना नामांकन किया है। इसके साथ ही बहुत लंबे अरसे के बाद श्री नीतीश कुमार जी फिर से एक बार राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में राज्यसभा सांसद के नाते प्रवेश करेंगे। 2005 से लेकर आज तक नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री रहे। उनका एक कार्यकाल एक प्रकार से बहुत यशस्वी रहा। ये कार्यकाल उनका बिहार के इतिहास में स्वर्णिम पृष्ठ के रूप में लिखा जाएगा और बिहार के विकास के सारे मायने को उन्होंने गति देने का काम किया। उन्होंने अपने शासनकाल में बिहार को जंगल राज से मुक्त करने का काम किया। इन्होंने बिहार की सड़कों को न केवल गांवों तक जोड़ा, बिहार की सड़कों की स्थिति को भी सुधार किया। इतने लंबे करियर में विधायक, सांसद, मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री रहते हुए उनके कुर्ते पर कभी दाग नहीं लगा। पूरा जीवन भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगने बगैर इतना लंबा राजनीतिक सफर शायद ही किसी राजनेता ने तय किया हो जो नीतीश कुमार जी ने किया है। बिहार में हर गांव, हर घर में बिजली पहुंचाने में भी उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। हमेशा नीतीश जी सादगी, शुचिता और सार्वजनिक जीवन के उच्चतम मूल्यों के पक्षधर रहे हैं, जिनका पालन उन्होंने भी किया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 11 साल तक बिहार को हर प्रकार से आगे ले जाने में बहुत बड़ा योगदान किया और उनके नेतृत्व में ही मोदी जी की भेजी हुई सभी योजनाएं बिहार के जन जन तक पहुंची।
It's a big day in the history of Bihar as the son of the soil Nitish Kumar bids goodbye to his chief ministerial position that is occupied for 10 times, has been the longest serving chief minister, but that is not something which has gone down very well with his supporters as well. Plenty of people have come outside the Vidhan Sabha at least a couple of hours before his nomination to the Rajya Sabha, and they're sitting outside the Vidhan Sabha protesting what they call shouldn't really happen as Rajya Sabha jaye.
नहीं, हम लोग तो बिहार की जनता जो है बिहार के लिए ने वोट दिया है और बिहार में बहुत सारे विकास अभी बाकी है, उसको करना है। तो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को बिहार में का ही सेवा करना चाहिए। माननीय पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने बोले थे आप बिहार जाइए, बिहार को जनता को सेवा कीजिए। तो बिहार आए हैं, बिहार का सेवा करें और दिल्ली और कहीं जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है।
2025 का जो चुनाव हुआ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री के फेस पर हुआ, उनके नाम पर हुआ, बहुमत मिला। बिहार की जनता चाह रही है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री बने रहें, बिहार के लिए उनकी बहुत ज़रूरत है। अभी वो राज्यसभा में नहीं जाएं, अभी बिहार की बागडोर अपने पास रखें।
आप उनकी पार्टी की फ्लैग लेके भी आए हैं, आप मुझे बताइए आप क्या चाहते हैं, नीतीश कुमार से क्या करना चाहते हैं?
जी, वो हमारे बिहार में रहें और बिहार की सेवा करें। हम लोग माननीय रामनाथ ठाकुर जी के समर्थक हैं और अपना जीते और बिहार को विकास करें।
चुनाव में जिस हिसाब से इन लोगों की जीत हुई है
धनतंत्र की जीत हुई है, मशीन तंत्र की जीत हुई है। ये एक एक एनडीए के घटक दल सब लोग जानते हैं कि उनकी जीत इस चुनाव में कैसे हुई। अब हम इतना कहना चाहते हैं, जो हम लोगों के सामने जो समाचार आया, नीतीश जी ने भी पोस्ट किया है कि वो जो है सदन जाना चाहते हैं। आप सब लोगों को पता होगा कि हम शुरुआत से
And shifting focus down south, the high-stakes political standoff in the DMK and the Congress alliance in Tamil Nadu is finally over. After weeks of tough negotiations, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and Congress leaders have sealed a seat-sharing pact for the 2026 assembly elections. Now, under the deal, the Congress will contest 28 assembly seats, a slight increase from 2021, and has also been promised one Rajya Sabha berth. The agreement ends days of public sparring between the allies, with Congress initially pushing for a much larger share before settling on 28 seats. Meanwhile, the NDA has hit out at the pact, saying the Congress has compromised its political soul for survival and accepted a junior role just to stay relevant in the state's electoral battle.
After a lot of delays, finally the DMK and the Congress have signed the deal for 2026, 28 seats for the Congress and one Rajya Sabha seat. Why was there a delay in the first place, and finally how did this happen?
See, as far as we are concerned, there was no delay. This is the period where we have been talking with all the political party, our alliance partners, and today Congress, because they have more number of seats, we finalized it at the last, that's all. There is no delay on our part. Maybe in between there might have been something within the party which we are not bothered. What their leadership had said, it has been fulfilled.
Was power sharing also discussed, or is that being promised?
No, that was not promised. Our Chief Minister had already stated that there will not be any power sharing. He had categorically stated.
So now you have the DMDK on board. O. Pannirselvam has also joined the DMK. Is it going to be a big boost for the DMK now? All the alliance partners of the DMK
shows that this is going to be a winning alliance. When other parties have come and join us, which means with their experience, they feel that DMK alliance is the winning alliance.
We are happily signed the agreement. We got 28 seat. After 40 years, we got upward 3 seat extra and 1 Rajya Sabha. So we are very happy. Election, we are going to win 210 seat plus. There is no opposition party. Opposition party, Congress party becoming opposition party. This is ideological alliance, natural alliance, need this alliance. Tamil Nadu people need this alliance.
The DMK Congress tie-up is very similar to the doomed Titanic, and there is a complete breakdown of trust with the Congress and the DMK abusing and insulting each other in the public domain. This DMK Congress nexus has been the most insensitive and extremely opportunistic alliance, and this DMK government is probably one of the most corrupt and incompetent governments in the history of Tamil Nadu. The people of Tamil Nadu will use this assembly election as an opportunity to reject and eject this evil DMK Congress nexus and this evil DMK government, and they will undoubtedly bless the NDA alliance.
And that's the latest coming in on the political front. We will continue to track all those developments coming in. For now, quick break, more news and updates on the other side.
Now, let's quickly move to one of the most potent low-cost, weapon system that the Iranians have used. That's the kamikaze drones. Now, Iran's swarm tactics decoded via the Shahid drones. Let's try and understand what these kamikaze drones are, and let's move to that and say, what's the Tor? How is the enemy, in this case, how is the US-Israeli how are they going to negate the threat of these swarms of kamikaze or suicide drones who are going to catch, who have done so much of damage? Let's try and understand. We will try and So this is the Strait of Hormuz. We got the issues here. Let's call the Shahid 136. Now these are suicide or kamikaze attack drones. They are one-way loitering munition. This is how they look. They carry a payload of up to 50 kilograms of explosives.
That's approximately this tall or this long, from the ground up here, and with a wingspan like this,
right?
Approximately, so you can see this better.
Right.
Yeah.
So as tall as you? A
little bit taller.
Little bit taller?
Longer, yes.
And with a wingspan
like
here.
Yes.
Wingspan like this.
Iranian version is earlier version. It is much more primitive than what the Russians are deploying in Ukraine.
Okay.
Excuse me. Yeah. Foremost, it has no system for terminal guidance.
Right.
It means it has no electro-optical camera, for example, so that the pilot at home can steer it straight into specific target. It has no satellite communication capability.
Okay.
Russian UAVs are meanwhile carrying Starlink terminals on them. Some are even armed with air-to-air missiles, so to say.
Yeah.
So, and some of the Russian systems, or Geran, they call them Geran, have terminal electro-optical guidance and thermal warheads which are burning, actually.
Incendiary.
Incendiary warheads,
yeah.
thank you very
Okay.
much. So they are causing really brutal damage when hitting some kind of a building.
Right. So they are designed to dive into the ground targets and detonate on impact. So, but you're saying they don't have cameras, they don't have satellite
yes.
imagery?
Essentially, Iranian UAVs of this type can only target a specific geographic coordinates, nothing else. They cannot target ships, for example.
It weighs about 200 kilograms in total, including the warhead and the booster. It is launched via rocket-assisted rails in large swarms to overwhelm the defenses. My question, General Saab, when you launch something like this, how do you counter this? Because it looks like the UAE and the Gulf nations and the Americans, the cost of defense is far more expensive than the cost of offense. Yeah.
So there is actually no answer to this. Right. The problem is it flies low.
Yeah.
It doesn't take something like what missiles or ballistic missiles does. They fly low. The time to intercept is very, very minimal. The only possibilities for Israelis is to use the Iron Beam system, because that is the fastest they can actually see, capture.
Arun, welcome and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. We are bringing to you every coverage that is to do with the updates on the West Asian crisis that's only growing, and also the other updates from India. My colleague Akanksha and I would be bringing you all the top stories. Akanksha? It's already day 5 of the conflict, and we can see how it's quickly escalating and now turning into a maritime conflict, with conflict from Strait of Hormuz also moving over to the Indian Ocean region. Let's get started with the headlines. We're tracking this up. Rahul Gandhi criticizes Prime Minister's silence for remaining silent after an Iranian warship sank near Sri Lanka, warning the West Asia conflict is now entering India's backyard and threatening regional stability and also energy security. Reports suggest a second Iranian vessel is stranded near Sri Lanka's Panadura coast. Iran's embassy seeks emergency docking for food and water. Unverified reports say children are on board. 37 Indian ships, 1,109 crews stuck near the Strait of Hormuz. 3 Indian seafarers have been killed as West Asia conflict disrupts shipping in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Iran strikes Azerbaijan's Nakhchivan with drones. Baku says attack launched from Iranian territory hits airport area, even injures civilians. Vladimir Putin warns Russia could halt gas supplies to European Union markets, shift energy exports to more profitable buyers amid the global energy shock. China sends special envoy to Middle East to mediate as Iran-Israel-US conflict escalates, urging protection of civilians, dialogue and stability amid rising regional tensions. Let's now take a look at this high-stakes war in West Asia. So it's entered its 6th day. It is only escalating, with billions that have been spent
no clear end in sight as far as this West Asia crisis is concerned. We are looking at a full-scale war with pounding that is happening from all three sides, whether it is America, Israel, or the counter once that's coming in from Iran. Now, casualties are mounting. Global trade has been disrupted by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran has begun reaching out to neighboring countries, claiming that it was compelled into acting following the assassination of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
On that note, getting in some breaking inputs. In fact, let's quickly give you a sense of what's happening in Doha and Qatar. More fresh explosions, in fact, heard in Qatar is what we are being told. This in the Qatari capital of Doha. And Qatar says it was subjected to missile attack. Even the air defense systems are currently intercepting it. This is the latest statement that's come in from the Qatari defense minister, is what we are being told. In fact, Griha will also be bringing us the latest inputs. But remember, the US allied countries in the Middle East remain on tenterhooks. They are the key target at the moment. We've seen continuous explosions targeting Saudi Arabia. We're looking at even Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain. All of these countries are currently being targeted. The defense ministers say that there have been fresh explosions. We're trying to find out the location. Griha is going to bring you the latest updates. But for now, what we can tell you, fresh set of explosions, in fact, reported in Doha.
Absolutely, Akanksha, taking this forward from our live newsroom here, as the war room is only exploding with each and every information that continues coming in. And let's now get in Ayushman. Ayushman, the fact that we are learning of explosions in Doha, and they are asserting that there was a missile strike that has happened. So West Asian conflict only growing, Gulf nations getting impacted. Now missile strikes is something that we are looking
Absolutely. We were earlier seeing just consistent drone strikes coming in from the Iranian side at their energy infrastructure. But it seems ballistic missiles have also been now deployed when it comes to the West Asian as well as the Arab nations. It seems Iran is escalating its air operations as well as its targeted strikes at these Arab nations, especially the American allies, their bases, and now directly even civilian areas seem to be on attack by the Iranian forces. The bullseye is now across these Arab nations, not just their military infrastructure, but even their civilian and energy infrastructure. What we are learning is that Qatar has said that it was subjected to a missile attack. Air defense systems are trying to intercept them, but some are making through the entire dome that they have and the anti-missile air defense systems that they have. Some missiles are making it through, because what we are learning is that a column of black smoke has been seen in Doha's horizon following those explosions. So it seems a barrage of missiles are heading towards these nations, and Qatar being the latest victim.
Before we can access those visuals, we can only understand how dramatic this entire escalation is going on to becoming, since you are mentioning about how black smoke has been seen as emerging, and we will still access those visuals for our viewers. But the use of ballistic missiles not at Israel, America is of course far off, but here we are talking about a Gulf country. On the one hand, we just broke that news that Iran is looking at a dialogue, a possibility where they are actually wanting America to give it an alternative option if they want it to, in fact, stop stockpiling uranium. And on the other hand, we see the use of ballistic missiles not towards Israel, but towards Doha.
Because at the same time, clearly that factionalism comes in. Now, Iran will give a conciliatory note so that the hostilities end, but they can't let up their operations when it comes to defending themselves. And primarily their tactic has been to put pressure on these American allies as well as these Arab nations to ensure that they push even the United States and Israel to play down or to wind down their operations. But the interesting thing that's coming in is that they are ramping up their anti-American as well as Israeli operations by hammering their allies, not these countries particularly. Because once the energy infrastructure gets hit, the energy markets are in chaos, and more pressure is put not just from the Arab nations but from other allies on the United States and Israel. And the big development that's coming in is that Pete Hegseth said that in just a short while they will have control of the airspace over Iran, but it seems that's not the case.
Okay, all right. That's the big news that's also coming in from Washington. Akanksha taking this forward. Akanksha, over to you in the studios.
In fact, this is news coming in from Israel. Footage from the historic shootdown of an Iranian Yak-130 fighter jet by an IF Adir F-35 fighter jet has now in fact surfaced. Let's quickly take you through this. This, to break it down for you, is the downing of an Iranian piloted jet, remember, by an Israeli F-35. It's close to a 15 to 16 second clip. All right, this is the target that you're looking at, and in this, you can even hear the pilot actually going on to say that I can hear and I have actually executed the overall target. This is where they actually got into a dogfight, an Iranian fighter jet, the Yak-130, being chased down by an Israeli fighter jet. In fact, let's quickly take all of that information. Remember, this incident was being reported over Tehran on Wednesday, and the entire footage has now in fact surfaced. Griha will bring us the details from the newsroom. Griha.
Yes, absolutely, Akanksha. Another development, we are talking about other Iranian yak that has been downed by Israel. That is the claim that's coming in from the Israeli Air Force. Remember, all of this development continues to be trickling in as they also want to win the narrative war. Ayushman has more. We are looking at another yak that's been downed by the Israeli Air Force, and they are putting that out. But, you know, I have been asking this whenever these developments come to fore. When it is about Iran, Iran doesn't boast of a very, very strong aerial combat for that matter.
Yeah.
So how much of this is going to be denting their arsenal further?
See, it works towards the aim of the United States and Israel to control the entire airspace. And the Israeli Air Force has been legendary ever since 1948. We all remember that there was the Six-Day War where 4 nations rallied against Israel, that were Iraq, Syria, Jordan, as well as Egypt. Israel in one day was able to neutralize their entire air force just by using a handful of fighters. Their pilots are legendary, but when it comes to the air operations over Iran, it's easier said than done. Israel doesn't have that big of an aerial arsenal to take out all of those jets. At the same time, the aim also seems to be to deplete the aerial forces of Iran to ensure that they have no option but to only rely on drones and ballistic missiles. So the aim seems to be this war of attrition so that both sides wear each other down. But Donald Trump has said that he has an unlimited supply. If Donald Trump has an unlimited supply, means Israel has an unlimited supply. But Iran has a very limited supply. So this war of attrition seems to be dragging on to wear each other down. But Iran has the advantage of putting pressure on the Arab nations using its drone strikes, which are very easy to make. They are cheap, they are easily mass-produced, and we have seen highly effective against the Arab nations.
Right, absolutely, and they are definitely going after those ballistic missiles and drones as far as Iran is concerned. That's the version that's coming in from Israel and America. This is the latest one where we are looking at another Iranian jet that has been downed by the Israelis. Akanksha, over to you.
More breaking inputs coming in. These are from Azerbaijan. In fact, as you can see, there are missiles and even a drone attack which was directed at Azerbaijan's international airport. This is the Nakhchivan airport. Terrifying footage goes on to indicate how the airports continue to get targeted by Iran, and in fact that appears like a missile which comes crashing down. This is the Nakhchivan airport, the footage of which we are currently playing out. All right, and a massive explosion over there at the Nakhchivan airport in Azerbaijan. This is the footage that has now come in. Let's in fact quickly show you over there. This explosion's right overhead above the airport. As you can see, the blast actually happens, and this is the Nakhchivan airport in Azerbaijan. Remember, yesterday itself, Turkey had intercepted a missile which was directed, and now in the neighboring area, you can see that there is Azerbaijan, which is also now on the radar. This is a missile which was directed from Iranian territory. Reports are also indicating that this particular missile was directed from Tehran over to the Nakhchivan airport in Azerbaijan. Let me quickly bring in our guests on the broadcast. I am joined in by Sushant Sareen, who's a senior fellow at the ORF, Lada Galan, who's a partner at Oracle Advisory Group. Thank you to both of you for joining in. Sushant, if I could quickly bring you in on the aspect of how this entire conflict is quickly expanding. Look at this shocking footage that's come in from Azerbaijan.
Yes, look, it's not surprising. It's very clear that the Iranians have shown their intentions to expand the geography of conflict. Whatever those calculations might be, if it is to pressurize the Western allies or the American-Israeli allies to back off, or that to indicate to them that they are Iran has the capability of attacking all of them and getting away with it. If that's the messaging, it's all very well, but what if all of them gang up against Iran? That hasn't happened so far, but this is a very dangerous kind of a tactic that the Iranians are adopting. Secondly, and I think that more crucially, what we can see that the Iranians have been able to strike all these countries. Question is, how much damage have they actually been able to cause? Yes, they've caused some damage to this entire image that the Americans had built, that if you were an American ally, you were protected, nobody could harm you, nobody could touch you, the Americans had your back. I think that image has certainly gotten dented. Secondly, it has shown up many of these Arab countries, that all the investments that they have made in really fancy defense equipment, where is it? Where is it when they need it the most, when they are under attack? Third, can they hit back? Do they have the stomach for a fight against a country like Iran? And if all of that was to come together, then of course you are looking at a very, very, a much, much deeper crisis than we already faced.
Okay.
But the important Akansha is, how much damage have you been able to cause? Are you able to cause unacceptable damage in all these countries that there is a huge clamor in them to stop this conflict? Or is it...
I'm running short of time. Let me quickly take this forward. When you're talking about the damage done, Vlada Galan, could you weigh in on the damage, especially when there's clear-cut targeting of the busiest airports in the world right now? What is the kind of damage?
Well, I'm currently sitting in Dubai,
In fact,
United
Vlada,
Arab.
before you make that point, we have to quickly take this piece of breaking news. We'll come back to you on that one. Azerbaijan's foreign ministry has said that it has summoned Iran's ambassador after this Iranian drone has attacked the airport, the Arazi airport at Nakhchivan. According to the officials, one Iranian drone struck the airport terminal. Akanksha was just showing you those horrifying visuals, while another one hit a school in the village of Shurabad. Two people are reportedly injured in that strike. So one which possibly has hit a passenger terminal at the Razi airport in Nakhchivan in Azerbaijan. The other one, a school. Sushant Sareen, would you like to weigh in there? Because this is going to come with a lot of human cost. And this is not even Israel that we're talking about. This is Azerbaijan, Iran striking the Gulf nations and how they're looking at infrastructure which has people around. A school also has been reported to have been taken down in this particular strike.
Azerbaijan has been a problem for Iran for many, many years, in part because Azerbaijan and Israel have very close relations. The Azeris supply bulk of Iranian petroleum supplies. So there is this beef that the Iranians have against Azerbaijan. And in that entire Azerbaijan versus Armenia conflict, the Iranians were on the side of Armenia, while Israelis were on the side of Azerbaijan. So there is that beef which is going on, and perhaps this is one of the reasons why Azerbaijan has been targeted. Also, I think there is a certain amount of concern in Iran, which has a fairly large Azeri population. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, even the Ayatollah Khamenei was either part Azeri or completely Azeri. He was not a Persian in that sense.
Okay.
So there is that old problem with Azerbaijan, and one of the reasons Azerbaijan is being targeted is maybe this is the Iranian way of telling them, don't jump into the fray, otherwise, they'll be held to
But
pay.
we'd have to see the developments now that the Iranian ambassador in Azerbaijan has been summoned by the foreign ministry there. Akanksha has more.
We're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, Azerbaijan's foreign ministry has summoned its Iranian ambassador. So quickly you can see the kind of domino effect that this entire attack on the airport in Azerbaijan, especially in Baku, has taken. Let me quickly take that forward with Ayushman, who will share the details with us. The summoning of the Iranian ambassador in a country which was never really at loggerheads with Iran.
Absolutely. And at the same time, the ambit of the entire war zone is only expanding. And this is what we were discussing with Greha earlier as well, Akanksha, the fact that Iran has the capacity to create these drones which cause maximum damage. And they have a very high range, and they have now been used to attack Azerbaijan to create more pressure on the United States as well as Israel, given the fact that Azerbaijan is also an oil producer. So the shock that's going into the energy markets seems to be the aim of Iran, with more drones being deployed. We're getting more details when it comes to Iran's drone program. We were discussing earlier as well how the US and the Israeli forces are destroying their jets, they're destroying their ballistic missiles, but this drone capacity that Iran has to send chaos through the energy markets is immense, because Iran's drone production capacity is around 10,000 per month. These are low cost and heavy production based drones which are being used across the region, and now Azerbaijan, the latest victim.
In fact, according to official confirmation, there were two missiles that have struck. One is, of course, at one of the terminals at the airport. The other is in a village near a school. And in fact, there are reported injuries as well. Going to quickly toss back to Greha to take it forward with our esteemed guests.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Akanksha. Vlada, I'd like you to weigh in at this point that Sushant was making earlier. The strained ties between Azerbaijan and Iran are, in fact, it's an old story. We do know the pro-Western and the Israeli allied stance of Azerbaijan. Do you think that's why it is now feeling the pinch, taking the brunt, in fact, taking a hit quite literally when it is about these drone strikes?
Well, at the end of the day, Iran is backed into a corner. And you see that the Iranian regime is capitulating, and you saw the statement by the foreign minister. What's happening now is they want to cause maximal damage. And Azerbaijan falls right into that list of countries that has a very serious, close strategic relationship with the state of Israel. In fact, I think it is one of the closest partnerships across various sectors in the entire Muslim world.
Vlada, when you say the Iranian regime seems to be capitulating, we are told you are stuck in Dubai. You've not been able to reach the Raisina dialogue, which you were supposed to be a part of in the national capital here in New Delhi. The kind of onslaught that's coming in from Iran that is going into the Gulf countries is continuing. And this one, particularly at the airport there in Azerbaijan, really tells how expansive this entire onslaught has really become. So even if they will give in, they are not ready to, in fact, throw in the towel yet. And this is what these stories are telling us.
Well, what they're doing is launching the most damage as fast as possible that they can. And I am here in Dubai. I was supposed to be a speaker tonight at the Raisina Dialogues and couldn't make it on a flight to India. The only flights leaving from Dubai are repatriation flights. However, the Dubai airport is opening this evening. The strikes that have come into the UAE, including Abu Dhabi and Dubai, have significantly diminished, meaning that they are slowly running out of missiles and drones to send across the region. The vaster the conflict, the faster that they run out of supplies. And that's exactly what's happening, which is why I think you had the statement that went out from the foreign minister today. And that we're going to see those strikes diminishing over the next 4 to 6 days, in my opinion. And you're already seeing those numbers greatly diminished. And so at the end of the day, there's only so long that they can continue this conflict. The United States and Israel has issued strategic airstrikes on their. The more they launch, the more they expose those launch sites, which many of them are mobile, and those launch sites are getting taken out pretty actively. I think at this point, they're backed into a corner. You saw the Israeli airstrike with over 80 Iranian government regime officials that were taken out in one strike by Israel, and that has, significantly infuriated the regime, and they're going to continue doing as much damage as they possibly can before this is all over.
All right, Yara, stay with us. Sushant, stay with us, getting in some more breaking inputs. In fact, there's a file photo of the second Iranian warship moving towards Sri Lanka's waters. A second Iranian warship. This is reportedly IRINS Bushehr, carrying more than 100 crew, is heading towards Sri Lanka's territorial waters, the same area where, remember, the US submarine destroyed an Iranian frigate yesterday. Al Jazeera is in fact reporting Sri Lanka's media minister Nalinda Jayatissa has said the warship reported to be carrying more than 100 crew is just outside Sri Lankan waters. Now, would Sri Lanka want to get directly involved is the big key critical question over here. As we said, that because it's now taking the shape of a maritime conflict, there are other countries inadvertently getting roped in. We've seen how Sri Lanka actually had to jump into the rescue once that warship yesterday was, in fact, Dana was torpedoed by the US submarine. What else can you tell us, Ayushman?
Yeah, and we're getting reports that this is not a civilian ship. This is another warship that has now entered Sri Lankan waters, and it's fair game for the US forces who also have presence, submarine presence as well as frigate presence in the Indian Ocean, to target these ships, because Pete Hegseth has said that their entire aim is to cripple their naval forces, and these are Iranian warships that we are seeing on our screens in Sri Lankan waters. Now, the statement coming in from Sri Lanka, because there was speculation coming in that was Sri Lanka in the know when it comes to the movement of these Iranian naval vessels. The statement coming in from Sri Lanka's cabinet spokesperson is that the country is trying to safeguard the lives of those on that Iranian ship off their coast. So Sri Lanka playing quite a dangerous game when it comes to entering into this entire theatre of war, given the fact that the top opposition MPs inside Sri Lanka have said that they don't want anything to do with this conflict. But the movement of a second Iranian naval vessel in our backyard, Akanksha, it also rings alarm bells, not just for Sri Lanka, which is playing footsie with this entire conflict, but raises alarm for the entire defense and intelligence infrastructure here in India.
In fact, thank you for sharing all of those inputs. Let's quickly toss back to Griha over there.
Right, Akanksha, thank you so much for that. We have a very important guest now joining us on the broadcast. Captain Ashish Kumar from Bihar now joins us. He is one of the persons in fact, one of the kin of one of the sailors who's been killed in an attack on an oil tanker Skylight in the Gulf of Oman. So, Captain Ashish Kumar, बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. आपके जो रिश्तेदार थे, जो स्काईलाइट पे थे, जो वेसल जिसको अटैक किया था इरानियन मिसाइल्स ने वहाँ पे स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मूज में, कोई भी जानकारी गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, क्योंकि ये ओमानियन वेसल था, किस तरह से आपको ये जानकारी मिली है अब जाके, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया भी ये फिगर्स रिलीज़ कर रही है कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली 2 सेलर्स जो इंडियन सेलर्स हैं उनकी जान जा चुकी है?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैम, आप लोगों को थैंक यू, आप लोगों को मीडिया ने हमें रीच किया इस न्यूज़ के लिए. सेकेंडली, हमें संडे के दिन न्यूज़ जैसे फ्लैश हो रहा था वैसे हमें न्यूज़ फ्लैश में दिखा कि ओमान, गल्फ ऑफ ओमान में जो वेसल्स है वहाँ पे अटैक हो रहे हैं और बहुत सारे वेसल्स पे अटैक हुए हैं. हमें कोई कंफर्मेशन नहीं था कि जिसमें मेरे भैया एज अ कैप्टन आशीष कुमार सर्विंग कर रहे थे उस भी वेसल पे अटैक हुआ है. बट हमने नेट पे काफ़ी सर्च किया, काफ़ी इंटरनेट वगैरह सर्चिंग किए हैं, न्यूज़ वगैरह पे काफ़ी देखे हुए, बट कोई कंफर्मेशन नहीं आ रहा था. बाय इवनिंग ऑन संडे स्काईलाइट की तरफ से एक स्पोक्स पर्सन ने हमें बताया कि जिस पे कैप्टन आशीष कुमार थे स्काईलाइट पे, उसी पे अटैक हुआ है. और फिर उसके बाद जैसे हमें ये न्यूज़ मिला, फिर हमने डायरेक्टली रीच आउट किया इंडियन एम्बेसी को, और ओमान में भी हमने रीच किया थ्रू द ईमेल्स एंड ऑल द वेरियस चैनल्स. आफ्टर दैट मैम, हमें ये कंफर्मेशन हो ही नहीं रहा था कि उसी शिप पे है, और उसके बाद से मैम सारे क्रू मेंबर्स का रेस्क्यू हो रहा था, कुछ हो रहा था, कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन क्लियर नहीं आ पा रही थी.
जी शुभम जी, बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट डेवलपमेंट्स हैं, आप सही बात कर रहे हैं. और ये जो अटैक हुआ है ओमानियन वेसल पे, ये सबसे पहला अटैक था स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मूज में जो रिपोर्ट किया गया. अनफॉर्चुनेट बहुत ज़्यादा है कि आपके भाई उस वेसल पे थे, कैप्टन आशीष कुमार. हम उनकी तस्वीरें भी अभी साझा कर रहे हैं अपने व्यूअर्स के साथ. लेकिन अब जाके जितने भी सी फेयरर्स हैं, जो भी सेलर्स इंडियन वेसल्स पे वहाँ पे स्ट्रैंडेड हैं स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मूज में, वो सब दरखास्त कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से कि किसी तरह से उनको वापस भारत लेके, हिंदुस्तान लेके आया जाए। उसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैम, सबसे पहले तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स इस चीज़ में काफ़ी इस चीज़ को फायर ऑफ द लाइट देखना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये सिचुएशन एक मेरी ही फैमिली के लिए नहीं, इंडिया के सारी फैमिली के लिए है, जिसके फैमिली मेम्बर्स वहाँ पे फंसे हैं, जो सेलर्स है, जो सी फेयर्स है, जो अदर एक्टिविटी में वर्किंग है वहाँ पे। तो इस पे गवर्नमेंट को और मोदी जी को स्पेशली इस चीज़ का देखना चाहिए। सेकेंडली मैम, मैं ये कंफर्म करता हूँ कि अभी तक कोई ऐसा ऑफिशियल नहीं है, डीजी शिपिंग की तरफ से हमें ये कंफर्मेशन मिला है कि मास्टर के कैबिन से हमें स्केलेटन मिला है, बट वो भी अभी कंफर्म नहीं है कि वो स्केलेटन कैप्टन आशीष का ही है या किसी और।
जी शुभम, हम जान सकते हैं बहुत ही ज़्यादा दुखद समय है और अभी तक आप बहुत सारे सवालों के जवाब चाह रहे होंगे जिस तरह की बातें आप बता रहे हैं, क्योंकि एक अटैक हुआ है और कितना ही मैसिव अटैक होगा, तो स्केलेटल रिमेन्स की बात कर रही है सरकार और जो वहाँ पे अथॉरिटीज़ हैं वो आपसे इसके बारे में सुनना ही बहुत तकलीफ देह है। लेकिन क्या बताते थे कैप्टन आशीष कुमार अपनी लाइफ के बारे में, किस तरह से वो ट्रैवल होता था स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मूज से, कितने दिन लगते थे, उसके बारे में अगर कुछ आप बताना चाहें हमें तो।
नो मैम, उसके बारे में तो मतलब भैया से उतना इंटरेक्शन नहीं होता था, क्योंकि वो ज़्यादा वर्किंग पे रहता था और उसका टाइप शिफ्ट वगैरह थोड़ा डिफरेंट था, तो काफ़ी कम ही मेरा और भैया का कम्युनिकेशन हो पाता था। बाकी फैमिली मेम्बर से होता था, तो फैमिली मैटर्स पे ज़्यादा बात होता था, वर्किंग का थोड़ा कम ही बात होता था।
कितने टाइम से वो थे जुड़े हुए स्काईलाइट के साथ?
मैम, स्काईलाइट पे तो वो अभी जनवरी में गए थे।
और उसके पहले यहाँ हिंदुस्तान में ही काम कर रहे थे या फिर किसी और वेसल के साथ एसोसिएटेड थे?
किसी और वेसल के साथ मैम वर्किंग था। मोर देन 16 इयर्स का उसका एक्सपीरियंस था सी फेयर्स में।
जी शुभम जी, बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। माफ़ी चाहूँगी, इतना कुछ हो गया है, लेकिन ये डेवलपमेंट्स है। जी ज़रूर बताइए।
मैम, एक रिक्वेस्ट है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से, जयशंकर सर से, मोदी जी से, जैसे मोदी जी सबके लिए करते हैं वैसे मेरे भाई के लिए भी करें, और मेरे भाई के जगह सारे जो इंडियन फंसे उनके लिए करें, और प्लीज़ इस मैटर को हमें कंफर्म करें, क्लियर करें क्या है, क्या सच्चाई है, कितने दिन में हमें इस चीज़ की कंफर्मेशन मिलेगा मेरे भाई के लिए।
जी शुभम, हम आपके ज़रिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से ये रिक्वेस्ट ज़रूर आपकी सामने रखेंगे, बिकॉज वी डू अंडरस्टैंड दैट अ लॉट ऑफ फैमिलीज आर अनश्योर बिकॉज ऑफ द seafarers, Indian seafarers who are right now struck in the Strait of Hormuz because of the impasse that continues, because of the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz that continues. We are right now heading into some breaking news on the broadcast. Shubham ji, बहुत शुक्रिया आपके साथ बातें करने के लिए. We in fact have this piece of breaking news.
Massive destruction, visuals of massive destruction that's occurred after the US-Israeli strike that took place at a stadium in Tehran, and aftermath following overnight strikes that have also taken place in Beirut. This is in fact being brought to us. If you can see, this seems like a midnight strike that actually is going on to also indicate the kind of destruction that has taken place. This location is in Tehran. The place has been completely reduced to a rubble, what seems like in fact a densely populated residential locality in Tehran. These were of course conducted by the Israeli strikes overnight, and at the same time what we can tell you over here is that this is a location in the suburbs of Beirut. The entire residential locality has been reduced to a heap of rubble, as you can see over here. This was a post-midnight strike. The rescue operations are on. The casualties are massive. The death toll also is increasing. As you can see, the complete front facades of the buildings have been razed. These are rescue workers who are now trying to dig out the dead out of the rubble. But these are post-midnight strikes that were conducted by Israel. And of course, we know that they have targeted Beirut's suburbs over here. Important to highlight why Beirut currently is also being targeted. We know that at the moment, Hezbollah is very much located in Lebanon, and so this is why Lebanon also continues to bear the brunt of this. Let me quickly go across to Sushant and Yada, who continue to stay with us. Sushant, do you think that these strikes will be able to ensure the end of Hezbollah at the moment? Because this is one mess that the world has been dealing with for decades, and yet there seems to be no end to it.
Akansha, unfortunately, I don't think so, because look, Hezbollah has been severely degraded anyways, as have most other terrorist organizations. But these organizations, given the kind of ideology they espouse, the kind of millenarian mindset they have, they do regenerate in one form or another, regardless of whether next time they'll be looking to Iran for support or somebody else. This problem is likely to persist, but it becomes a lot more manageable than what it used to be. I, however, think that, earlier we were discussing this and we were told that Iran is all set to capitulate because their missile and their other arsenal is being severely degraded and is about to go out of the equation. That might well happen. I don't know how quickly, but let us assume it happens tomorrow. What after that? How do you ensure regime change? Are you going to bomb the entire Iran into rubble? How does even that ensure regime change? In the last 2.5 years of bombing Gaza, you still haven't gotten rid of Hamas in that area.
True.
Somebody still has to go in out there, take control, disarm Hamas. And we're talking about just a small strip of land called Gaza. If you now extrapolate from there to Iran, where you have an entrenched and reasonably popular, at least they have a 20, 30, 40% support base, a regime out there, how do you then replace it? How do you bring in
You've hit a very key critical point. Yada, mind weighing in on that aspect, that will a regime change be able to ensure the end of Hamas or even Hezbollah and the Houthis?
The day, what you need is a transitional government, and the United States is also putting boots on the ground, because it's very clear that you cannot win this with aerial strikes alone. This is why Donald Trump has announced that they are putting boots on the ground in Iran. They need those boots on the ground to continue to demilitarize large aspects of that regime and radical fragments that are still left. Having a minority, that may support this regime, in the figure of 20%, can be manageable if they have the right transitional government in place. And of course, new leadership is going to have to go in place at some point. The question is, who's going to be the head of that transitional government? Is it going to be Reza, the prince from Iran? Is it going to be someone else? The truth is, Reza is an incredible and motivational figure, and I think it'd be wonderful to see him in that role, but he doesn't have the ruling experience for a transition. So there's definitely going to be a council of some sort that needs to be put in place. There's many positions to fill, but the Iranian people, the majority of them, I believe the last number I saw was close to 70%, certainly are in support of a completely new government. But that is why the United States has had to put boots on the ground, because there's no way to finish this and finish this in a short period of time without boots on the ground.
But
There's
Sushant, more than United States, let's talk about Israel. We already know that Hezbollah, particularly Lebanon, and the kind of pounding that Lebanon is right now receiving on part of Israel is because it forms one line of defense for Iran, and vice versa. If Iran goes on to attack Israel, it gives that extra heft to Iran, and that's why Israelis are going after Beirut and the Hezbollah infra particularly. But where does it leave the people of Lebanon? Are they going to consolidate when it is about this moment, or we will see a squandering like the one we saw way back in 2006?
Look, in Lebanon, Hezbollah has always been a problem, and it's become part of the system in some ways. We've heard The Lebanese authorities say that they are going to clamp down on the Hezbollah, but they haven't been able to do it. This is despite the fact that Hezbollah has been seriously degraded over the last 1-2 years. Secondly, let me just come, frankly, and I'm not trying to be facetious, but I think I have a better chance to rule Iran and I'll be more acceptable than Raza Pahlavi. I don't know where they have suddenly come up with Raza Pahlavi. He's a non-entity. He's a fly-by-night operator of the kind they had in Iraq, Ahmad Shalabi, who nobody knew, but he had somehow managed to convince the American administration that he is going to be the go-to guy as far as Iraq is concerned. And that entire venture completely collapsed. The point is that, to say that we will put boots on the ground, how many boots on the ground are you going to put in a country like Iran? How many? It's a huge country. It's far bigger than what Iraq was. The terrain is very different. The ideology of the people is very different. The way they've been brought up is very different. How many people are you going to put in? How long are you going to stay out there? Donald Trump has also said that he's not interested in endless wars. Who all are you going to take in? Are you going to take in the Arabs into Iranian country? And if you take Arabs out there, do you understand the history of that place? The conflict between the Arabs and the Iranians, or between the Shias and the Sunnis?
Right, absolutely. An important point that Sushant Sareen is making, and after all, if we take a look at his predecessor, and we're talking about Reza Pahlavi, Shah of Iran did no good to Iran either. But we do have some piece of breaking news that we have to put out. Akanksha.
Massive explosions, in fact, being reported in Doha yet again, as we were reporting earlier as well. We shared those details with you. The Qatari capital actually continues to bear the brunt as fresh explosions have been heard. Is this a result of a barrage of missiles? We are yet to ascertain that, but what we can tell you is Doha is back on the target. In fact, CNN gets you the latest on the ground situation from there.
All right. We are coming to you, of course, from our Middle East programming headquarters here in the Gulf, in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE. I'm Becky Anderson, and I want to stay in the Gulf. I've just got a statement just released from Qatar confirming their air defense systems. They're intercepting a missile attack. This is day 6, of course, March the 5th. It is 12:30 in the afternoon there in Qatar. Let's bring in CNN senior producer Bijan Hosseini joining us live. Bish, what can you tell us at this point?
Hey, Becky. Yeah, we've just changed locations. We're actually underneath in a safe place now, but we've been experiencing just maybe 2 minutes ago another wave, the 4th wave that we've experienced in quick succession. These sounding very loud. We've seen some of the smoke trails of these interceptions taking place right above us. We're in central West Bay right now. At least from our perspective, the team, we've been live in this location every day for 6 days. These are by far the loudest and longest series of interceptions we've experienced. That has been happening on and off every 2 minutes. As you said, the Ministry of Defense just came out with that statement 5 minutes ago saying that they are under a missile attack. We believe most of these have been intercepted. We can see the smoke trails from the interceptions that take place above us. But I wanted to, it's worth mentioning that last night we got an alert from the Ministry of Interior. They were asking and telling residents to evacuate near the U.S. Embassy. We had a CNN staff member that got a knock on their door at 3 o'clock in the morning from police asking them to evacuate their home. They are only 4 kilometers away from the U.S. Embassy. They were able to return to their home after about 2 hours. The police saying that they obviously were outside that perimeter that police have set up. And that was just as a safety precaution. As of last night, we didn't hear or see any interceptions taking place near that embassy, neither the people near the embassy. But clearly now an onslaught of attacks coming from Iran.
It's important to point out that you are seeing an uptick there. I mean, that's really significant. And if these are missiles, that is really significant because, of course, we heard from the Pentagon yesterday that the throttling up in these US-Israel strikes are on Iranian missile systems, launchers, stockpiles. Those are being very much directed at this region of the Gulf. We have seen less ballistic missile or cruise missiles incoming here to Abu Dhabi, Bijan, but overnight helicopters and fighter jets taking out drone attacks. So we continue to see these swarming drones. The sense was that we were seeing less ballistic missiles, certainly, on this region. But if we are right to suggest, and it's certainly what this statement that I've just received from Doha suggests, that these are missile attacks, and that is, clearly worrying that the Iranians still have the capability to do that. Bijan is in Doha.
All right, we continue to talk about these strikes, not just on Doha, but also Azerbaijan. These reports coming in, and we are tracking those as we go into a very short break.
Complete devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah, and this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
This is our network phone. We've got some more images here. We've got another image of the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama Bar.
Oman, Saudi Arabia, and this way to Europe.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Man who, along with his co-authors, meticulously tracked every moment, every sortie, every signal in the skies. Tom Cooper uncovers the truth behind the Rafale bogey, what happened in that first initial hour and who owned it, the mysterious Kirana Hills, the nuclear bluff, and from being spooked, smoked and smashed, the entire battle behind the headlines is finally revealed. What actually happened with Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. In his revelatory new book, aviation analyst and also military historian Tom Cooper lays bare the untold events within Operation Sindoor. And it's called the 88 Hours War, the India-Pakistan War of May 2025. I've got the book here. We've got a copy. It's out in Bharat also. It was released in the UK internationally about 2 months ago. We've got the book. Let's first ask Tom Cooper. This must feel very, very good.
Yes, absolutely. It was a piece of very tough work, weeks-long research and digging to the social media in particular, with help of not only 3 fantastic researchers who are professionals and doing this for years already, but also 2 additional gentlemen from India who have helped with their own research.
So there's Ravi Rikhe, Sanjay Badri Maharaj, and also Mangesh Sawant, so credit to them too. But Tom Cooper, you led this conversation. Let me first ask you this. Yes. Who won this war?
Well, this is India, this is clear. This is beyond any kind of doubt that it was India. As I said already back then in May, June last year, a clear-cut victory for India, and one of very few wars of the last 30, 40, 50 years where there is such a clear outcome like in this one.
Okay, let's recreate the first few hours, viewers. I'm just going to quickly take you through what happened, and it's chronicled in this book. This is all from the book excerpt. So first up, the India strike on Pakistan, as the idea, the information that was already given. We'll ask Tom to express it and explain to us in detail. The IAF strike window was between 1:04 to 1:24 a.m. This was the strike window, and these were the areas that had been struck, the terror hubs, the terror notion. The weapons were fired over Pakistani airspace. The PAF's response was delayed by minutes, and the first reaction was at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. So this was the first reaction at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. And also Rawalpindi, one SAM site, there was that was fired. Missiles were fired.
Two missiles, yes.
Yeah, and missiles were fired from the Nur Khan air base also, and also there was the HQ-9 missiles that turned towards Akhrur axis, and targets were hit in Muridke area. No IAF aircraft was hit by the surface-to-air missile.
It is
Sam,
one of the
that's
most
what you're saying.
amazing. It
Yeah.
is one of the most amazing thing about this. When one goes through the reports by Pakistani people, civilians like us, reporting what is going on in all these areas. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft, even at air bases where it is known that Pakistan Air Force is holding its fighters on quick reaction alert. Nothing. They report merely firings of two SAMs from one base and 3 from Nur Khan. So, and that at the time,
yeah,
the Indian Air Force strike must have been in full gear.
Welcome back. CNN News 18 is the only channel which continues to bring you ground reports from Israel. In fact, 2 power centers in Israel. We have Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Ground reports awaiting your attention.
मैं इस वक्त टेल अवीव में हूँ। करीब 3 बजे है रात के। अभी 2:30 बजे भी सायरन बजी थी। आप सुनिए। आप सुन सकते हैं लोग जो है शेल्टर की तरफ भाग रहे हैं। रात के 3 बजे हैं करीब इस वक्त टेल अवीव में और सायरन्स लगातार बज रही हैं। उसका मतलब है कि ईरान की तरफ से मिसाइल अटैक लॉन्च किया गया है और अब देखना होगा कि क्या उस मिसाइल अटैक को इंटरसेप्ट किया जाएगा या वो मिसाइल्स या रॉकेट्स जो हैं ईरान के वो कहीं पे हिट करेंगे। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जो है यहाँ पे एक मिसाइल अटैक लॉन्च किया गया था। ये जो आप देख रहे हैं चांद के साथ में थोड़ा सा स्मोक देख रहे हैं और ये लाइट जैसी देख रहे हैं स्काई में। ये उसी इंटरसेप्शन के बाद यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है, यानी इसी आसमान में जो है अभी थोड़ी देर पहले मिसाइल्स को इंटरसेप्ट किया गया। ये धुआं आगे बढ़ रहा है, ये आसमान में है। ये टेल अवीव की स्काइज हैं और लगातार ये स्काइज जो हैं ये यहाँ पे बयां कर रही हैं यहाँ की कहानी। एक के बाद एक मिसाइल अटैक लॉन्च किए जा। आप सुन सकते हैं जोरदार धमाका हुआ, जोरदार धमाका हुआ, यहीं कहीं पे इंटरसेप्ट हुआ है। अभी हो सकता है कि आसमान में कुछ दिखे। तो अभी होम फ्रंट कमांड की तरफ से कहा गया है कि खतरा टल चुका है क्योंकि मिसाइल्स जो हैं वो इंटरसेप्ट किए गए हैं और मैं दिखाने की कोशिश करूंगा कि अब लोग जो हैं वो शेल्टर से बाहर आ रहे हैं जहां पे वो छुपे थे। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं ये लोग जो हैं अब बाहर आ रहे हैं शेल्टर से। ये शेल्टर्स में थे क्योंकि सायरन्स बजी थी पूरे टेल अवीव में और उसके बाद लोग सेफ शेल्टर की तरफ जा रहे थे। अब वो वहाँ से बाहर आ रहे हैं। ये यहाँ पे जगह जगह पे शेल्टर बनाए गए हैं, जितने भी होटल्स हैं। बेसमेंट में भी बॉम्ब शेल्टर्स हैं और बाकी जो लेवल्स होती हैं होटल की, हर लेवल पे बॉम्ब शेल्टर है। तो ये सिलसिला लगातार यहाँ पर इसराइल में जारी है। बार बार सायरन बजती हैं, बार बार आसमान में धमाके होते हैं। कई मिसाइल्स जो हैं वो हिट कर गए हैं, बिल्डिंग्स को नुकसान पहुंचा है। अभी तक जो यहाँ ऑफिशियल फिगर्स हैं 12 लोगों की अभी तक मौत हुई है, कई लोग जख्मी हुए हैं, प्रॉपर्टी को डैमेज हुआ है और ये सिलसिला अभी रुकता हुआ नजर नहीं आ रहा है। इसराइल में अभी सायरन्स बज रही हैं, उसका मतलब है कि ईरान से मिसाइल लॉन्च किए गए हैं। आप सुन सकते हैं आवाज। तो मैं इस वक्त टेल अवीव में हूं और हर साइड से सायरन्स बज रही हैं और लोग अंदर शेल्टर की तरफ जा रहे हैं और मैं भी अब शेल्टर की तरफ जाने की कोशिश करूंगा क्योंकि ऐसा लगता है कि अभी भी यहाँ पे जो है ये सिलसिला नहीं रुक रहा है। लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है ईरान की तरफ से इसराइल को टारगेट करने की। एक के बाद एक जो है मिसाइल्स और रॉकेट्स फेंके जा रहे हैं। जेरूसलम में भी कई आज हमले किए गए, हालांकि काफ़ी सारे मिसाइल जो हैं वो इंटरसेप्ट किए जाते हैं एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम के ज़रिए, जो हवा में ही नाकारा हो जाते हैं, लेकिन काफ़ी सारे जो हैं वो हिट कर रहे हैं टारगेट को। और सुन सकते हैं आप तो यहाँ आप नहीं देखेंगे लोगों की मूवमेंट, क्योंकि लोग जो हैं अंदर जा रहे हैं शेल्टर की तरफ। तो हम भी कोशिश करेंगे आगे अंदर शेल्टर की तरफ जाने की।
All right, we are outside the newsroom. With me is my colleague Ayushman. He has got some more updates. We're constantly bringing you those updates from two of our reporters in fact, the war zone that is in Israel. That report was by Rifat from Tel Aviv. Ayushman has more. Ayushman, what are you?
We're getting more updates about how we've been talking about the ambit of this entire conflict is only expanding. Now we saw those Iranian drones target the UK base in Cyprus, and now that alarm has spread across Europe, where now Italy is sending naval assets to Cyprus. One of the key strategic bases for the European powers is Cyprus. And now the fact that Iran's drones, the Shahid drones that we've been seeing bombard the energy infrastructure as well as the bases across the entire theater of war, and now hitting countries like Azerbaijan, they already hit Cyprus, and now this has spread alarm across Europe as well, which is scrambling its own defense assets to protect those bases as well as the crucial energy infrastructure. So it seems that while the ambit is slowly growing, the alarm is now global.
Since you mentioned Cyprus, and it has been the talk of the town that will this bring UK into the war? And we already saw that UK warship pretty much in the Mediterranean waters since yesterday. Now Italy's given a nod. Are we seeing this expand into something beyond just West Asia?
Absolutely. It's because of the fact that Iran, even though its jets are being depleted, even though its missiles are being depleted, as I was pointing out, the reports suggest Iran can produce these mini drones, the Shahid drones. 10,000 drones can be produced in a single month. So if those, and we've seen how those Shahid drones have crippled several bases, they've crippled the energy infrastructure, they've sent alarm across the defense and energy circles. So if the range of these drones from Iran can go to Azerbaijan, they can hit pretty much any city across that entire region. So military bases, the Western military bases and their strategic assets in the region, the bullseye is right on them from Iran, because Iran can just mount these drones on a truck, take it to the edge of the border and launch it all the way to Azerbaijan and Cyprus. That capability is still with the Iranian forces.
Is that why did we see that, dialing of Zelensky? He, in fact, has put out that tweet as well. Ukraine has bore the brunt as far as the entire Russia-Ukraine war is concerned. Now, Washington dialing Ukraine, these developments for assisting on these very Shahid drones, that's something that we also must talk about, Aisha.
Absolutely, because Zelensky has used these drones against the Russian forces. And this is something that has been effective in Kiev's war effort against Russia. But now I think Ukraine's expertise is required when it comes to countering these drones coming in from Iran. But what more can Zelensky do? I mean, he himself knows how these drones operate. The United States, of course, knows how these drones operate. The fact is that these aren't that technologically advanced. These are easy to make. It's similar to how Hezbollah uses those homemade rockets that it launches into Israel on a daily basis. It's very easy to make these, and every home in pretty much in Lebanon has the facilities to make those rockets. How do you tackle this defense threat coming in from Iran, where something so effective can be so easily produced across that country?
Right, and Ayushman, we were just talking about how this is further expanding into something beyond West Asia. Right now, reports coming in that France is now going to be allowing US to use its bases. How big do you think this development is going to be?
I think while the European allies are trying to hold out from the entire conflict before getting in, because we heard Pedro Sanchez as well from Spain saying that they will not be dragged into a new war, it seems that slowly and steadily, as Iran is raising the cost of this conflict, attacking the energy markets, and remember there is a cost of living crisis in all these European countries, they are facing the pinch of these rising energy prices and this unpredictability in the commodities market, which is why slowly and steadily I feel all the European allies are going to be dragged into this entire conflict. While Iran aims that the continuous attacks that are coming in from its drone strikes will push these allies to put pressure on the United States, the opposite might happen, where these allies will now back the United States into putting more pressure on Iran.
Right, Ayushman, thank you so much. So this West Asian conflict is only expanding, and that is what would be a cause of concern for many of the nations who are watching. Ayushman was just mentioning about how the energy infra seems to have been badly impacted, and because of which we see more and more countries really stepping in. We are constantly giving you every update that is there as far as this escalation really is concerned. But right now, we also are getting some breaking news. This is a mega exclusive that we are putting out for our viewers. As we are learning that alleged ISIS commanders met with Pakistan President Mr. Zardari. We are talking about the Desh commander joining Pakistan's People's Party, and CNN News 18 has in fact got this exclusive information of the entire nexus that one is talking about when it is about the Pakistan president meeting with the commander there. My colleague Akanksha here in the studios with more of that information. Yes, Akanksha,
Right.
do go
So,
ahead.
Griha, we can see that this is in fact exposing the overall ISI-Daesh nexus, and Shafiq Mengel's death squad in October last year was in fact responsible. Who's Shafiq Mengel? I also want to inform our viewers about him. He's collaborating with LET. You're also looking at his collaboration with JEM, other terror groups with full supervision of Pakistan, ISI and their own intelligence agencies. Shafiq Mengel has reportedly been tasked with overseeing covert operational framework that is going to consolidate the overall extremist activities of the Jaish, the ISIS, the LET, and all of them then will be brought together under a single umbrella. What will they be tasked with in Balochistan? For suppressing Baloch Liberation Army's activities, the nationalists as well. According to sources, Shafiq Mengel now has been awarded with a political cover in the province. That is something we all know is not new to the polity of Pakistan. He has also joined Pakistan People's Party, which as we all know is the leading party that has a government in the Balochistan province. He's in fact known as a tribal leader. He's responsible for arranging safe houses and training camps across the province. He's also recruiting operatives through religious seminaries and underground cells. So, Griya, these are the latest inputs that we are bringing to you, brought to us by investigations editor Manoj Gupta.
Right, absolutely a big development there that's coming in from the subcontinent as well. And on that note, we have to get into a very quick break. So we're going into that. News and updates continue on CNN News 18.
Super exclusive ground report by CNN News 18 Sanjay Suri from Tel Aviv. Rifat Abdullah, who's currently stationed in Jerusalem.
Here goes the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी जो यहाँ पे सायरन बजी है उसके बाद धमाके जोरदार हुए, या तो इंटरसेप्ट किया गया मिसाइल्स को जो लगातार ईरान की तरफ से अटैक किया जा रहा।
Man who, along with his co-authors, meticulously tracked every moment, every sortie, every signal in the skies. Tom Cooper uncovers the truth behind the Rafale bogey, what happened in that first initial hour and who owned it, the mysterious Kirana Hills, the nuclear bluff, and from being spooked, smoked and smashed, the entire battle behind the headlines is finally revealed. What actually happened with Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. In his revelatory new book, aviation analyst and also military historian Tom Cooper lays bare the untold events within Operation Sindoor. And it's called the 88 Hours War, the India-Pakistan War of May 2025. I've got the book here. We've got a copy. It's out in Bharat also. It was released in the UK internationally about 2 months ago. We've got the book. Let's first ask Tom Cooper. This must feel very, very good.
Yes, absolutely. It was a piece of very tough work, weeks-long research and digging to the social media in particular, with help of not only 3 fantastic researchers who are professionals and doing this for years already, but also 2 additional gentlemen from India who have helped with their own research.
So there's Ravi Rikhe, Sanjay Badri Maharaj, and also Mangesh Sawant, so credit to them too. But Tom Cooper, you led this conversation. Let me first ask you this. Who won this war?
Well, this is India, this is clear. This is beyond any kind of doubt that it was India. As I said already back then in May, June last year, a clear-cut victory for India, and one of very few wars of the last 30, 40, 50 years where there is such a clear outcome like in this one.
Okay, let's recreate the first few hours, viewers. I'm just going to quickly take you through what happened, and it's chronicled in this book. This is all from the book excerpt. So first up, the India strike on Pakistan, as the idea, the information that was already given. We'll ask Tom to express it and explain to us in detail. The IAF strike window was between 1:04 to 1:24 a.m. This was the strike window, and these were the areas that had been struck, the terror hubs, the terror notion. The weapons were fired over Pakistani airspace. The PAF's response was delayed by minutes, and the first reaction was at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. So this was the first reaction at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. And also Rawalpindi, one SAM site, there was that was fired. Missiles were fired.
Missiles, yes.
Yeah, and missiles were fired from the Nur Khan Air Base also, and also there was the HQ-9 missiles that turned towards Akhrur axis, and targets were hit in Muridke area. No IAF aircraft was hit by the surface-to-air missile.
It is
Sam,
one of the
that's what
most
you're
amazing. It
Yeah.
is one of the most amazing thing about this. When one goes through the reports by Pakistani people, civilians like us, reporting what is going on in all these areas. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft, even at air bases where it is known that Pakistan Air Force is holding its fighters on quick reaction alert. Nothing. They report merely firings of 2 SAMs from one base and 3 from Nur Khan. So, and that at the time, the Indian Air Force strike must have been in full gear. That means the aircraft have already approached the border. They're climbing and releasing their weaponry before turning down to hide in the lower over the ground. That means Pakistani Air Force, by all of its claims.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's begin with a quick check of the latest war headlines that we're tracking. Iran strikes Azerbaijan's Nakhchivan with drones. Baku says attacks launched from Iranian territory hits airport area and injures 2. Iranian ballistic missiles target Doha as drone swarms hit civilian areas across Qatar. The nation's air defenses scramble to bring down the barrage. Reports suggest a second Iranian vessel is now stranded near Sri Lanka's Panadura coast. Iran's embassy seeks emergency docking for food and water. Unverified reports say children on board. 37 Indian ships, 1,100 crew stuck near the Strait of Hormuz. 3 Indian seafarers already killed as West Asia conflict disrupts shipping in the Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. Vladimir Putin warns Russia could halt gas supplies to European Union markets, shift energy exports to more profitable buyers amidst the global energy shock. China sends special envoy to Middle East to mediate as Iran-Israel-US conflict escalates, urging protection of civilians, dialogue and stability. A high-stakes war in West Asia enters its 6th day, billions already spent and no clear end in sight. As casualties mount, global trade is disrupted by the closure of Strait of Hormuz. Iran has begun reaching out to neighboring countries, claiming it was compelled to act following the assassination of its supreme leader. The US has escalated its own campaign, deploying advanced weaponry, including F-35C fighter jets, and waves of Tomahawk missiles in strikes that have severely weakened Iran's naval capabilities. Meanwhile, surging oil prices are stoking global economic anxiety, with India urgently exploring alternative energy routes to shield its economy. We're getting some more breaking updates now coming in. Consecutive explosions have been heard western Tehran near the Azadi Stadium. Let's go across to my colleague Akansha, who's also joining us with more on this. This is a stadium now, the Azadi Stadium in the middle of Tehran, that has also possibly come under the strikes, isn't it, Akansha? What more do we know?
Right. And this barrage, in fact, continues to particularly target Tehran, as we've seen that there are schools being targeted over there, even civilian locations apart from the IRGC headquarters. So Tehran particularly is on the target as far as the IDF strikes are concerned. And Shivani, we must remember that the death toll in Iran has already crossed 1,000. The number of children is already crossing 200 as we speak, but Tehran particularly is now being brought down to a heap of rubble, and that particularly remains a concern for, of course, the Iranian regime at the moment. But more breaking inputs coming in. They are already indicating that Iran may perhaps now be willing to give up on its nuclear program. Is the United States going to even entertain that?
Back, Akansha, you can hold this. A short while back we have heard this, but you know, this is now again bringing into question whether Iran was earlier willing to give it up or not, because they were saying, and some international experts were saying that yes, Iran had already indicated they'll give up their nuclear program, so why did America act? If they're giving this as a condition now, it means they weren't agreeing earlier.
So, the counter to that coming in from Iran is that perhaps talks were never on the table for the United States and for Israel, because remember, first of all, Israel was not part of the talks, but secondly, US was. And the fact of the matter is that they have said that we had already indicated we will be cooperating with Israel, we will be cooperating with the United States. We had even, in fact, given assurances that the United States is not going to be targeted, neither will Israel. And yet they went ahead with that attack, which perhaps is placing the overall scope of negotiations in a very tricky terrain. Shivani, if negotiations are at all going to be on the
Well, Donald Trump has already said he's not going to negotiate anymore. So where does that take us? Where does that leave us? We'll wait and see. In all probability, America and Israel want any possibilities of an Iranian, resurgence to be completely condemned, and then they might negotiate with whoever is left. We've got more breaking updates coming in. All right, we're getting more updates from Sri Lanka now. Iranian ship has requested them for some urgent docking, and they are considering this request. Remember, this is a second Iranian ship which is close to the Sri Lankan coast after one frigate was already downed yesterday. So Sri Lanka has accepted that this request is under consideration with them. It is pending with them. This is going to be a bit of a hot potato, a catch-22 for the Sri Lankans, Akansha?
Absolutely, because we've seen how the US submarine actually torpedoed the other one, IRNIS Dana, and for which this is in fact a blatant violation of the Geneva Convention. They should have ensured that they rescue all who were there on that warship, whereas that submarine actually departed, leaving Sri Lanka to actually jump to the rescue of those 80 bodies that have in fact been rescued. And now with tensions escalating further, there is the same level of risk which is in fact now plaguing this second warship. What happens to this second warship? Will Sri Lanka be entertaining that request? Since we've been highlighting constantly that from the Strait of Hormuz, we are seeing the spillover of this conflict now to the IOR, which is the Indian Ocean region. Shivani.
Absolutely. Well, difficult decision making really as far as Sri Lanka is concerned. India is the biggest country as far as the Indian Ocean is concerned. So a lot of what happens here is going to affect India as well. And India might want a say finally in what happens as far as this situation is concerned. Maybe Sri Lanka might even take an opinion from India, because ultimately India is, the biggest nation as far as the Indian subcontinent is concerned, and might have more to consider on this. Let's also take you through some of these visuals that we've got. These are all satellite images that have been accessed via various sources. This is the Konarak naval base in Iran, and it is showing you the extent of the damage that has been caused by the Americans and the Israeli strikes. Remember, Donald Trump had already announced, I think more than 24 hours ago, that all of their naval capabilities, all of Iranian naval capabilities have been destroyed. They had about 11 ships, they have been destroyed. And then, of course, was this frigate in Indian waters as well. This is the Khorramabad missile complex. You can see the before and after that makes clear exactly what transpired. So the main structure possibly is this one to take notice of, but you can see these are the before pictures, and in the aftermath you can see that those structures are not as coherent as they were. There seems to be more rubble than anything else. Iranian Air Force headquarters, this also is showing some damage. These are multiple buildings, a huge complex, but it seems that there has been a strike, at least on some areas, possibly here as well. That's the before picture, and this is the one after. You can see this roof particularly, and this building particularly as well. There are clear marks of precision strikes, precision airstrikes, because they've just mounted some holes on the roof of the building and you can't see much other destruction. Similarly, this is the Garamdara missile base. You can see the before and after. In the after, you can clearly see holes on top of the building structure and also black soot, possibly because of fire and other instances. This is just going to give you an indication of the kind of precision strikes that Israel and America are doing. They're not targeting civilian areas. They're only targeting the missile bases and the air and the naval bases. Let's also go across to some more breaking updates now coming in. At least 6 people have been injured in Abu Dhabi because of debris that has fallen from intercepted drone strikes. All right, we're getting more breaking updates that have come in. 6 people have been injured because of the interceptions itself. So remember, these are very dangerous times for the public. This is happening in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi. 6 people injured, more injuries coming in as far as these very prosperous and forward-looking Gulf nations are concerned. This is not going to go down well.
It's interesting that you emphasize on forward-looking Gulf nations, and now they are bearing the brunt of this war, Shivani, because if you look at the last 24 hours, there's in fact been renewed attention now on all of those US allied countries in Middle East, which were bearing the brunt right in the beginning. So on day 1, day 2, day 3 of the conflict, we saw Abu Dhabi, we saw UAE, we saw Qatar. All of these 3 countries were bearing the brunt of it, and then there was a tapering of the tensions. But today, the news that we are bringing to you, as Shivani was just highlighting, 6 people, in fact, already being targeted over there in Abu Dhabi. Goes on to say that there's now a renewed escalation in these explosions, in the missile attacks targeting particularly UAE, where you are looking at Dubai and even Abu Dhabi. In the last, say, 48 hours, we had seen that the tensions were tapering down, particularly in Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
Yes, but even if there are low-cost drones that are incoming, you need very sophisticated systems to take them down. And even if the debris falls on any civilian areas, on a car, for example, can cause injuries and even deaths. As tensions escalate in West Asia, 37 Indian-flagged ships carrying over 1,000 seafarers are stranded currently across the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. These are, of course, on 2 sides of the Strait of Hormuz. That's because that strait shipping route has been shut. Nobody really wants to venture out there because there have been attacks on vessels, even though Iran has been flip-flopping on whether it is actively blockading or not. This has, of course, disrupted one of the world's most critical oil transit corridors. 2 Indians, remember, have already been killed in an attack on one oil tanker, Skylight, in the Gulf of Oman amidst these escalating tensions. The 2 have been identified as Captain Ashish Kumar from Bihar and crew member Dalip Singh from Rajasthan. Meanwhile, the Indian National Ship Owners Association has urged the government to help secure safe passages for these vessels, noting that some ships are waiting to load while others are already carrying cargo on both sides of the trade. And remember, these are predominantly oil tankers. They're as flammable as it gets. We're also getting some more breaking updates now coming in. Indian government sources are indicating that India is in a comfortable position with 25 days of crude oil reserves, 25 days of energy products also available. They also say they are in touch with all major suppliers of LPG, LNG that are in touch with OPEC. There is no worry of price rise. Importantly, that the government is assuring its citizens the price, they say, should stabilize from 82 to 85. The present situation will not have an impact on consumer price to begin with. Remember, it is the oil companies that decide when they want to increase the prices, when they want to decrease the prices. Often it is done by the oil companies themselves. This is not part of any other government action when it comes to consumer goods. So the government seemingly very, very confident, one, that the reserves will hold on, and secondly, that there will not be inflationary causes as far as this oil surge, price surge is concerned, because oil companies control the consumer price of these goods in India. We're also expecting, of course, that we might have a more detailed plan as far as the Indian government is concerned of what are the alternatives that they may be looking at. Even as all of this is playing out, we also have a situation where the question of Russian oil has become very important. You would remember how much pressure was put on Russia to not buy Russian energy and especially crude oil. What happens now? Because India has always said, even under enormous pressure from US in context of a deal or no deal, that India will prioritize whatever is the best available options for it. So if prices were to go up otherwise from the Gulf, if supply was to be cut off from the Gulf, would India then dare to venture into buying more Russian product? That remains to be a big question to be seen. All right, Foreign Secretary, Indian Foreign Secretary has signed a condolence book at the Iranian embassy. This is Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri who has signed a condolence book at the Iranian embassy, which means this would be officially India's first expression of regret, India's first expression of condolences on the killing and the assassination of Iran's former supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. These are those visuals also that are coming in on your screen. Remember, there are, of course, eulogies being given to the former Iranian supreme leader, also on the on Indian soil, but also on Iranian soil. My colleague Akansha is also joining.
This is big breaking news. This is the first time India has condoled the death of, the killing rather, of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Those visuals, in fact, coming in of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. He's signing that book where he is condoling the death, the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now remember, this is extremely significant, not just according to the domestic current geopolitical climate as well. There were a lot of attacks coming in from the opposition in terms of why India, which has been a time-tested ally to Iran, we have civilizational ties with Tehran. We've in fact stood by Iran, and yet why was India maintaining a quiet stance? But now that should be in fact putting an end to all of those wagging tongues as you see those visuals.
No, but I want to understand from you, signing a condolence book at the Iranian embassy versus an official statement from the government. How is this to be seen? Is this seen as an official government statement as well? My colleague Siddhant is also joining us with more on this. Siddhant, what more can you tell us? This is the official signing of the condolence book at the Iranian embassy. Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri there.
Well, yes, that's right, Shivani. So, very, very significant gesture being shown by the Indian side. In fact, just a short while back, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri was at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi to sign the condolence book. Now, you know, this today, in fact, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran is also in India. In fact, he will also be holding session tomorrow at the Raisina dialogue. Foreign Secretary also met Iranian envoy, expressed condolence on the behalf of the Indian government. This is what we have been told. So this is the second official communication between the two governments after the conflict. The first one was the conversation between EM S. Jaishankar and Foreign Minister Arakshi. And this is the second time when before the media cameras, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is meeting Iranian envoy. in New Delhi, perhaps on the occasion of signing of the condolence book. So all eyes were on at Iran embassy since morning, whether somebody from the Indian government will be signing the book or not, given.
If you are to look at this, this
you know,
is India walking that tightrope, isn't it? As far as standing with Iran is concerned as well, doing the diplomatic niceties, but also there was no statement from the Indian government to particularly condole or condemn Ali Khamenei's assassination. So how do you read into this before I go back to my colleague Akansha as well?
Well, many say that India has chosen its side, but also the fact is that that India has expressed concerns over the strikes being conducted in Iran. In fact, India has also spoken about sovereignty, violation of sovereignty. So if this line is being used in India's official statement, perhaps this line is for Iran. So to say this, that India has chosen sides, perhaps is not right. Also, a very last point, Shivani, before I toss back to you. Now, more than 1 crore Indians live in the Gulf countries. Their safety is also important for India.
Yes,
Perhaps
absolutely.
this was the reason that Prime Minister Modi spoke to
most of these
the
Gulf
leaders
countries.
from those
No,
countries.
I understand that, but there is a diplomatic tightrope to be watched, if not sides to be chosen. Akansha also continues to be with us. Sanjay K. Verma, senior former diplomat, is with us. Lieutenant General KJ Singh as well. Sanjay Verma, your thoughts on this? You're a former diplomat. You would understand this exactly. Can you put this into perspective for us? What does it mean signing a condolence book versus an official statement? Will this, whatever he's written, we'll try and see what he's written. We'll try and get those details. Would that count as the official position of the Indian government then?
Yes, it will be. And it's a visual which everyone is able to see. India expressing condolence through Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri on this occasion. So it's a head of state who was recognized by India has been killed. And therefore, this condolence is in order. As far as the official statement from India that we are talking about, this is as official as it can get. The Foreign Secretary of India signing a condolence book.
Okay, Akansha, your thoughts on this?
Right. So, first of all, let's remind our viewers there were a host of geopolitical reasons and factors that were behind India's silence so far. You, of course, had Prime Minister Modi returning fresh from the visit to Israel. Israel, of course, in the last decade has become a time-tested ally to us because they've also borne the brunt of terrorism. And India has made it amply clear that they will not be standing by any country which is going to prove to be a safe haven for terrorist infrastructure. But having said that, you also have India renewing its ties with other Gulf nations, particularly UAE and even Saudi Arabia. At the same time, the United States is playing a key role over here. We are right, at that point where we are going to finalize that key bilateral trade agreement with the United States. So a host of factors were in fact influencing India.
has managed this very, very well.
That point over here. Now that Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, has signed that condolence book, will this be seen as India's strategic silence? I don't think it should be. Perhaps India was also weighing in on this on its options.
That's what I want to understand from Sanjay Verma. This is the right way of doing things, or India utilizing the right avenues to do and say the right things. There was an opportunity available to sign a condolence book. This is possibly the best way that India could have condoled the former supreme leader's death or killing, and in a way play its part without alienating either Iran or Israel and America here, because they can't hold it against India if India was to sign a condolence book in the Iranian embassy in New Delhi.
Absolutely. So how it works, I'll just tell you the diplomatic thing in this.
Yeah.
The headquarters, in this case, Tehran, would have told all its embassies all over the world to open a condolence book. And once the condolence book is opened, which may not be even the next day of the killing, once it is open, only then it is available for signing. So I believe Vikram would have taken the very first day to sign this condolence book, which was available for him to sign. And this is very official, very, very official. Foreign Secretary of a country signing the condolence book.
So can you think of any precedents of when India has done this in the past, for example, as far as signing a condolence book in New Delhi, in an embassy headquarters in New Delhi is concerned? Anything comes to mind?
every time a head of state or even head of government dies or is killed, and condolence book is open, India will always go and sign that condolence book. We are very strong at the diplomatique and will continue doing that.
Well, a good opportunity that has been taken from India to also say that we do stand with Iran as far as the death or the killing is concerned. Lieutenant General KJ Singh is also with us, former army commander. Sir, how do you look at India managing both sides here, a diplomatic tightrope, because a lot of questions were mounting why there was no condolence for Khomeini so far?
Shivani and Akansha, the situation is very delicate and there is a fog of war. And like our diplomatic colleague has explained, 3-day official mourning started maybe today and they've opened the condolence book. So at the earliest opportunity, we've done the correct and appropriate thing, and we do it every time there is an officially recognized country's head of state who's killed or who dies due to any reasons. We do. That's part of our culture. Now, as regard, there are some statements, some manipulated kind of egging on that India should make statement, India should condemn. See, that's not done in my perception, because nobody is still very clear about this war. What are the aims of this war? How did it start? Because in last 3-4 days, we were earlier told Israel started the war and USA joined in. Initially, we were told the aim was regime change.
Right. No, sir, I'll come back to you. Why the war and what the reasons, I'll come back to that. I want to go back across to my colleague Siddhant also joining us. Siddhant, any indications we are learning of what has been written? Presumably, the Indian government will release that?
Well, that's right, Shivani. We are waiting for the picture of that condolence book. In fact, we could expect the Iran embassy to be officially releasing the message of India's foreign secretary. But the point, Shivani, which I was making last time was that it was said that Prime Minister Modi has chosen sides, India has chosen sides after Prime Minister Modi's visit to Israel. Now, Prime Minister's visit to Israel was being planned from a very long time. And after 2 days, Israel and American forces is striking Iran. Perhaps people are linking it with his visit that this was not a right time. But you tell me, Shivani, what had been the right time? Israel is in war from last 2 years.
Yes.
So saying that India has chosen sides is not fair. Point number one. Point number two, as far as condemnation of Iranian strikes on the Gulf countries is concerned, Prime Minister Modi condemned, Foreign Minister condemned. The reason is
Siddhant, I'm losing your audio. I'm going to come back to you. Sanjay Verma, can I ask you exactly what is the kind of message that is usually written in such situations? Could you give us a sense of what is the diplomatic language used?
So basically, he will express his condolences on behalf of the government and people of India, and wherein he will also mention the contribution of the leader for whom he is writing the condolence and the relationship between the two countries. This is the usual format. The words could differ, the sentiments could differ, but this is the general format in which such condolence messages are issued.
Well, because we're showing you these pictures and there is so much interest in what the Indian government could have written, it becomes very important. I think each word is going to be weighed in, isn't it, Akansha? Every word that the Indian Foreign Secretary would have written in his condolence would be read into threadbare.
Absolutely, and perhaps Lieutenant General KJ Dhillon could also weigh in on whether no statement will suffice, and in fact, how is this going to be viewed? It's interesting.
All right. Sorry, Akansha, I have to interrupt you there. Iran envoy Mohammad Fatali has spoken to Network 18. Let's listen in.
What is your appeal to global community in the middle of this war?
Yes, you know that we are mourning because we have lost a great figure and great personality. And you know that His Eminence was our leader and our marja. And I want to say that's our father. And we believe that His Eminence always advise us, you try your best for stand on the right side of history. I believe that His Eminence stood on the right side of history and received his reward from Almighty Allah. And now we announce that we respond strongly, firmly, this assassination. And unfortunately, the United States and the Zionist regime wants to disturb and destroy all the international law and international norms. And you know that we announced that we are, as Iran, due to our capability and capacity, we are ready for negotiation and peace and war. But we prefer the peace. But we are ready, fully ready and completely ready for the war. This is our stance. Now they started the war and we decided to end of the war, the duration of the war.
What is your expectation from Indian government?
You know that we have a good relation with the Indian government. We are expected from our brothers to stand in these situations, and we are expected to all countries that because these situation and these circumstances needs to interfere all the person that fight for freedom to shows his role, to shows his stance, to shows his reaction to these hostile action. And you know that Iran demonstrated its sincerity, and they unfortunately shows open hostility. But I think that we as Iran, we will prevail with the help of Almighty Allah.
Excellency, but Gulf countries are blaming Iran to escalate this war. What is your comment?
We don't want to escalate. They knows very well. And we have a good relation with our neighbors, particularly in Persian Gulfs. But we announced that we attack to the bases of United States.
My final question to you, sir. What will be the way out to finally end this war?
I think that I believe that this is the war of will, battle of will. The result for the side of who have capability.
Let's also go across to Managing Editor Rahul Shivshankar now joining us. Rahul, interesting turn of events. So many questions were mounting on the Indian government, and here you have the Foreign Secretary signing the condolence book. It may be just diplomatique, but it's important.
Well, you know, there are 2 or 3 ways of looking at this. Obviously, India has signed this condolence book because we know that the mourning period for Mr. Khamenei has kicked off, and that has happened following an announcement in Iran. So from today, for the next 3 days, we are told that that mourning period is going to unfold, and a book was kept, a commiserations book, so to speak, was kept at the Iranian embassy here in New Delhi. And you saw our Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri going there and signing that book, and he's gone on to say that India condoles the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. Now, if you remember, all of this is, of course, happening in the backdrop of huge political controversy that is brewing in the country over India's stand on this entire episode that is unfolded from Saturday, where in one fell swoop, so to speak, the entire top brass, including Ayatollah Khamenei, of the Iranian regime was wiped out by what was estimated to be between 25 to about 30 JDAMs that were, as you know, fired upon the headquarters of the regime in Tehran. Now, we were told that Khamenei and others had sort of vacated that, but turned out that they hadn't. They were somehow still there. Why they were there, of course, is only known to the Iranian regime. Did they not expect a US and Iran joint attack so soon? We don't know. We can only speculate what went wrong there. The US says that they got actionable intelligence from the Israelis, and they were given to believe that there was an attack that was going to be planned on Israel. So Israel gave them, or they gave the Israelis. Again, that sequence is also very confused.
Right.
And they said that somehow they got to know between the two of them that Khamenei was there, and they carried out that decapitation strike, and that was the end of that. But after that, questions were being asked worldwide on the legality of the action. Now, there was a furious debate that has been raging. India has finally come out and has signed this condolence book because it was accused of not taking a principled and moral stand. I'll come to that. You might even have a question.
Yeah.
But just want to quickly say that perhaps this is an indication that there is a degree of South-South solidarity that is still alive. Now, remember what happened yesterday. We got information that an Iranian frigate that had taken part in a very crucial exercise organized by New Delhi, rather by India, was suddenly sunk by a submarine deployed by the United States off the coast of Sri Lanka, out of the territorial waters of Sri Lanka, but close also to, of course, the Indian coast. And that created a frisson of its own, because many people said, is the United States meddling in India's backwaters, in India's sphere of influence? And that was the debate that has raged. And of course, the Congress party and others have attacked the government for not actually securing India's sovereignty by either reacting to that. Is it that the Indians are expressing their disapproval by going and now signing that book of condolences? In other words, taking a position that, look, they valued this life and they think that this life should not have been lost. So perhaps this is that, or they're just being empathetic, humanist. Someone has died, he's the leader of a state, and the least you could do as a state with ties, both civilizational and diplomatic, with Iran, come out there and sign that book. So we don't know the motivations, but suddenly it has come as a shot pretty much from the blue.
Yeah, but the politics of it, Rahul, you've been tracking this. The government has to do what is the right thing. Maybe they followed procedures, whatever is the diplomatic courtesies here. But the BJP has been going hammer and tongs, kind of, hailing Indian government's position of not condoling Khamenei's death. I'm reading Dr. Nishikant Dubey's BJP MP's tweet, where he has said he is reminding the world that Iran had given money, aircraft, weapons to Pakistan in 65 and 71. Another BJP leader reminding the public that Khamenei was a dictator. So how will the BJP now reconcile that stand versus what the government is doing now?
Yeah, so let me just put it in perspective. An article appeared. First, the Congress launched an attack on the government for not condemning the killing of Khamenei and also the invasion. They said that silence was not neutrality, it was abdication. Abdication of what? A moral responsibility to call out what they believed was an act that even the Indian Constitution doesn't recognize or declares inviolable in law, which is that a sovereign state leadership is attacked by another state without apparent provocation. That is what the Congress said. The Congress then followed it up when Sonia Gandhi wrote an editorial for various newspapers precisely with this headline, saying that your failure to condemn, your silence is actually not neutrality, it is moral abdication. And within minutes of that article appearing in the newspapers, the BJP went to town. You had various spokespeople of the BJP. You had also MPs from the BJP. You had a BJP Karnataka leader like R. Ashok. You know, you referred to Nishikant Dubey, who is a vociferous defender of the government and one of the frontline spokespersons of the government, even in the Lok Sabha during debates and so on and so forth. And he talked about 65 and 71. We're talking about BJP Karnataka leader R. Ashok, who is now talking in much more contemporary terms. And he says, quote, Kamini was a dictator. There was internal rebellion against him. Atrocities were committed against women there, implying misogyny. Thousands of people were shot dead, implying that he was actually carrying out a genocide of its own people. Despite many places in India, including Bengaluru, Muslims have protested in favor of Khamenei. Ashoka said at a press conference in Bengaluru on Monday. So as I said, on the day of that article, all of this came out. He urged that action should be taken against those who took the law into their hands, adding that India maintains cordial ties with Israel by pursuing a balanced foreign policy. India is not against any country. My opinion is that there should be no war. The central government has never supported war, which is also the Indian government stand that we want, of course, at some level or the other, peace to return, and we are willing to play our part in ensuring that the two sides come back to the dialogue table. But fundamentally, you have a situation where the BJP is going to be called out for attacking the Congress, and the Congress is probably going to jump at this and is going to attack. Because they're going to say that, look, when we pointed this out and we pointed out the delay, you were defending the fact that you were dealing. So this is going to be playing out politically. It will be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah. You know, we also have to wait and watch, as my colleague Pallavi is pointing out, for all of their bluster, is the Congress as the leading opposition or other members of the opposition sending anybody to the Iran embassy so that they can also register their
sources is that this demonstrates a graded response. It would be wrong to suggest that or frame this in the binaries that certain political parties might be wanting to frame this in, and that official participation is not a political response. Private message is not a public message. So that is what the government sources are suggesting here. So quite clearly, you have a situation where the government is trying to suggest that we cannot look at this from a political lens, because what the government does is not a political lens. It has a longer view of issues and so on and so forth. So already you can see that the government is responding to what people are saying, or perhaps to those that might be in some sense coming out and saying that there is some disconnect between the position of the party and the position of the government.
Well, government basically indicating there, Rahul, that this is not a rollback on what they had decided or said or not said earlier. This is just following of procedures and diplomatic courtesies. As our diplomatic guest was also telling us earlier, this is routine. Any time a head of state dies, passes away, or in this case is killed. We'll keep a very strong focus on this. More political reactions expected. Time for a very short break.
Man who, along with his co-authors, meticulously tracked every moment, every sortie, every signal in the skies. Tom Cooper uncovers the truth behind the Rafale bogey, what happened in that first initial hour and who owned it, the mysterious Kirana Hills, the nuclear bluff, and from being spooked, smoked and smashed, the entire battle behind the headlines is finally revealed. What actually happened with Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. In his revelatory new book, aviation analyst and also military historian Tom Cooper lays bare the untold events within Operation Sindoor. And it's called the 88 Hours War, the India-Pakistan War of May 2025. I've got the book here. We've got a copy. It's out in Bharat also. It was released in the UK internationally about 2 months ago. We've got the book. Let's first ask Tom Cooper. This must feel very, very good.
Yes, absolutely. It was a piece of very tough work, weeks-long research and digging to the social media in particular. with help of not only 3 fantastic researchers who are professionals and doing this for years already, but also 2 additional gentlemen from India who have helped with their own research.
So there's Ravi Rikhe, Sanjay Badri Maharaj, and also Mangesh Sawant, so credit to them too. But Tom Cooper, you led this conversation. Let me first ask you this.
Yes.
Who won this war?
Well, this is India, this is clear. This is beyond any kind of doubt that it was India. As I said already back then in May, June last year, a clear-cut victory for India, and one of very few wars of the last 30, 40, 50 years where there is such a clear outcome like in this one.
Okay, let's recreate the first few hours, viewers. I'm just going to quickly take you through what happened, and it's chronicled in this book. This is all from the book excerpt. So first up, the India strike on Pakistan, as the idea, the information that was already given. We'll ask Tom to express it and explain to us in detail. The IAF strike window was between 1:04 to 1:24 a.m. This was the strike window, and these were the areas that had been struck, the terror hubs, the terror notion. The weapons were fired over Pakistani airspace. The PAF's response was delayed by minutes, and the first reaction was at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. So this was the first reaction at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. And also Rawalpindi, one SAM site, there was that was fired. Missiles were fired.
2 missiles, yes.
Yeah, and missiles were fired from the Nur Khan Air Base also, and also there was the HQ-9 missiles that turned towards Akhrur axis, and targets were hit in Muridke area. No IAF aircraft was hit by the surface-to-air missile.
That is
Sam,
one of the
that's what
most
you're saying.
amazing. It
Yeah.
is one of the most amazing thing about this. The one goes through the reports by Pakistani people, civilians, like us, reporting what is going on in all these areas. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft, even at air bases where it is known that Pakistan Air Force is holding its fighters on quick reaction alert. Nothing. They report merely firings of 2 SAMs from one base and 3 from Nur Khan. So, and that at the time, the Indian Air Force strike must have been in full gear. That means the aircraft have already approached the border. They're climbing and releasing their weaponry before turning down to hide in the lower over the ground. That means Pakistani Air Force, by all of its claims, whatever was it's claiming, for example, Air Vice Marshal Ahmad during his famous press conference, he was claiming about how Pakistani Air Force moved in, and there was a huge air battle, and they were breaking
There was
Indian
a dogfight and all of that.
Dogfight, the biggest dogfight of all the times, and whatever else. Nothing of that kind has happened. Indian Air Force has hit its targets and flew away. That's it.
That's it. So there was no, because there was also that, was there a PAF interception that happened? Because they said that there was an interceptor that was fired. What was fired by the Pakistanis?
It is
what
possible,
was the PL-15s?
It is possible that one of the Pakistani J-10s has fired a single PL-15 at one of involved the Indian aircraft, but this missile has crashed, hit the ground inside India. That's it. Not one Indian aircraft was shot down by them.
Not one Indian aircraft was shot down. Let's sit back, because what the narrative was that, and they say that this PL-15 actually fell down near Pandhar in Gurdaspur. The impact was 30 kilometers inside Bharat, and the Army Air Defense actually reacted first. But my question to you is, in that 1 hour, there was a lot of speculation that was made, Tom. And what have you found in the book? If you look at it, you say the spark. You've given a background to why India did it. When you did the the jihad import export, that's the page that I've just opened. So let's understand this. Were you convinced as a military historian that Bharat was right in conducting operations in
For a simple reason that Pakistan is, as we said, we have written jihad import export. It is organizing, training, supporting, commanding jihadists for 50 years, constantly searching for new ways to organize new organizations or new groups to find them. And this is nothing new in that sense. It might be new for somebody in the United States or Europe, but it is not new for India. It is even less so new for Pakistanis. They are even denying it sometimes, that they are doing anything. On the other hand, they have chiefs of their top political parties openly declaring their political parties as fronts of this jihadist movements.
Right.
So therefore, and that's what I pointed out, even 9/11 in the United States was original mastermind came from Pakistan. And he was trained by inter-service intelligence and later on arrested in Pakistan and jailed in the United States. So therefore, it is really Pakistan which is a center of well, international jihadism.
Right. And you've also listed the kind of organizations where the ISI instigated over 12,000 attacks, all undertaken by organizations like the Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and the Hizbul Mujahideen.
Yeah, we went through the records and counted over, so this is since the year 2001, over 12,000 terrorist attacks inside India.
Welcome back. Let's get you some more updates coming in. UAE has now announced an early spring break for schools and universities from March 9. Remember, UAE, one of those countries that has received the largest barrage of Iranian drones and missiles, along with Saudi Arabia, but certainly UAE has received hundreds more than any other country. In fact, there's a comparison between how many UAE has had to fend off versus even Israel, and UAE has had more. So they've had to announce an early spring break now.
Absolutely, and we all know that this is a very critical time given the examinations of the schools have been going on even in colleges, and so for them to have announced this kind of a shutdown from 9th of March is almost unprecedented, but that is, you know, when the going gets tough get going, and that is exactly what UAE also has to do right now. As we said, that in the last 48 hours, we had seen that there was a calming of tensions. But from today, in fact, from last night, we've seen again, there is a revival of tensions as far as Abu Dhabi and Dubai both are concerned. We also broke the news earlier of how there were several people, in fact, 6 individuals who had been severely, gravely injured in Abu Dhabi. We'll have to see how these tensions are now, in fact, de-escalated. That should be the priority for the US allies.
Yes, we've got more breaking updates coming in. Iran is certainly not sitting quietly. Now the Iranians are telling us that they have attacked the Ben Gurion airport in Israel. That's, of course, one of the key airports in Israel. That is, airport has now been attacked, Israel's Ben Gurion airport. This is the one that the Prime Minister used just a few days ago.
And we'll have to see, we are waiting more visuals to come in terms of to be able to assess the impact of that damage. But it's an international airport. It's one of the leading ones, Ben Gurion Airport. This is where all the dignitaries, as Shivani was highlighting, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, also was given a red carpet welcome, where Prime Minister Netanyahu, accompanied by his wife Sarah Netanyahu, were there just days ago receiving the Prime Minister. And you have the Iranians now attacking this very airport. Let's quickly bring back the attention on to how airports are particularly being targeted, whether it is not just now in Iran. You've seen the case in Azerbaijan, even in Dubai, other locations as well. There's a conscious effort to, in fact, disrupt global world travel at the moment.
Yes, including flights, certainly. We've got a CNN report coming in from Iran. Let's take a look.
We just crossed the border and are now inside of Iran. The Iranian government has granted us a visa to come here and to report from the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're now trying to make our way to the capital, Tehran, as fast as possible. But of course, the distances in this huge country are immense, and we know it's going to take many, many hours for us to get there. We also don't know what the situation on the road to Tehran is going to look like, how many checkpoints there's going to be. And of course, we know at the same time there are massive combat operations also going on. The United States and Israel are continuing their huge aerial campaign against targets inside of Iran. At the same time, the Iranians continue to retaliate, not just with their ballistic missiles, but with their drones, mostly hitting Israel, but then also American military installations, especially in the Gulf region, but in general in the Middle East. In total, the Iranians are saying that they can continue this campaign for a very long time. They say that their missile arsenal is still immense, and they haven't even used some of their most modern missiles. But we also, of course, know that the place that we aim to go to, Tehran, has been under almost sustained attacks with massive airstrikes going on there and also huge damage being caused, and of course, many people also having been harmed.
Man who, along with his co-authors, meticulously tracked every moment, every sortie, every signal in the skies. Tom Cooper uncovers the truth behind the Rafale bogey, what happened in that first initial hour and who owned it, the mysterious Kirana Hills, the nuclear bluff, and from being spooked, smoked and smashed, the entire battle behind the headlines is finally revealed. What actually happened with Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. In his revelatory new book, aviation analyst and also military historian Tom Cooper lays bare the untold events within Operation Sindoor. And it's called the 88 Hours War, the India-Pakistan War of May 2025. I've got the book here. We've got a copy. It's out in Bharat also. It was released in the UK internationally about 2 months ago. We've got the book. Let's first ask Tom Cooper. This must feel very, very good.
Yes, absolutely. It was a piece of very tough work, weeks-long research and digging to the social media in particular, with help of not only 3 fantastic researchers who are professionals and doing this for years already, but also 2 additional gentlemen from India who have helped with their own research.
So there's Ravi Rikhe, Sanjay Badri Maharaj and also Mangesh Sawant, so credit to them too. But Tom Cooper, you led this conversation. Let me first ask you this. Yes. Who won this war?
Well, this is India, this is clear. This is beyond any kind of doubt that it was India. As I said already back then in May, June last year, a clear-cut victory for India, and one of very few wars of the last 30, 40, 50 years where there is such a clear outcome like in this one.
Okay, let's recreate the first few hours, viewers. I'm just going to quickly take you through what happened, and it's chronicled in this book. This is all from the book excerpt. So first up, the India strike on Pakistan, as the idea, the information that was already given. We'll ask Tom to express it and explain to us in detail. The IAF strike window was between 1:04 to 1:24 a.m. This was the strike window, and these were the areas that had been struck, the terror hubs, the terror notion. The weapons were fired over Pakistani airspace. The PAF's response was delayed by minutes, and the first reaction was at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. So this was the first reaction at 00:36 Pakistan Standard Time. And also Rawalpindi, one SAM site, there was that was fired. Missiles were fired.
2 missiles, yes.
Yeah, and missiles were fired from the Nur Khan Air Base also, and also there was the HQ-9 missiles that turned towards Akhrur axis, and targets were hit in Muridke area. No IAF aircraft was hit by the surface-to-air missile.
That is one of the most amazing. It is one of the most amazing thing about this. When one goes through the reports by Pakistani people, civilians, like us, reporting what is going on in all these areas. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft. They report no movement by Pakistani aircraft, even at air bases where it is known that Pakistan Air Force is holding its fighters on quick reaction alert. Nothing. They report merely firings of 2 SAMs from one base and 3 from Nur Khan. So, and that at the time, the Indian Air Force strike must have been in full gear. That means the aircraft have already approached the border. They're climbing and releasing their weaponry before turning down to hide in the lower over the ground. That means Pakistani Air Force, by all of its claims, whatever was it's claiming, for example, Air Vice Marshal Ahmad during his famous press conference, he was claiming about how Pakistani Air Force moved in, and there was a huge air battle, and they were breaking
There was
Indian
a dogfight and all of that.
Dogfight, the biggest dogfight of all the times and whatever else. Nothing of that kind has happened. Indian Air Force has hit its targets and flew away. That's it.
That's it. So there was no, because there was also that, was there a PAF interception that happened? Because they said that there was an interceptor that was fired. What was fired by the Pakistanis?
It is
what
possible,
was the PL-15s?
It is possible that one of the Pakistani J-10s has fired a single PL-15 at one of involved Indian aircraft, but this missile has crashed, hit the ground inside India. That's it. Not one Indian aircraft was shot down by them.
Not one Indian aircraft was shot down. Let's sit back, because what the narrative was that, and they say that this PL-15 actually fell down near Pandhar in Gurdaspur. The impact was 30 kilometers inside Bharat, and the Army Air Defense actually reacted first. But my question to you is, in that 1 hour, there was a lot of speculation that was made, Tom. And what have you found in the book? If you look at it, you say the spark. You've given a background to why India did it. When you did the the jihad import-export, that's the page that I've just opened. So let's understand this. Were you convinced as a military historian that Bharat was right in conducting operations in the
For a simple reason that Pakistan is, as we said, we have written jihad import-export. It is organizing, training, supporting, commanding jihadists for 50 years, constantly searching for new ways to organize new organizations or new groups to find them. And this is nothing new in that sense. It might be new for somebody in the United States or Europe, but it is not new for India. It is even less so new for Pakistanis. They're even denying it sometimes, that they are doing anything. On the other hand, they have chiefs of their top political parties openly declaring their political parties as fronts of this jihadist movements.
Right.
So therefore, and that's what I pointed out, even 9/11 in the United States was original mastermind came from Pakistan. And he was trained by inter-service intelligence and later on arrested in Pakistan and jailed in the United States. So therefore, it is really
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to yet another edition of Take 3 XL, because along with Zaka Jacob, Rahul Shivshankar, we also have Tom Cooper with us, and let's try and understand where this war is going, what direction it is taking. Tom, we were asking where are the ballistic missiles from the Iranians? They've just attacked Ben Gurion Airport. How do you see this panning out? Do the Iranians have far more than what has been estimated?
They are definitely continuing to wage their guerrilla missile war. That means they are using what they can. They can't use too much without exposing themselves to strikes. They are also hindered by, I guess, that the Americans and Israelis are striking entrances to their underground missile cities. The Americans and Israelis are trying to knock out these missile cities. They are suppressing a lot, but in turn they are also losing air. Iranians are maneuvering their air defenses around and hiding them, then suddenly appearing at unexpected positions. So it is moving in direction as expected right now.
Because the Iranians have come out and said, we are ready to shut down our nuclear program if you give us an alternative. Now, if you're going to make something like that, that means you've suffered heavy losses. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, probably, I would say yes. On the other hand, it's abandoning their sovereignty, because they have repeatedly declared it is a part of their sovereignty. So why now do that? I don't know.
Does that not show that the Americans are really making inroads now? Or would you say that we're still too far away from calling this?
Well, it's not getting over.
No.
Certainly not in the next few weeks. But I think we can now sort of safely predict the direction in which this war is going. As Tom said, this is a war of attrition, right? There's a limited number of missiles and even drones, frankly, that Iran has. And they're going to expand, not all of it, but most of it, because it's a battle for survival. Their game plan was very clear. Draw in the entire region, attack Qatar and UAE and Saudi Arabia, because, you know, if it's just Iran versus America and Israel, Iran will be a goner.
Yeah.
The only way they can make sure that this entire thing works out in their favor is by unleveling the playing field. Right now, if it's just America, Israel, and Iran, the playing field is skewed entirely against Iran. The only way they can, hope to have some kind of an upper hand is, as Tom has been saying, go guerrilla, which is what they've done, and two, drag the entire region down. I suspect at some point this will also get into a ground sort of combat, not with American boots. I'm very clear. I don't think Trump will risk that ever, especially after what happened in Iraq with George Bush. I don't think any American president will risk American boots on the ground. I think what Trump is trying to do is instigate the Kurds, the Iraqi Kurds, the Iranian Kurds, and we know that there is this whole unfinished project of Kurdistan. It had a role in Iraq as well. What did they do in Iraq? I mean, they basically got the Ba'athist, they got Saddam Hussein, and they put whoever they could find in power, and then left that country to a bloody insurgency for the next 20 years. I think Iran is moving in that direction in the long term.
Yeah, somewhere there are also experts who believe they'll carve out an Azerbaijan and get the Azerbaijanis and the Bazeris to come there. They will try and make Iran smaller. So they carves out a Kurdistan, and then there is always flux, while there is perhaps a more, but that's going to take time, Rahul, and that means it's going to hurt us. Well, and let's come back to the India story here. We are saying strategic autonomy, but hey, no LNG, no energy. Our rates are going to go. It's going to create a huge domestic issue here for us very soon.
Yeah, so just to take it in a couple of steps, just to go back to the original question that you posed, what's Iran's game plan? Because it already depends on how quickly Iran folds, if it does at all. Now, I have my view on this, and I've sort of put out a tweet which has got some traction on it. Looking at all this footage that was coming out overnight of these constant missile launches that Iran TV and Tehran Times keep putting out footage of. And I'm like wondering what is going on. How is it that if the Israelis and the US claim that they have total domination and they can, even the moment a missile approaches on the radar, it's taken out, even if a launcher sort of manages to get out of its silo or whatever it is, bunker, shankar, whatever they call it, and it comes out, we knock it out. So how is it that the Iranian, then you just pointed out to this Ben Gurion conversation that is happening. We're still awaiting actually details, so I'm not going to jump on that. But I think you have to understand that the entire defense program of the Iranian regime, in the absence of a credible nuclear deterrent, was based on survival, on how to ensure that it could actually last. So all its capacities, it's called these missile underground cities.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's what they've built. These massive silos which go underground, a Warren labyrinth of tunnels where all these drones are stocked, and you sometimes see visuals that they put out, to sort of jimmy up their own morale from time to time. So all of it is there. All they need to do from time to time is to take one out and hope that it goes across and creates enough of a buzz. It sounds like a mosquito in any case, so it carries a bit of dread. If you've heard those kamikaze drones, it just does that, and everyone sort of freezes until they have a chokehold. And I said this yesterday, over the Strait of Hormuz, or they can ensure that nothing moves. They have leverage. I feel that this will be decided really in that strait. The moment Iran doesn't have the ability to threaten cargo, trade, money, in one sense, from moving, I think they lose leverage. How will they bring the Chinese? How will they agitate them enough if the Chinese suddenly get... And you're talking about India. I think we should go back to getting Russian oil. I don't see why we should be sitting on formalities now. I mean, everything goes out. Force majeure is in. And we should...
What happens is every nation today, Vladimir Putin was on record, he was saying it in jest or no, but he says there are other markets that are opening up for LNG. So should I stop supply to the Europeans and said supply to these countries? See, every nation has a stockpile and also reserves for all. And it's 30 to 60 days. In our case, I think we're somewhere between 30 to 45 days. This is just the 6th or 7th day of this entire war. Do you think in the first 10 days or 12 days, if things don't settle down, we will have to look at our options? The other thing, and I want both of you gents to also weigh in on this, is China's role. China was highly active on social media during Op Sindoor. It's silent now. China is not, rather outside of condemning it, has actually come out to say, I'm going to mediate with the Middle East nations. Yes. It's not coming out and saying, I'm going to come out and help Iran. Yeah. What's the game here?
Tom?
It's a good question. What is the game? What is the Chinese game? For my taste, they are almost too quiet. I don't know what to expect from that, really. I'm not sure
So
what
is
to
that
answer.
more ominous? Is that more dangerous because they're too quiet?
Too quiet, because theoretically they are now in perfect position to say, okay, let's exploit the opportunity and invade Taiwan. And the Americans couldn't do anything at all because they do not have the weaponry to do that. But they are not doing that. And this is, in turn, weeks ago, there was this unrest within higher ranks in Beijing. And plenty of my colleagues came over and said, oh, look, Xi wants to invade Taiwan, but somebody is against this, so he's purging them. I said, no, I think it is opposite. It is the other way around. He's purging those who want to invade. So I see
you're saying Xi Jinping doesn't want to invade Taiwan?
He does not want any kind of war. He knows that the Communist Party of China rules on premise that they have to secure this social situation of their society to improve the economy and improve the quality of living in all of China. And as long as they are granting this, everything is fine. If not, there might be an uprising, unrest, or whatever. And therefore, I think he's very curious to have a stable situation, to open new markets for the economy to continue developing, and so on and so on. So he's not curious to increase tensions, cause additional crisis, wars, and such things.
So is that the reason why the Chinese social media machinery has also been quiet in this case?
Yes.
They're okay to try and mess with to India and in the India-Pak game and play their have their fun here.
I think both China and India are
get
playing the
into
best
the
card
Iran game
in this situation in order, while remaining kind of not quiet totally, not ignorant of the situation, but simply taking it kind of easily.
But in this case, Iran is an old friend of the Chinese, and they've had tech transfers and all. Your call
Look,
here?
I think the Chinese are scared. I think Xi Jinping is looking at this with a great degree of trepidation. It's not just Khamenei. Khamenei was a 40-year reign, and somebody who's been a friend of China, right? Half of Iran's oil exports used to go to China. And in one morning, the Israelis and the Americans have come, swooped in and wiped them out. They did this with Maduro. Maduro was no friend of America. Maduro was a friend of China. So in the space of 2 months, they've taken out Maduro and they've taken out Khamenei, both of which are big oil exporters to China. So Xi Jinping is very, very worried, looking at the speed and scale with which the Americans have done this to two of China's very best friends, one in Latin America, the other in West Asia. Two, on the point of Taiwan, I slightly disagree with Tom. I think Xi Jinping's legacy is built on what he does with Taiwan. He's going to be in his 4th term. I think he'll get a 4th term next year, 2027. That would be the longest serving ruler of China since Mao. Even Deng Xiaoping did not rule China for 20 years. So what will he be remembered for? The only thing he can be remembered for is Taiwan, because China's economic miracle precedes Xi Jinping. If anything, in the last 10 years, China has slowed down compared to, let's say, the
but annexing Taiwan doesn't help him.
Not annexing Taiwan. I think
attacking Taiwan doesn't help Xi Jinping.
Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be through military means. But the whole thing about reunification, that is something that is primary, I believe, to his legacy. And just very quickly, what is going to happen in the immediate term in terms of China? So Trump is going to go to China end of this month. It's a declared summit, I think 31st, 1st and 2nd. He's in Beijing. And Xi Jinping is watching this and saying, we were supposed to announce that trade agreement between America and China. It's the only big country with whom America has not announced a trade thing. And despite all the Supreme Court verdict and all of that, Donald Trump goes into China with the upper hand. He's just shown to Beijing, I've taken out 2 of your allies in the last 2 months. I'm displaying hard military power to you. I don't think Xi Jinping is in a comfortable position.
But the Chinese are not the ones who are going to take this line down. They will play the long game, they will wait, they'll bide their time, but they will come back. There's going to be whiplash for this, and we are stuck right bang in the middle of all this, Rahul. And that's something we've got to be worried about.
Scared. I don't believe that at all. I don't think China is shaking in its boots. So let's just, that's my view. Because look, this oil business can backfire. The Chinese have furnaces to light. The Indians have furnaces to light. Right? 20% of our oil also comes from the Middle East.
LNG, Qatar, yeah.
Oil prices are going up, right? Who's actually going to suffer in the end? Europe is going to suffer. A lot of US allies are going to suffer. If this oil is not going to come out of the Strait of Hormuz, the Gulf countries are going to suffer.
Yes.
It's not just oil. If there is instability in the Gulf, the miracle on which these various countries stand, those are at stake. Where do you think Israel is getting its oil from? You have a lot of problems with regards to playing this loaded game with oil because someone has to supplement.
Yeah.
Right? OPEC says, yes, we're going to produce more,
Right.
but if it's all going to sit in a port and you have to find longer routes to get it out, it's going to be expensive.
Let me ask you.
And that's why your oil prices are already going past the $80 a barrel, and they could touch 100. And once that begins to happen, you've got an economic, the basis of the circumstances for economic chaos across large geographies, Anand. So you have to look at this as a two-edged blade. So Donald Trump is really walking a very, very tight rope here. And the longer this war goes, more these straits and this stuff is jammed and locked down. It's going to be a problem. Pain for everybody.
It's pain for everybody.
If you're already saying that Russia is sort of saying that, oh, maybe
America's
we're going
narrative.
to shut off LNG for Europe.
Does it not suit Trump's narrative of trying to put all these nations, push them back, or is he going to try and turn them hostile? Or the other thing is, in the next week, over the course of the next 3 or 4 days.
Just think about it logically. If tomorrow India's economy slows, Chinese economy slows, the world economy slows, the Americans are also producing something, right? They need markets.
And it's eventually going to come back and import. It's only eventually going to come back and
someone has got to, at the end of the day,
okay, let me ask you, in the next 4 days, in the next 4 to 5 days, let's say by next time, next Wednesday or Thursday, let's say a week, 6-7 days, if Trump is able to open up, or the American army is able to open up the Strait of Hormuz, does that then change this entire game? Does that then change? You take the Strait of Hormuz and control of Strait of Hormuz from Iran.
Only to a certain extent. Only to a certain extent. It's not some magical cure that's going to sort of change things. Yes, what it does is the leverage that Iran has right now decreases.
Yeah.
Then it comes right back to Iran's door. What is the next step? China doesn't have to really take a position then. They're getting their oil.
Yeah.
They're happy.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry. You're saying this. Why I'm saying it is, if Iran is pushed out of here, that means they're going to be hammered so badly that they cannot do anything to attack the Strait of Hormuz. That means they're very, very weak. What happens then internally is one part. But the moment this strait is opened, Trump has a story to say, tell the world, listen, I've secured the strait. I've won this for you guys. I've done it for you guys. All these economies are happy because my job's happening. My trade's happening.
Even declare victory and go home.